after season 1.
I mean, they call him Daredevil a good amount of times, I think.
Okay.
In fact, I'd say probably more
season
than Devil of Hell's Kitchen.
Okay.
I wonder what like the public, or specifically the Christian reaction is to Daredevil running around. It's a literal man dressed as the devil. I reckon there's going to be a lot of Christians that have a problem with that.
Yeah. Like a guy dressed around as the devil delivering justice, you know? Also, we're live.
Delivering justice
Fucking
via Amazon drones.
It's not rocket science. Deliver this justice.
It's drone science.
Good evening. Well, all right, ladies and gents, boys and goyles. How we feeling today? How's the day going?
Perfect.
Good until
I was
now.
having a great day, and then I remembered that we had to stream today,
Yeah,
and then I died inside.
I had to handcuff Jolly to the radiator just to get him to be on this stream.
Oh, that's why you did that. I thought it was for different reasons.
I'm gonna have to culminate like all the things I've said in response to you asking us if we're ready for the stream that day.
We should have done like an escalating.
It's just me begging for Kevin Feige's head on a stake, basically.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, it should have just been like an escalating thing where like in the first stream it's like, how are we all doing? And we're like, and then like by the end we're just like screaming like the Rick and Morty scene. We're like, ah!
Just wanted to
I can't do this anymore, sheep. I can't do this anymore. I was not in control of that situation at all.
Well, but you see though, that's how you know you're in for a good story, good thing.
Maybe I should throw myself over a train, but the downside is that I'm still alive after the train hits me.
Yeah,
and I don't
won't die.
die.
Yeah, and I won't let the train roll back over you until after you finish the stream. So
yeah, I mean, I'd say the solution is just to throw yourself off a roof, but apparently that doesn't kill you either, according to the show.
It's the train from Snowpiercer.
I think you guys are being really mean, and you guys see the thing is you guys went in wanting to hate this show, right? So
yes,
that's true.
Now that the show is actually pretty fucking good, you just can't cope with that, and you're like, no, I have to find reasons to hate. And we all do it, you know, it's fine.
Yeah.
But since this show is a masterpiece,
That's the thing, you know. I had to find reasons to hate the show because I had to confirm my existing bias, and you know, I guess I just got really lucky because it turns out there's a fucking metric shit ton of things about the show to hate. So I guess I'm just psychic.
Look at us being prophets. Look at us predicting the fucking future, which was bad faith of us.
Congratulations.
Also, I then open up YouTube, like the YouTube app on my phone, and the first notification I get is a comment on my boy's video saying, "Does this guy like anything?" I feel like that was thematically relevant to what we're about to do here.
That guy timed that.
Yeah, he was like, "There." Oh, he's like, "Now, go, go, go!"
It's been sitting by his computer for days, like with this hand like poised over the mouse, just like go, 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 go.
He's like, any fucking second now.
This little rat will go live.
Southpaw? Why do you sound like you're underwater?
You have the stream playing out loud.
Oh, is that what that is?
Is
I
that?
think so.
I'm pretty sure that like the stream was echoing or something because I was hearing voices in the background of your thing.
Oh shit!
No,
I'm
that's
just
sorry.
on your
actual
head.
edition. Yeah, you should just get that checked.
Oh,
Nah, he's
Uh,
the imposter. That's what that is.
Andrew, this is your chance to go. Yes, that's how it feels.
right. So, in case you guys don't remember, let's get a little recap going for episodes 1 through 3. Mainly just like the last little bit that happened, right? Which was the White Tiger was on trial for a wrong place, wrong time situation wherein Matt was representing him. He pulled a big brain move and decided to make everything 1,000 times worse. But don't worry, because he won the case, so it's justified, the decision that he made.
And nothing
Yes.
happened after that.
Yes. And then fucking White Tiger got shot in the head by a guy wearing a Punisher skull, and that was how episode 3 ended. And that is where we pick up here in episode 4, where I guess I'm just gonna get right into it then. Matt is talking to the ME, who is telling him about the fact that he's telling him the nature of the death of Hector. He tells Matt that the bullet casing wasn't recovered at the scene of Hector's murder, which Matt actually calls into question given the nature of the kill shot being one of close range. And I wanted to keep that in mind because that's going to be very relevant later on in the episode. Who would like to take the reins, though, in terms of recapping this episode? No?
Silence.
Okay.
Yes.
Silence ensues.
Man. It's just an interesting thing, because, like, I'm thinking back to episode 4, and I'm like, it was such a nothing episode. And I don't even want to say a nothing episode. It's just more that, like, the first half of it is divided into just this completely unrelated plot line. So when you start to think about, like, the White Tiger's murder investigation, you're like, I have to skip to, like, half an hour into the episode to even, like, find anything that's relevant to that. So, but the one thing that does happen that's relevant to the White Tiger stuff at the beginning of this is after he's done talking to the ME, Hector's niece, Angela, enters, and she's like, I want to see my uncle. And he's like, I'm not going to let you do that because that's fucking traumatic. Interesting thing of note here, she doesn't fucking call him out on the fact that he ruined everything and got her uncle killed, because the show doesn't want to acknowledge the fact that happened.
Yes.
But, like, okay, here's the thing, right? Like, even if we're accepting the show's premise here that Matt isn't actually responsible for Hector's death, the thing is, you would feel like Matt would blame himself for it anyway, because that's just the type of character he is, but, like, no. Like, not really.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem to introspect at all about the fact that he got someone killed.
You get this general
He's just
vibe.
like, I'm sorry he died.
You get this general vibe from Matt throughout the episode that he doesn't give a fuck that it happened, like, at all.
Yeah.
It does make me wonder if he died in a different set of circumstances originally, but we know he got shot by a corrupt cop.
I remember when episode 3. So in episode here's the thing. So episode 2 ends, and there's that Taken 3-esque fight scene, and then Matt lets out that primal scream at the end, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, he's relapsed into Daredevil, right? Nope. Episode 3 goes through. He's not back as Daredevil. In fact, he just even talks shit to one of the cops that he beat the shit out of. Episode 3 ends, and Hector, Matt's client has been killed by someone who obviously was one of these Punisher worshipping cops. And so obviously, like, this is going to send Matt off the deep end. He's coming back as Daredevil, and he's going to be teaming up with the Punisher to find out about these guys who killed his client while dressed up in Punisher garb, right? No, that's not happening this episode.
Yeah.
The funny thing is that for a lot of the defenses of what I was hearing on Twitter for that episode of how he died, it's like, oh no, but it's going to fuel Matt returning back to Daredevil, and he's going to blame himself. And don't worry, the next episode's going to address it, so it'll be fine. And the moment the episode airs, the defense for the criticism, instead of becoming, oh, the show, it's not a flaw with the show, it's intentional. To, oh no, it wasn't Matt's fault because he chose the only option that was available at the time to get him free. I think that's always funny in Vindication, where the defense has to change on a dime because what they predicted didn't happen.
Going off of the thing that Southpaw was kind of setting up there, which I agree. The thing is, with Matt's arc, and I say that with about 50 sets of quotation marks there, with Matt's arc of I have hung up the cowl because I crossed a line and I tried to kill Bullseye, and I'm afraid of what's going to happen if I put the suit on again and go back out as Daredevil, and that part of my life is over and I need to just move on from it. First of all, it's a premise that I just don't accept because it's built on an action he just never would have taken. But so jot that down. But then second of all, you try to track the progression of his character in terms of what he thinks about Daredevil or about vigilantes in any context, and you can't. It's really hard to get a beat on it because unless it's directly involved, unless Matt is directly in a situation where he has to fight someone, you never really get the sense that he's even thinking about it. And what I mean by that is okay, like Southpaw said, he is forced into a situation where he has to defend himself and a person that the cops are trying to kill in episode 2, and he fights the corrupt officers. And you're like, okay, this is something, right? And like the thing is, the way I read that wasn't even, okay, now he's going to go back to being Daredevil. But I thought at least that would be like the first step in that ultimate journey of like, yeah, he's now like coming back to that version of himself and like realizing why it's important to fight. But you have that. And then you have everything that happens in episode 3 that results in the death of White Tiger. And you think, okay, that is going to obviously piss Matt the fuck off. Because even if he somehow doesn't blame himself for the fact that Hector is dead, even though he should, like, he's going to do everything he can to find the person who killed Hector and bring them to justice. Whether that's as Daredevil or as Matt is entirely separate. But, like, he is going, he's going to be on a fucking war path now. And then we open up episode 4 and, no... Because again, we have the scene with the Emmy, and then he talks to Hector's niece. But then after that, like, he spends 30 minutes of the episode just kind of meandering around, not doing anything, just taking a completely unrelated case. And then from there, and we're gonna get to it. There's even more to that progression of like things happen that you'd think, okay, this is gonna be the moment where Matt decides to fucking do his thing, and then he just doesn't, and you're like, okay, he just doesn't care. But that's where we are as of right now. That is where we are in his quote-unquote journey of becoming Daredevil again. It's just him kind of fucking doing nothing about it and not seeming to give a shit. And that's really
there's
what
absolutely
you want
no progression.
for a protagonist, in your...
There's no sense of progression leading up to them reclaiming the suit. Because, again, jumping ahead a little bit, but without spoiling anything, episode 6 is when he finally puts on the suit. And there's no sense that this is a culmination of a long wrestling with himself about whether or not it's the right thing to do to put the suit back on. There's no sense that there's in any way questioning it. It's just that he spent the last 6 episodes insisting that he has nothing to do with it, and then he just goes, "Fuck it!" Literally just fuck it and puts it on.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, "Oh, well, that was anticlimactic."
We didn't have our Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3 moment where he picks up the classic red and blue suit and he's like, I'm gonna go fuck up Venom.
Or even Spider-Man 2,
good
where
moment in such a terrible movie.
I would even say a better point of comparison is in Spider-Man 2 when it's like, yeah, I've given up being Spider-Man and I'm not using my powers, just regular old Peter Parker. And even when I see a mugging, I look the other way. I don't engage. And then there's a burning building and he's like, well shit, people are in there and they need help, and he went in and he saved a girl, but then there was someone else on a different floor that he just didn't get to, and he's like, oh shit, and if I'd been Spider-Man and if I'd had my powers, I could have saved them both. And that's an arc that he goes on. Isn't it crazy when a character has an arc in the story?
Isn't it crazy when characters have thoughts that are logically coherent with their supposed characterization?
Naval gaze.
It's the only thing, because the only thing I'm asking for here with Matt is that I want the main character of this show to take a proactive role in literally any one of the 4 plot lines that they've set up so far, and he just refuses to at every turn. He just refuses to until he's basically forced at gunpoint to. So what is this?
We'll get to it when we get to it, I guess. So let's try and keep a kind of logical sense of where we're going with these episodes. Just do them beat by beat by beat. So I guess the next thing in the episode we're talking about is because we rather than deal with any of the fallout that we should be dealing with, instead we have a nonsense opening where Matt once again brushes off everything that just happened, and then we proceed to it's not Wesley, isn't it? Not Wesley is the next thing that happens. He's in the club with BB.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, not Wesley. Fisk's. Oh my god! I don't know how many of you guys have played. Well, I don't know how many of you guys have ever played The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. There's a really famous character in that called the Adoring Fan, who is famously hated by players because all he does is walk around being like, "Oh my god, it's the Grand Champion! Oh my god!" and just pissing you the hell off. That is not Wesley. Not Wesley is the Adoring Fan for Wilson Fisk.
I feel like we need to make a distinction because when I was referring to him as not Wesley throughout the show or throughout our conversations, some of you guys thought I meant the British guy Buck. No, I'm talking about Daniel. There's 2 guys that sort of work for Fisk, and one of them does a lot of the criminal shady stuff that you typically would have seen Wesley doing in season 1 of the original show. But when I say not Wesley, I'm talking about Michael Gandolfini's character Daniel, who is just the biggest Fisk dick writer you will ever see. It's really cringe.
Well, it's funny you say the word riding, because literally in this intro scene where he's in the club, they say like, "Oh, Fisk is riding you too hard." And I'm like, "Yeah, he is."
Oh yeah. He literally says, "I love him," and I'm like, "Oh my god."
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
all
So,
right,
but
gay
yeah.
boy.
So he's in the club with BB Urich and another friend, and BB's trying to. The implication is that BB's trying to get him drunk and trying to keep him out all night so that he'll spill beans about Fisk for her to use in her reporting. And like a chump, this guy doesn't seem to realize that, and that is exactly what he does. He lets slip that Fisk is planning to get around expensive union worker contracts for garbage collection by farming out recycling to some new private startup. And BB's like, great, and uses that information to, leaks that information as part of a press report into it, and making Fisk look bad. And Daniel's like, oh shit, I really fucked that up. But we're not going to get the full repercussions of that just yet. But just that's the thing that happens first.
Yeah.
And there's, I guess, before we move on, there is something I want to talk about, which is like, once again, BB Urich's character. Who is this person?
I
what is
don't
she
know.
doing?
So, like, yeah, she helped Fisk essentially take power, right? Like, she basically got him the young person's vote in the election. Still don't know why, or if she's playing some kind of long game, but now that he's actually in office, she's like, cool, I'm gonna learn, like, all the shady shit he's up to and report on it. And so I'm just like, what do you want? Like, do you want to take him down? Do you want to help him? Are you indifferent to him either way? Like, what is this?
Well, yeah, the best I can do, given that she's playing both sides of the field, as it were, is that she doesn't actually give a shit about bringing Fisk down or pumping him up. She just wants to get ahead as a reporter, and that she's just going to do whatever it takes to, like, get a scoop. And I'm like, sure, that is a direction you can take this character in, but considering who her uncle was and the connection that uncle had to Fisk and what Ben Urich stood for as a reporter, it feels really insulting that is the way that her character seems to be taken, and there's not even a discussion of that.
Well, the thing is also, even if, again, you are allowed to do that with her character, but, like, I don't think you can do that if Karen isn't going to be involved in this story. Because, obviously, Karen is going to have a vested interest in the niece of Ben Urich going on the straight and narrow, right? And, like, at least trying to, like, guide her in the right direction. Like, if she sees what she's up to, she's gonna be like, we need to fucking talk, because this is not what Ben would have wanted. And she, and then there's even
Ellison
a conversation where, we're Ellison, but then, and then there's a conversation where BB's like, yeah, well, Ben died when I was a fucking kid. Like, I don't know the man. I don't know anything about him. Why does his death matter to me? And then, like, that could be something they do with her character. But, like, we're 6 episodes in, and I still don't know anything about BB.
Right? Like, it's not that there's, because again, you're right, they can take the character any way they want, but the thing I find frustrating is that if that is where they're taking the character, and that it is intentional, and we're not just going to get like an accidental, like, no, she's anti-Fisk, but we just wrote her like an idiot, which I think is more likely. But if they are, playing it straight up like she is just out for herself, we need a discussion. Yeah, like you said, we need Karen or Ellison or, like, somebody. Like, this, the show needs to acknowledge that, like, she is doing something that Ben Urich would never have wanted, and would have disgusted Ben Urich.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there has to be some kind of conversation about that, surely, given the prominence this show has given her as a character.
Yeah, because the thing I'm worried about is that, like, again, like you said, the show is just being stupid and they don't know what they're doing, because, like, it could literally be a matter of they don't realize that the way BB is behaving is just something that Ben would fundamentally fucking despise. Like, I feel like if you ask the writers, what do you think Ben Urich would think of BB, they'd be like, oh, he'd be so proud that she's following in his footsteps, and I'd be like, fuck you. Like, actually,
yeah,
fuck
it does
you.
kind of have that feeling to it.
It's just...
but, we end that scene. Oh, by the way, yeah, just as a little note, as they're leaving the club, we see a mural. A painted mural, another one of these painted murals is on the club as they leave. Keep that in your back pocket, because they're going to become relevant later.
Yeah, it's a little white tiger mural. It's a neat little white tiger mural.
And across the street, which I guess you can actually chalk this up as a contrivance, that of all the places this guy could have been arrested, it's across the street from BB Urich and not Wesley.
I noted it as a contrivance, but one that's not really like anything, because it's not like it affects the plot. But it is.
It doesn't affect the plot, but it is just kind of funny that, like, they were like, we can't even be bothered to cut to a new scene. It's just like, he's here, there he is.
But it's cool directing, Jolly.
But yeah, so what we're getting at here is, the camera pans across to is it a gas station, or is it a, like, convenience store? I can't remember.
It's a gas station, I believe.
All right, so yeah, there's a gas station, and there's a guy who we're going to find out is called Leroy, who's being arrested because he tried to shoplift like 4 or 5 boxes of caramel popcorn.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll come back to him in a second, I guess, because he's gonna be relevant as well.
It looks like just a bodega though, a convenience store.
Oh yeah, they call it a bodega. That's right.
All right, let's just call it bodega then. Yeah, he got arrested for stealing. But the point is, he got arrested for shoplifting 4 boxes of caramel popcorn from a small store. Like that's just all you need to know. The type of store I don't think is particularly relevant.
No, we need to know. Was it a Dollar
We
General?
must know these details. It was a Walmart, you know. And then we have, is it the Fisk and Vanessa scene?
It's the Fisk and Vanessa, the one that gives us explicit confirmation of who Adam is. You guys who wants to lay that one out?
Yeah. Andrew, I think you're up.
I'm gonna be honest. I forgot the scene exists.
The long and short of it is that Fisk is a cuck. That's all you need to know.
Oh, this is the we had a dialogue scene, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Honestly, it's just more like exposition. It's just another like exposition scene for the sake of it. Like Vanessa and the main the end of the scene is what the fuck, Heather. Heather asks Fisk to leave the room, and then he leaves, and Vanessa, and then Heather asks Vanessa if Vanessa feels safe around Fisk, and she says like, my husband is capable of many things, many dangerous things. Harming me is not one of them. And then yeah, that's really the only like point of.
I feel like they're setting up that Fisk is going to kill Vanessa. Like, I feel like they're going to do something dumb like that.
That's foreshadowing, yeah.
Well, foreshadowing in quotation marks as well, because that's
a literary
foreshadowing is a literary device.
Yeah, like, can you really call it foreshadowing if it's just basically them looking at the camera and saying, this is what is going to happen by the end of the story?
Spoiling the show.
You know what's funny? You know what's amazing is that, like, the new Looney Tunes movie literally has a moment like that play off as a joke. It literally happened.
What's funny you should mention Looney Tunes, because everything to do with the Mayor Fisk stuff feels like cartoon logic.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, but it's less foreshadowing and more prophetic screaming. Like, this isn't like a subtle like, ooh, this thing's coming. It's someone is sitting on the roof of my house yelling that I'm going to be stabbed tomorrow. Levels of foreshadowing.
We will stab you 36 times.
I don't even know if it's foreshadowing, because I feel like there's several moments in this show where they've had these like moments where you think they're about to foreshadow something and they just do fuck all with it, in which I think they might be dumb enough just to do fuck all with that line. Like, it's just something that they threw in there because they think it's deep, and then they had no further thought.
Never underestimate the stupidity of the Born Again writers.
I mean, that's possible too. The thing is, I don't know I don't know definitively that is how their story is going to end. Because really, I have no idea what the fuck they're even doing with Vanessa and Fisk. I genuinely have no idea what's going on with them. Vanessa says that she slept with Adam because she didn't know if or when Fisk would ever come back. And, Fisk is like, you know me, you know I would come back. And I'm like, well, yeah, but, like, it was out of character, as far as she's aware, for you to do that in the first place. So, like, of course she doesn't know if you're going to come back. She didn't know you were going to leave. She doesn't know where you were. Or does she know?
Well, no, he says he told her, which I'm like, that would have been a hilarious conversation for us to hear, right? He just rings her up and he's like, I'm having to take a small vacation because a Native American child put their hands on my head and sent me on a vision quest. And she's like, what?
I mean, okay.
Vision quest? Reference to the show?
If before he went on his little sabbatical, he was like, Vanessa, I'm going to be gone for a while. She was just like, okay, well, fuck it then. I'll just sleep with some guy. It's like, I don't know if that's in character for her, considering how long she waited in the 2 years.
No,
because I was willing to take her side with like, oh, well, my husband just disappeared off the face of the earth, and like I didn't know if I would ever see him again. So of course I found comfort in another man's arms. Like, like that's fine. But if it was just a matter of like, yeah, I'll be gone for I don't know how long, but like I need you to just be patient with me while I figure some stuff out. Like, I don't think she would have slept with Adam, because there was a 2-year time gap between when she was forced to leave the country at the end of season 1 of the last show, and when they finally reunited.
For all we know, she was regularly banging Francis on the side.
Fuck off. Yeah, you might as well destroy her character in that show too. Fuck it.
God, it's just tragically bad. Also, yeah,
That's
we
great.
kind of skipped over it, but it is kind of funny because, like, yeah, in one of our first streams, we joke when we were discussing the whole Adam thing and like what we thought it might be and what it could be and all this stuff. We throw out all these like theories or like interesting ideas that they could take with it, and then as a joke, I think it was possibly Southpaw, maybe
think.
Sheev.
No, it was.
Oh, was it me?
Sheev. I thought it was Sheev.
Oh, it was me. I was like, oh yeah, it's Adam. Adam is just being.
Adam is she was like Adam is just like some dude that cucked Fisk, and we just started joking about like how he is just some random. The thing I said that I think was the foreshadowing was like when we were talking about how Fisk has the bruises on his hand. I was like, maybe he just has some dude locked up in the basement that he's just hitting for no reason.
Yeah, which
That's kind of what I mean with the whole foreshadowing thing, because you think that would be the obvious twist that, oh, it wasn't actually cheating like it seems to infer to be. It's actually that some other thing was going on with this man named Adam. And then they just proceed to do the exact thing that the scene is interpreting. It's like, okay, well, I don't really give them much benefit of the doubt that they can do anything even
well, it's not like
remotely
it's not like
subtle.
subtext exists. Like you can't. If a character says a thing, that means that they mean exactly what they said. Like exactly that. So don't worry about it. Writing is hard.
I still find it funny how we called the like he just had some guy in the basement. He's wailing on.
Bagel said like Jolly like Jolly being chained up in Sheev's basement. It really makes you think.
Yeah, I cucked Sheev. His wife found comfort in my arms when she went on a vision quest.
Yes.
Like the lore behind this podcast is wild.
Oh yeah,
you got to take us on.
I have like a surrogate daughter who was retconned into my storyline. And
that was Andrew.
Huh?
Andrew, do you have anything to say for yourself, buddy?
No.
He is not paying attention. Are you playing Minecraft right now?
He is.
Brother.
What?
Let's
I'm
go.
talking. Hey,
brother.
I am mining? This is
We
the
are
most brain-numbing
we are
thing ever.
Lock in.
We are
Please.
breaking down
I'm locked
Daredevil
in!
Peak again, and you're out here mining blocks.
I'm mining cobblestone. It ain't that, like, brain-intensive. Don't worry.
Hey, listen,
Matt,
he's
can back
also
me up.
crafting.
Oh, shit. That's hard.
And the way Shiny
Really
knows is
hard.
that Shiny
Really
is
hard.
also playing Minecraft.
Shut up.
We got two people on stream who are just not locked in. Anyway, moving on, I guess.
Wow, I can
The next thing off. Actually, there is one thing I want to address. I referred to it jokingly in another stream, but it is worth bringing back now that Heather is once again being brought back, especially with the context we're going to get on her in episode 6, which is that she is the center of what apparently, at least for now, is a huge series of conveniences, because she is Matt's girlfriend, so she's Daredevil's girlfriend unknowingly. She is the therapist that Fisk and Vanessa chose to see, and also, I know it's not been strictly speaking confirmed, but let's be honest, it is, because we know the actor is playing this character. She's also the therapist that Muse decided to go and see in episode 2.
Jolly, there is only one therapist in New York City. I told you this. Muse killed all the rest of them.
Yeah, apparently, all 60 of the people he vanished with the other therapists he didn't like. But okay, so the question I have is like, so obviously, just skip ahead again a little bit. In episode 6, we find out she's writing a book on vigilantes, the kind of psychology of vigilantes, which I'll be honest, Heather, is quite derivative, and the whole like mask and psychology thing is exhausted well. But you go for it, girl.
Aaron already did that.
Yeah.
But is writing about vigilantes just what she's known for, or is that a new thing she's doing? Because otherwise, like if she is known for that, then at least that explains why Muse might go see her, and even maybe why Fisk would be interested in seeing her specifically, because of given his anti-vigilante agenda. Just out of sheer curiosity, he might want to do that, or to get information out of her about something. But if that's a new thing she's doing, and she wasn't previously known as like the vigilante therapist, then this is just a huge bundle of contrivances. Although, if she is the vigilante therapist, of all the people Kirsten could have set Matt up with, that becomes a contrivance as well.
Yeah. Well, and the thing, too, is, like, with Fisk choosing her, I still maintain the only way that that's not a convenience is if he did that specifically because he's, I guess, been keeping tabs on Matt and knows that that's his girlfriend. But I'm still just like, but why, though? Like, what is he gaining out of, hiring Matt's girlfriend to do couples therapy for him and Vanessa? Like, what is that? What is he getting out of that?
I guess it's just two birds with one stone thing of like, I want to target this girl as a pressure point on Matt, but also I need couples therapy because Vanessa and I are going through a rough patch. So given that I plan to kill this woman in the end anyway, maybe let's just use her.
maybe I don't know.
Although
I don't know.
again, that only makes sense if my joke theory that Kirsten, I need to stop calling them joke theories because they always turn out to be correct. But my joke theory that Kirsten McDuffie is working for Fisk or working for Vanessa, and that like therefore she might have deliberately set up Matt with Heather, knowing that Matt is Daredevil. But like that's
there's
far
also
more cleverness than I'm willing to grant the show is capable of right now.
There's also the thing you pointed out when we were watching episode 6, which is that like, Fisk obviously wanted to keep the Muse stuff on the down low, and like basically nobody outside of this room can know about it. So like him, Chief Gallo, and like everyone in their direct vicinity. And then somehow Cherry comes in and is like, I got a guy on the force telling me about this new serial killer, Matt. So it's like, is Cherry also in the
Working
know,
for Fisk,
like
yeah.
working for Fisk? Like, how much of this are we saying is like Fisk's manipulations? And then it's just like, but why? What is he doing?
We got 3 episodes
Also-
left to uncontrive it.
Season
Also-
I don't
Just
have
you wait.
faith that it is
Also-
this manipulations.
Also, so to sort of add on to what you said there about like Cherry, like the theory of Cherry being in with Fisk is like, how fucking coincidental would it be that like this one like that Cherry who finds out that Matt is Daredevil, 15 minutes into the show, right?
Yeah, through means that Fisk couldn't possibly have like manipulated in that way.
Oh wait, no, you know what? Fisk sent Bullseye to fake Foggy's death. That
He
makes
simply
complete
lied
sense.
about having kept
Yeah.
his end of the deal. Which, I mean, that tracks, considering, yeah, you didn't keep any other part of the deal, so
Mhm.
it's all
And
none of
Matt
it just
didn't
works.
the deal is like just such a headache to think about because everyone's broken it and no one's done anything about the fact that the others are broken it, so the deal might as well not exist at this
Yeah.
point.
It is
Yeah.
the
It's just
Sokovia
become
Accords
retroactively a
of
plot
the
hole.
Daredevil continuity.
Ray Nadim's testimony may as well have not existed.
Who?
Rain
Matt,
Deep,
who
who's
was
that?
it who made the joke about how Sammy and
I don't
Ray's wife, whose name I can't remember, are just like crying somewhere, knowing that the guy who killed Ray is just out and about and in power.
Yeah.
Yippee!
They made him mayor!
What a sick joke!
If you don't like it, Sammy, then leave the country. Or leave
But
the
he's
state.
right. You can't move to Boston. You hate the Celtics.
But yeah, so now we're on to the funniest so-called meat of this episode, which is Matt gets a call from Kirsten where she's like, which is a really weird thing, by the way, because they frame her as being in the office by her own in the dark with a vacuum cleaner, which I'm not quite sure what the implication that they're going
lives
for is
there.
there. That like, I don't know, maybe, but whatever. That was a weird one. But yeah, she's like, okay, so we need to take this case pro bono as a favor to these people whose names aren't relevant. They're just we just owe a favor to somebody, and that favor apparently means taking Caramel Popcorn Man's case. And I can't because I'm busy. So Matt, can you go down to the station and like try and work your magic for Caramel Popcorn Man Leroy? And Matt's like, okay. And I'm like, this is what we are choosing to spend a good portion of the runtime on. This is a decision we are making.
The next
as
like
creatives.
30 minutes of this episode is going to be devoted to this plot line. So hope you guys enjoy it.
Yeah. Which goes nowhere and
It's-
just exists to make a really shit point about
We'll
the
get to
system.
that,
It's
yeah.
social commentary, though. It's good.
Yeah,
But
I got lots to
he-
say on that.
Mhm.
He is a good guy, but even though he is an asshole, but he's poor and homeless, we should help him.
And,
Society.
and doesn't steal essentials, but caramel popcorn.
But
Yeah.
that's
Well, again,
important too to the themes.
He just
Yeah, I was
wanted a
about to say-
dessert, Southpaw. You dick.
You can make that work if you're a competent writer. They're just not competent writers.
Mhm.
So anyway, yeah. So the thing is, Matt goes there, and Leroy is just like the biggest fucking douchebag. Like he mocks Matt for being blind. He's just constantly in Matt's face. Matt has
multiple
gotten him, by the
times.
way, what is under the circumstances, because this guy's been arrested like multiple times and like been on broken parole multiple times and been in and out of the system for ages. Matt has like got him a fucking spectacular deal right now.
Jolly,
in terms of,
I
like, what
don't
he's
think
arguing
you-
for.
I don't think you're talking about that very accurately because it's even worse than that. He hasn't turned up to court hearings. He's at every opportunity. He's absolutely fucked the system to give any sympathy towards him.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, but Matt's like, I can't, the guy's like, I want you to, have me walk out of here with no charges, basically. And Matt's like, that's just not gonna happen. Like, they're gonna put you in jail for a little while. It's just how many days, basically. And I'm gonna try and argue them down, but
He
like,
gets it down to like a week,
man.
basically.
Yeah, so the state like Matt's like the best way I'm gonna be able to get you is like 30 days, realistically. And then this guy's like, "Oh, you're supposed to be my lawyer. Like, fuck you, go do this." And Matt's like, "All right, fine." So he goes to talk to a random Latvian woman who works for the prosecutor's office, I guess.
Yeah.
Where Matt flirts with her, which is kind of funny considering he's got a girlfriend.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, also, by the way, I guess we can put this down to the kind of list of hilarious coincidences. Like, she's Latvian, and Fisk is going to run into some Latvians later for no reason as well. So it's Latvian Heritage Day. Matt also chooses to, like...
them that Latvian Heritage Day is today. So
Oh
we
my
gotta tell the viewer
God.
that
It's a reference to Doctor Doom's country.
You really had to interrupt the point Andrew was making just to make the fucking Doctor Doom joke. That's crazy.
Sorry.
No, I was going to get to that. But yeah, it's funny.
Doctor Doom.
It is that thing of like a bunch of very illiterate people, or geographically like illiterate people on Twitter, think that Latvia and Latveria are the same thing, even though Latveria is a fictional country and Latvia is a very real country. They apparently don't believe exists.
We made this city.
We'll get there when we get there. The funny thing here as well is like during the scene, and it's like this is the kind of thing the show does right, of just like in throwaway lines, just breaking shit, and it happens so fast you almost miss it. Matt just gives away his powers because he's like, I knew you were Latvian because I smelled that you had like a honey Latvian biscuit for breakfast. And you're like, Matt, what are you doing?
Matthew. Yeah, no.
You're creepy as fuck.
He does this a few times on the show. Like, you know, early, or like on the first episode when he's like, "Oh, Fisk just won the election," and Heather's like, "How do you know that?" And he's like, "Oh, the TV in the bar." And I'm like, "What?"
It's just it's a blind
also-
thing. He says.
It's a blind
Well,
thing.
To sort of add on to that, like, I don't think this woman would believe that he could tell just from smelling her.
I wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, I'd be like,
She would-
so you're stalking me.
Yeah, exactly. She would think that he's stalking her.
Yeah.
Well, it's fine because he's attractive, you see. So,
But how does he
That's how that
stalk?
This is what we call Riz.
But how would he stalk her if he cannot see her?
It's the 40 versus the
by
last
smell,
one.
apparently.
Well, he can he can see her though because he can see. In
Well,
this
also-
show, canonically.
I want to raise this as a joke for later as well. So we are confirming, show, that Matt has a very sensitive sense of smell. I just want to know that this is what we are in fact confirming in this continuity, that like Matt's sense of smell is still fantastic.
We are
like,
acknowledging how well he can smell things. Yeah.
Again, put that amongst the cluster of things I've asked you to put in your back pocket for later. But yeah, Matt pulls like the world's greatest Riz and gets the prosecutor to agree to only a week in jail for Leroy, which is like frankly fucking amazing. Like,
Oh, yeah.
God, Matt is a good lawyer for once.
Sometimes
Yeah,
a really good
inconsistently.
lawyer, even.
But then he comes back and he's like, "Man, you won't even believe the deal I just got you. Like, it's only 7 days." And Leroy's still like, "No, I want to be totally expunged." And Matt finally loses his temper and he's like, "Look, dude, I just got you the best fucking deal you could possibly hope for. Like, you are seriously pissing me off and testing my patience because like you deserve more than this. Like, you've really screwed the system, man."
Leroy is
At
the
which
most.
point?
Go ahead. I was gonna say, like, Leroy is just the most insufferable character of this whole episode.
Could it have been a scroll?
Yeah, he's written to be extremely aggravating. Oh god, yeah. And he even that's the other thing. He references the scrolls because he brings up the idea that like maybe Matt could use the idea that he was impersonated by a scroll to get him off. Which like, how would that work considering they arrested you and took you here? Are you saying that you are currently a scroll, Leroy?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
also-
Do we need to
but
jerk
anyway.
you into space?
But it's funny.
Also, I guess that this is confirmation that like scrolls are a publicly known thing, which
Yeah, everyone knows.
I-
about them.
Well, like
Yeah.
I haven't seen Secret Invasion. Maybe Secret Invasion is what caused the scrolls to be known publicly or something. I don't know.
no,
I
it's not a
feel like there's
criticism
gonna
of
be
this show.
problems
It's
with
just like, well, it's
No,
not
I
a
know, I'm
criticism
just-
of like this show. It's just like, yeah,
It's one of those things where it's like we watched a bunch of things in preparation for this show, but like there's just so much we couldn't have accounted for. We couldn't have watched. You know, I was never gonna watch Secret Invasion just to know whether or not that scroll line made any sense. I'm not gonna watch Miss Marvel just because her fucking dad shows up in the next episode. Like it's just
Well,
I'm
I
not
know,
doing
we'll,
that.
we'll get to him. Yeah, when we get to him. But like the thing they do, and I guess this is like the thematic thing, quote unquote, that we want to talk about. Leroy then goes into a very long monologue where he's like, "Oh, you know, they're spending more to like punish me for breaking the rules than the cost of the things I stole, and the whole system was just set up to like screw the little guy like me, and no one ever gave me a break, and it's really unfair, and like, you know,
No one ever
the whole
gave me a chance.
yeah, basically, he's doing the Riddler. No one ever gave me a chance speech. But they're trying to play it off like he's got something meaningful to say about like the way in which punitive justice systems maybe are worse than
Wait,
rehabilitative ones.
what?
Um,
Sorry, someone in chat said Secret Invasion ended with the president telling everyone to kill scrolls. What the fuck?
All right.
I'm not addressing that.
What
This is-
fucking way?
What the hell?
Yo,
That can't be real.
this show sounds crazy. I'm watching this.
Wait, so Leroy just asked people to kill him, basically. Okay, sure.
Shoot me down.
All right, I'm skating right past that because holy shit. But yeah, they have Leroy give this whole speech, which on the surface is like a writer, like Leroy has ceased to exist. A writer is now speaking through Leroy, like the fucking spirit of Apollo for the in the fucking Delphic Oracle, just like puppeteering his mouth as smoke comes out to be like the system is bad and rehabilitative justice is better than punitive justice. And this just doesn't. And like Matt is like nodding along and agreeing, and I'm like,
And
this
they're playing
doesn't
really
work.
somber,
This doesn't-
like a somber version of the
Choral
main theme.
music.
It's like, oh,
Yeah. Endless fucking choral music that the show
Yes.
loves to put over everything.
It's all being delivered through this fucking asshole of a character who deserves everything bad
this
that's coming to
ableist
him.
piece of
So-
shit who's
so-
like, yeah,
Yeah, so this is what I want to discuss, right? Because like the part of that is like, oh yeah, I didn't steal essentials. I stole something nice because just for once I wanted something nice to eat. Like I feel like I deserve that. And I'm like, there is something here. Like, if you had written a different character, like, if this was just a person who had been caught shoplifting to feed, like, they'd been repeatedly caught shoplifting to feed their family, and this time it just happened to be like the thing that was nice because they wanted it for themselves, and that, like, you could have this whole speech, and it would make sense, and we'd have a real thing to talk about like, yeah, maybe the systems of justice that we currently engage in, where it's like designed to be punitive rather than rehabilitation, or reformative, is worse. And is inefficient and is deliberately designed to like privilege the rich over the poor. There's lots to talk about there in terms of like real world things, but you have chosen to deliver that message. A character who is at every turn has been like ableist and like insufferable. Who like he hasn't been stealing, just to support himself or to support other people. He's been stealing like just because he can, and like screwing with court case, not turning up to court and being like foul to everyone, and just like basically throwing a huge middle finger up to just everyone, and then going, "Oh, I'm a victim of society."
Yeah, he blames literally everyone but himself.
yep.
It's
This is not a man who's
insanely
committed
obnoxious.
crimes because he had no other option because the system
He's-
was genuinely out to get him. This
he
is a man who
was-
is at every turn fucked up his life.
He's also just really stupid. Like, obviously, there's the scroll line,
Yeah.
which just doesn't make any sense. It's like what the fuck? But like, also, like, okay, I'm a guy who like can't afford to like make ends meet or pay for my food, but I want a little snack just for myself. So instead of stealing like a little candy bar, putting it in his pocket or something, he's like, I'm gonna take these boxes. These big cumbersome boxes of caramel corn, and I'm gonna try to like smuggle them out of this bodega. It's like, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen there? Are you fucking
Why
stupid?
would it take more than one?
Like, it reminds me of Zootopia in the sense of like I understand the message they were trying to send here, but I think that it almost comes across as it was like written by people who don't actually believe in this.
Well, so yeah,
Like,
that's the thing I want to get at, but which is like, this really feels like a progressive talking point written by a neoliberal Hollywood writer who has had no experience of like these actual problems, who is only writing this message because they think it's trendy and cool to be saying this, but who deep down just doesn't actually believe it. Because like, there's a kind of sneering contempt that you can sense on the behalf of the writer in the way that they have written this character. Right, like they have them saying these progressive quote unquote talking points, but they're delivering it in such a way and through such a person that they're really clearly like being like, yeah, well, he kind of fucking deserves it, and like that's
Yeah, and
that's
like,
just the kind of feeling you get about the writers think about all of these people. It's really uncomfortable to watch, and you're right, it is like Zootopia. It's very like, obviously, my feelings on the subject of griftospheres and how they talk about woke quote unquote messaging is well known, which is that I think it's horse crap. But this is like one of those instances where I'm like, yeah, this is not actually progressive messaging. This is like the fake veneer of progressive messaging to get brownie points with a certain demographic of audience, and it really annoys me.
Yeah, it's gross.
This is tokenism, basically. This is like, well, it's literally tokenism in that it's delivered through a black character who exists to just be a representation of an idea rather than a character. But it's also just tokenistic in the sense of like, we are just paying lip service to an idea rather than actually engaging with it on any kind of level that is meaningful or genuine. This is like the most inauthentic shit I've ever seen in my life. And then, yeah, just to really ram that home, we slam the incredibly unsubtle choral "Please Be Sad Now" music to try and get you to feel a thing, because we don't know how to do anything other than emotionally manipulate you with all the subtlety of Fisk's fucking hammer.
I'm gonna have even more thoughts about the background music and its attempts to manipulate you into emotional things, like in the next episode with something they do at the beginning of episode 5. But like, yeah, that's another thing. Just stuff it in the back pocket with everything else.
Pain. But yeah, that's the last we see of Leroy. He's never coming back again. So
Yeah.
thanks for spending 20 minutes of our 9-episode fucking run doing that. That's great.
Well, okay.
What a great use of time.
Another point I wanted to make about the Leroy thing also is, Jolly, you floated around the theory already that this was originally a much more comedic show that was sort of forcibly repurposed into some kind of like drama. And I
This
really
isn't an empty theory.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, I get that feeling a lot with this entire plot line of this, it's this low stakes, like self-contained, probably was going to be its own episode originally, She-Hulk-esque, and I really mean it when I say She-Hulk-esque, like, subplot in this, in this sort of disconnected, episodic, structured, original show that we would have gotten. Where, like, it's just kind of funny and lighthearted, and, like, yeah, we have a theme that we want to poorly tell, but, like, also, like, for the most part, we're just gonna have a good time and goof off, and, like, look how wacky and crazy and mean this guy is that Matt is representing. Look at the kind of shit Matt has to deal with, man. Not all of his stuff is like, crazy, scary Daredevil stuff. Sometimes he just has to deal with a guy who's kind of a dick. It's like, okay. Mm-hmm. And that's generally the sense you get from like the scenes where he's talking to Leroy, where it's like, this guy is just intentionally written to be the stupidest person alive, so that Matt has to like, you just have to film Charlie Cox reacting in like with like dramatic sighs of like, no, obviously it couldn't have been a fucking scroll. Now let's actually strategize here,
I do want to point out that it's not simply just a theory. We do have from the writer's own mouths that this used to be an episodic comedy on the lines of She-Hulk. I think the theory part comes more in trying to decide which part is, that was originally supposed to be one of the comedic episodes, and this isn't.
This was definitely meant to be one of the comedic episodes, then.
Yeah.
We built the city on
that's the other one, too, yeah, when we get to that, is like...
Where am I? What am I doing?
So was the Fisk stuff happening concurrently with the Leroy stuff, or did that all happen and then now we get back to the actual main plot of the show?
I think we now come back to the main plot of the show, which is Matt is leaving. Hang on. First of all, Matt's leaving the building when he hears in this. He's in a crowded corridor because it's a busy area, and he hears Officer Powell, the guy he beat up, who was involved in the White Tiger case.
His black eye's gone.
Corridor. His black eye is miraculously healed, which is like, wow, I guess everyone's got super healing in the show. But Matt corners him basically, and he's like, "Oh, I know that you killed like White Tiger, and like fuck you, dude," and basically threatens him. And Powell then pushes Matt up against a wall in a thing that I think is meant to look threatening, but really looks like they're about to kiss. Mm-hmm. And Powell then threatens him back, being like, "Oh, fuck you for accusing me of killing this guy and calling me dirty. Like, oh, my dad was a cop, my granddad was a cop, I'm a cop. Like, fuck you, dude."
My cousins
and
are
we
cops.
hear through Matt's. Yeah, my guinea pig's former roommate's owner was a cop. My garbage collector's a cop. My child's 5th grade science teacher's a cop. But through the super hearing, we hear that he is apparently telling the truth, that he had nothing to do with the death of White Tiger.
Nor does he have any knowledge of who did kill him or like why.
Yeah. So I guess we're saying that the Punisher cops were not responsible for killing White Tiger, which unfortunately kind of implies that Fisk was, which raises all sorts of problems, but fuck it.
I do wonder if it's just a matter of like the Punisher cops were responsible, but specifically for whatever reason Powell wasn't like clued into what was going on. I don't know.
That's what I would assume.
I'm not willing to extend them the level of like, again, like I think they're gonna say it was Fisk,
even if that is what we're going with, I have questions about that. Like, why did whichever Punisher cop decided to pull the trigger, why did he not at least tell Powell, hey, the guy that like killed your partner that like you tried to have killed, but then like that stupid ass lawyer got him out, like, yeah, I'm gonna go kill him. Like, how is Powell just like not made aware of that at any point?
He's a really good cop.
Like, who is this cop that's decided to take matters into his own hands if not Powell or someone who like Powell knows,
It was Brett Mahoney. Fuck it.
Oh,
Let's just ruin everyone.
It really was the Punisher.
Powell also is like...
Oh, God, can you imagine?
Oh, my God. Powell is also like, yeah, and also you, like, tampering with police stuff, like, obstructing a police investigation, that's not something the Bar Association would take too kindly to. And I'm just like, You think the bar association
bar don't
exists
care.
in this fucking world? No, it doesn't.
given what happened in the last episode, the Bar Association are all on holiday
Matt-
to that tax-free island where the slumlord went in season 1 of Daredevil.
I was gonna say Matt is like exempt. I feel like they're like he's our diversity hire. We're not disbarring him.
we got DAI quotas to fill.
Yeah,
we
we
can't
ain't-
get rid of them.
Yeah.
There was a dude in the comments of my video who spent like an entire fucking week seething that like breaking attorney-client privilege is not inherently grounds for disbarment, and there are a few different exceptions to that rule. The problem is that none of those exceptions are what happened in the show. So, and I even double checked with a lawyer through my little asking a lawyer service. And I described to him the scene as it goes down exactly. And he's like, yeah, essentially outing Hector's status, like or identity as the White Tiger, without Hector consenting to that is like, yeah, that's a pretty big deal. You can't do that.
I also just have a question in terms of like, so they're just not going to acknowledge it, and again, it's even funnier because we're going to get all the stuff that happens in episode 6 as well, where they just continue to refuse to acknowledge it 3 months down the line. But Matt, as a blind man, like kung fu beat the crap out of like 2 corrupt cops, and they haven't like started investigating him.
Yeah,
for, like how he can do that.
Mind you, timeline wise, because this was pretty soon after everything went, everything went down on the New Year's Eve fight between Hector and those cops. So this was in January when Matt would have beaten the shit out of Officer Powell and those other cops that went there to kill Nikki Torres. And like by the time we're in the show now, like in episode 5 and onward, we've passed St. Patrick's Day, which means that like months have gone by, and these cops just apparently forgot about Matt, I guess.
Yeah, they didn't think it was interesting that a blind man could just like kung fu his way around an apartment and take out two police officers, and then threaten them essentially in a court, and then while defending a vigilante. They didn't think that was interesting to look into, especially given that Matt has a very long history in this world of defending vigilantes.
Wait until one of those officers reads about the fucking bank heist that happened, and then they're like, "Oh, and fucking Matt Murdock was there." And some of those robbers swear up and down that the blind lawyer beat the shit out of them. It's like, oh well.
No, listen. Guys, listen, it's the same NYPD from the Sam Raimi story I told you that cannot connect that Peter Parker as Spider-Man, all right?
Hey, you're not allowed to criticize those movies. No.
Films seem to have a very low opinion of the NYPD, which I can't speak to how accurate that is because I haven't spent.
I'm sure it's very accurate.
Look, they got. I'm gonna just say this: they did get a good lead on Luigi Mangione fairly quickly. Okay, Like they may not have like caught him until someone like tipped off.
Maybe Matt smelled the backpack for them. Who knows?
Can he do that? We don't know that he has super smell.
Yeah, I mean they got the security camera footage like fairly quickly, like of him and was it like a hostel or something?
Listen, how would Matt's hypersensitive nose know that Peter Parker cannot do a triple backflip 10 feet in the air?
That's true. I don't know how he would have come to these conclusions. Anyway, so we cut to the next scene, which is Fisk is down at the docks, or the place where he wants to build the docks in Red Hook. And he's got a little mayor posse with him, and like there's like a table that's been set up with like a little model of like the building he wants to make, which immediately just made me think of like the scene in Zoolander. Where he's like, it has to be at least 6 times this big. But there's all sorts of funny things here. This entire scene is basically just Fisk being like, I want to build this, and his hench lady,
Sheila,
side lady, political advisor. Yeah, being like, oh, actually, you can't do that because we have to go through all these committees and things. And
there's all this red tape. Meanwhile, Fisk is just staring at her blankly with like dial-up noises playing.
Literally, like he is just staring there, like confused and like baffled. Like I always got like it kind of reminds me of like Anthony Hopkins in The Father. It's like Fisk has
a little bit. Yeah. Well, hey, remember in season 1 of the original show when like Fisk was extremely smart and knew how understood the logistics of like zoning permits and things of that nature.
I was about to say. Because in season 1, Fisk's entire it's not his entire thing. Oh no, it isn't his entire thing. His entire plan is that he wants to like navigate the labyrinthine building regulations and coding procedures and zoning laws and stuff like that within the city of New York, so that he can tear down parts of Hell's Kitchen and build his new utopia. Right? That's what he wants to do.
Well,
also, so the entire season is him being like paying off the right people and like manipulating the right senators and like getting his people into City Hall. but now apparently he's just forgotten how zoning laws work.
No, he doesn't know how politics
He has absolutely
work.
no idea.
This show insists
Yeah.
that he doesn't know how politics works, and that he like this is all like new to him, and that he's like out of his depth. Anytime he's like rubbing cuffs with like the elite of New York, like we get a little bit of that in episode 6 as well. There's like anytime he is like actually having to like politically maneuver through situations, it's like Fisk just doesn't know what he's doing, and like look at him, he's a fish out of water, and I'm like, no, he's fucking not. What are you talking about? He greased the system. Like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Wilson Fisk is politically, economically, and criminally incompetent. There we go. That's what the show is concluded.
It's so well, and also the funny thing as
he's
well
just
is
a
like
little guy.
in the same show where we continue to clown on the whole like fill this hole scene where like he just walked up to a foreman and was like, you're gonna fill that hole, consider it approved, and like his mayoral team, even Sheila was like, what a good move, Mr. Mayor, like, you really got shit done. then they turn around and have them be like, oh no, but yeah, as mayor, like that doesn't mean you can just go around declaring anything you want. Like there are all sorts of hoops you got to jump through and like petitions to have to put forward and all this red tape to cut. And I'm like, you can't have it both ways. You either acknowledge the fact that there's like a logistical process behind any move the mayor makes, or you don't. But don't fucking try to skate between both. You don't get to do that.
It actually gets even funnier as well, because like Daniel, I mean, we'll talk more about Daniel because there's a lot to talk about with Daniel. But Daniel is meant to be like, as a character, he's meant to represent the idea that a lot of young people voted for Fisk because they basically just see him as a guy who gets shit done. That's his whole thing. He gets things done. And I'm like, but he gets nothing done. He doesn't know how anything works. And it's been months, and apparently nothing's moved, like, in the entirety of the time he's been mayor. He filled a pothole. That's it.
I mean, that's more than the last mayor did.
Well, I mean, the last mayor got recalled, so I don't know what that guy was doing.
Yeah.
But it's just if the idea that Fisk's selling point as a candidate was that he is the however evil he's been in the past, or or even that like the fact that he was evil in the past, that his criminal activities speak to a guy who like is used to like getting things moving and really knows how to make systems work in his favor. That he's just flopping around helplessly, confused, baffled, scared, frightened, wanting to go home, is really, really odd. Like Andrew said it as a joke earlier, but there's literally a line in this episode where they're taking him to like some functionary that he's going to be at as mayor, and he's like, "Why am I here? Where am I?
Why do I care about Latvian heritage?
I don't care about Latvians. I'm racist."
Is that where Dr. Doom's from? I've read about him.
Also, someone in chat said, it's okay. You're able to give the show some credit. I promise. Like, look, we're trying.
No.
Show's not giving itself enough credit.
With terrorists.
Yeah, the second the show does something that's worthy of credit, I will give it credit. I promise you.
The second the show remembers which characters they're writing for, I'll go ahead and I'll give it a little pat on the head and a cookie. How about that?
I also pointed out that she does try to give it credit, and it.
Yeah, so I mean,
Yes,
people.
by the way,
people have been like obviously doing the normal accusations of like you went in wanting to hate it, you're just bad faith, you hate everything, whatever. But like, and you guys have no way of knowing this, you guys in chat. But like, just what was it, last night or the night before, Jolly and I were having like a not unheated argument basically about something that happens in episode 6 where like we disagree strongly. Where like. And I'm just like, I was the one defending it from him, so like I don't know.
Yeah, no, this is the thing. Like, we're not a monolith. Also, like the idea that we go in and wanting to hate these shows. Like, first of all, like no, none of us ever go in wanting to hate a show. We go in, unfortunately. Okay, well, I'm sure of us do not go in wanting to hate it. Certainly Sheev and I don't. Like, we go into the shows, acknowledging the pattern of what these shows are quality-wise and not ignoring that. But we are always hoping for it to be good. Like, we gave Ahsoka so much good faith in those first few episodes, for example, like arguably more than it deserved, a lot more than it deserved. And in the case of Daredevil, like it's an extra thing of like Daredevil as a character is one that we really like. Like Sheev and I and Advocate, and everyone here. That's why we're doing the stream. Yeah. We really like the original Netflix show, and so we were really rooting for the show to be good. We wanted it desperately to be good. It's just not.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I don't know what to tell you.
Why do you guys think we're covering this show? Like, I don't think anyone in this panel gives a fuck about the MCU anymore. Like, we really don't. I have not done videos about the new MCU stuff. I have not done streams covering any of them. I don't even watch most of them. We watched Born Again because we love the original Daredevil. Like, that's one of my favorite shows.
Yes.
I said at the end of my first, I should say first video on Born Again, I don't normally just keep up on like why the newest MCU slot sucks. It's like,
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
It's a foregone conclusion. It's that moment. It's that scene in Arrested Development. You know, dead dove do not eat, and Michael like looks in the bag. He's like, I don't know what I expected. That's just how it is. But yeah, like she said, I tuned into Born Again because I care about the original show and I feel invested in these characters.
It also just feels
Yes.
I don't want to use the word disingenuous because it's become a meme word, but you know what I mean. Like the accusations that we're operating in bad faith tend to come from people who are just refusing to engage in any kind of like really honest critical examination of the show, whether it's the show or the other shows that we cover. And they're always like, "Oh, you're just bad faith because you're looking to hate it." I'm like, "No, you're bad faith by accusing us of being bad faith as a cover for not actually thinking about what's going on." Like
Your accusations are projection, my friend.
Yeah, kind of. It's just like, and again, I'm not saying this to like Samus people because I get, I really get the idea that you don't want the thing that you like on a first watch to genuinely be like quote unquote bad because you want to feel that like you were right on some deeper level than just your own personal feelings. But like, it's fine to like the show and acknowledge that it's bad, right? These are not. I promise you, it's not going to break your world.
It'll break mine.
If anything, it's going to make you. It'll break Sheaves. But like, you don't need to invest so much of your own personal identity into liking a show. In the long run, it's a lot healthier if you're willing to just like acknowledge that it's something that exists separate to you. I don't know. It just feels very strange to me when we get called bad faith by these people, and then like 3 months, like I literally said this to you guys in private chat. We have this 3-month rigmarole every time these shows come out of like Sheev or Madvocate or whoever will be like, the show is bad, and then like, everyone's like, no, and then like. Yeah, and then 2 months go by, and everyone, like 80% of the people who are like, no, you're wrong, are like sheepishly going, yeah, actually, thinking back, it's not very good. And you're like, can we just skip this whole 3-month process and just like have you think about it now? Like, please? Because it's really exhausting having to deal with.
It's hype, and he's aura farming.
I tried. I made the appeal. It's out there.
If I find out any of you fuckers in chat are gonna turn on the show finally and be like, oh, it's actually bad now, you get no remorse. There is no forgiveness. You are dead within 24 hours. I do not care. You are stupid.
I want the first shot. Clean shot.
This is the last thing I'll say to you, Hambugler, because I'm not going to spend this entire stream just fighting chat, but he said, you said the show could not do anything to redeem itself when you were reviewing episodes 1 and 2. This is not me just defending the show. I personally don't like it, but you are outright ready to hate it. Yeah, we've already addressed this. I'm not even... That's a thing we've addressed numerous times.
I'll just do a 1 minute rundown, like very quickly, like it's just and then we can just forget about it. Which is like that's a woeful and deliberate mischaracterization of what we said. Which is we said that the problem with like the opening episodes of a show, particularly a show that's told in a linear storytelling fashion, chronologically, is that it is setting the foundations of what is possible for your show to achieve. Because like that's where you set like the world building, the initial stakes, the characterization. Like obviously, like it's not the be all end all, but it sets very heavily limits on the potential a show can reach after that point. And so we said like those first 2 episodes were so bad that even if the rest of the show had been like individually as episodes like 10s out of 10s, it still wouldn't have changed the fact that overall the show could not have reached higher than like a 2 or a 3. That is just an unfortunate reality. It's a bit like, if I cook you a delicious meal, but I serve it, like I give you the world's most beautiful dessert, but I serve it in an actual bowl made of human excrement, and I cover it with sprinkles of like dried diarrhea.
I'm covering
like
blood.
that is obvious. That is obviously going to affect how good an experience you can possibly have, and like how wonderfully I made the the chocolate cremo is not going to really change that fact.
Yeah.
So if these following episodes were really good, like just on their own, we'd be talking about that. If they didn't create if they didn't add additional issues to the show, we wouldn't be breaking
what an
down.
Interesting stream that would be if, like, say 4 through 6 were all like really good. We'd be like, okay, well, I mean, there's only so much damage control you can do at this point, but like we get some good episodes of Daredevil to talk about. Isn't that fun?
I would be bummed.
We'd be talking about how season 2 might be like a genuine improvement on season 1, and even though season 1 was a bit of a write-off, we could look forward to season 2.
I'd be like bummed out because of like wow, look at all the potential that this show had in these later episodes. It's a shame that they really like broke their. It's like they broke their own legs at the start of the race. That's what happened, unfortunately.
It's also making quite the assumption of what exactly we're trying to rate it, because, by obviously saying that we're intending to go into it. But like things can be different levels of bad. Like you can have a bad opening to a show, even a serialized show, and still have the rest of the show be good, even if the foundations are fundamentally rotten. But considering how bad this show is, it's like Advocate when he went on about the fucking Wong stuff in Shang-Chi. Like, there are no really good explanations for how you try to fix these issues, and until you fix the issues, the show is just fundamentally a bad show. Many of these things are not. It's like how about Force Awakens, where I remember when the Force Awakens came out, and then everyone was trying to defend it. Oh, we'll find out later. Don't worry. That all these bad things will be actually really good in the end. None of it's based on mysteries. We're not kind of going in with assumptions of, oh, there's no possible way half these things could be explained. We just know for a fact they absolutely cannot. Like, these problems will still fundamentally be there no matter how the show tries to explain it.
I mean, I made the mistake of saying in my video that this show will probably explain how Fisk is free, and then they just didn't.
That's
So
awkward.
that was me being generous with this fucking show, and they didn't fucking do it.
Yeah.
Well, to round off the end of the Red Hook scene, then. Oh, sorry, Andrew, go on.
I just think the idea that you can't criticize like singular episodes of a show is just stupid.
Nuts. Yeah.
Like that's like this is a segmented time of the show that we can watch and discuss. We're going to fucking critique it
for context.
Like, I'm not
yeah,
fucking waiting.
or even the idea that single episodes in an otherwise good show can't like seriously impact the overall potential. I mean, like Hill House and Midnight Mass are like this in a nutshell, right? Like
Midnight Mass
just in
especially
reverse of like
is like the example of like you have a great show on your hands and then the finale just shits the bed in every way possible.
Yeah, and then so if I said if someone was like, can you rate Midnight Mass minus the last episode? I'd be like, it's a 9 out of 10, possibly a 9.5. But then the last episode happens, and I'm like, well, overall, I'm gonna have to give the show like a 6 or a 7. Oh no, not a 6, but like a 7 and a bit, because that finale was just that bad. If someone was like, you're being really unfair because it was just one episode, I'm like, you don't understand how art works. This is the thematic payoff, or like in the case of the first few episodes, this is how we set up everything. You can't just make those things bad and then be like, yeah, but other episodes were good, so the show was good overall. It's like, no, that's not how anything works.
That's how it was for the Doctor episode in Mandalorian season 3. It was like, oh, we have some ideas here. We're kind of cooking.
Even that episode had like so many just internal problems with itself, but like compared to the rest of the Mandalorian, we were like, damn, there's like character work happening right now.
No, they're cooking. There's
finally
deciding to turn on the grill.
Yeah, there's some not good world building, mind you, but they're doing something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that Dr. Pershing episode, man, I swear.
We're never gonna see Pershing ever again. He's gone.
Oh yeah, no, he's gone. It's over. But back to the Red Hook stuff. Another point I wanted to make though was that like, so you have obviously you have him saying I want to do this thing, and the Sheila being like, well, you can't because red tape and stuff. But another thing I found weird about that was that like it's not like he was saying anything particularly like outlandish to cause her to make those protests, right? He was like, he literally was just like, I want to do this project here in this place, like, let's do that. And she was like, no, I mean, what are you talking? You can't. You have to do this, and this. And it's like, there's nothing that he said that implied that he wasn't going to do it through the proper channels, right? It was just a weird way of her responding, is all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or maybe I'm just not giving the show credit. I can give the show credit. Yeah.
I think maybe the reason why so many people, I don't, because we've spoken before about how we don't think that despite how Daredevil is this really renowned show, that it doesn't get anywhere near enough credit that it really deserves. And I think it's because most people kind of go in with the enjoyment of it's like an action show, and they like the kind of edgy feel of the show, and they kind of go through it passively. So they never start asking any of these questions that allow you to really enjoy the show beyond just the surface level.
A big part of it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'll at least build off that if you want to.
Oh, I was just gonna say a big part of it is also just the actors, because I promise you 100% if they recasted the returning actors, they would not enjoy this as much. I promise you that.
Oh yeah,
no, they wouldn't.
Yeah.
We had like
But the
Gordon
person
Ramsay
I
as
like is in
Fisk.
the thing that is now on.
I also want to say that I don't fundamentally believe that enjoying something passively is even a bad thing. But when you kind of come into a conversation where you're trying to validate your own like passive enjoyment through other people's essentially critical questions and just trying to just dismiss them, it's not a good faith place to come from in a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, okay, to round off the Red Hook thing then, which is like, yeah, as Fisk is leaving Red Hook, Sheila finds out that Daniel has absolutely screwed the pooch by accidentally letting slip to BB Urich about this recycling story. So they have to take the meeting that Fisk was going to have with this private recycling company off his meeting schedule because they're like, oh, we need to do some PR containment on this story. Holy crap, this looks bad for us. We're being accused of union busting, and we're already not particularly popular right now. Meanwhile, Sheila keeps that to herself. She's like, no, let me deal with this. You shut up, Daniel. And they whisk Fisk away to a high school where he apparently has to go as mayor to listen to a choir of school children painfully and out of tune saying
They did that on purpose too.
It's an elementary school, but
all right, elementary school. I don't know American school systems. Fuck you. But yeah, so he's listening to these young kids like singing bad out of tune version of "We Built This City on Rock and Roll," and we have what is clearly intended again to be a funny shot of like Fisk sitting there like painfully having to like smile his way through this terrible performance, and then he gets up and claps in one of the funniest like memeable gifs of the show.
Yes.
And they're like, oh, we got more songs. He's like, no, I'm really busy. Yeah, go.
New York, baby. It's all about the Mets. Goodbye.
this show was absolutely a comedy originally.
Oh, yeah. The thing is, yeah, it absolutely was, and we're gonna get more confirmation on that given where Fisk is about to go. But yeah, as he's leaving, he's talking to Sheila about like where they're going and what's going on. And he's like, we got the meeting with the private recycling company. She's like, no, we've had to move it because actually there's this leak happened. And they're walking into a new building, like a really expensive hotel, and Fisk is just looking around, and he does the joke we said earlier. He's like, "Why am I here? What's happening?
Where am I?"
And Fisk is just getting increasingly angry about like how he has no idea what's going on as mayor, and he can't do the things he wants to do, and he's just looking increasingly confused and befuddled.
Algorithms!
And it's very odd.
Math!
And then he walks into this room for Latvian Heritage Day to meet some Latvian delegation, and a Latvian choir starts singing "We Built This City on Rock and Roll," like the kids were doing. And it's meant to be. This is the thing. It is clearly meant to be a funny moment. It's clearly meant to be like, ha ha. Fisk is having to deal with like nonsense, and like this is what we mean about the confirmation of the theory that this show was originally clearly intended to be a She-Hulk-esque comedy. Because I do not understand otherwise what the hell you are going for artistically with this whole sequence, if it isn't meant to be funny.
Yeah. Well, maybe not to the degree of She-Hulk, but I know what you mean.
I have done a thing. If you look at the
Yo, I did a thing referenced.
I have
so fast.
I have placed the Fisk clapping gif on the as the banner for
On
this.
screen?
On screen, yeah.
Yo.
Is
this gonna devolve into how like the arcane stream went, where I just keep adding?
I'm just gonna keep that up until like for the rest of this episode, or at least until we get to the Punisher stuff.
I think I'm falling into a trance.
I wanted to just talk about the tone thing for a second, like what the show is going for. I mean, like we can talk about Fisk as a character later on when we talk about the kind of paralleling they do with Matt, but just I really don't know what the purpose is of having Fisk being portrayed to be like this bumbling clown who's like just like lurching from funny scene to funny scene cluelessly. Like, what are we trying to do?
Well, you know how that's how he was in season 1 of the original show.
Oh yeah.
So
True.
yeah, we're just doing that again, obviously. You know, we're keeping consistent. What's your deal with that? What's your problem with that?
I'm just going in looking to hate it. You know, that's just me.
Yeah, you got to give
I'm
the show
just
some
bad faith.
credit.
Kill me.
Yeah. Anyway, well, so I did have to step away for a moment. So what have we gone over so far?
We've just finished Fisk having to like go to Latvian World Health, you know, Latvian Day of Heritage and deal with the clapping again and the singing and you know just like Fisk having a bad day basically.
Yeah, like him having an incredibly like important thing happen to him, or like some like serious shit just got leaked, and then a fucking joke just decides to play right in that moment, because that's where we needed to insert a joke.
Yeah, that was a choice that was made. I guess the next thing that happens of any importance is then not Wesley's apology. So back at the mayor's office, Fisk is fucking furious that this story was leaked, as understandably. And not Wesley's like, it was. He's like, oh, well, when I find out who leaked this, I'm gonna, and then not Wesley's like, it was me. I own up. I leaked it. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. And Fisk is like, all right, everyone get out except for Sheila and not Wesley. And not Wesley then gives what I can only describe as like one of the most pathetically cringe-worthy, rambling apologies I've ever heard, where he's basically just like stroking
just a sin.
Fisk's dick. Yeah, and he's just like, "Oh, you're the best person who's ever lived, and I just wanted to please you, and I'm so sorry, and I've messed up this opportunity, and like, I'm gonna just like for all my life will be spent like wondering what could have been." And I'm just like, I hate you.
And even if you fire me, I'm gonna continue helping out your campaign even from afar. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, God.
But yeah, then Fisk is like, "It's okay, I forgive you," and like, I appreciate loyalty, and I'm like, that is so wild. Fisk isn't.
It's literally the fucking scene from Ted 2. It's literally the scene from Ted 2.
It really is.
He's getting fired from the grocery store for like fucking one of his coworkers in the freezer, and he's like describing in graphic detail like what he did with a cucumber, and he's like, I don't want to hear about that. I'm gonna, I respect your gumption, and then he's like, I fucked your wife. I fucked your wife too, and he's like, that took balls. You're promoted. He's like, you got issues.
Yeah, because like this is the thing. Like, sure, Fisk likes loyalty, but you know what Fisk likes more than loyalty?
Competence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so this is where we get to comparing
him. Around?
This is where we get to comparing him to the real Wesley, right? Where it's like the reason that he valued Wesley so much wasn't just that Wesley was steadfastly loyal to him, but also that like he got shit done and knew what he was doing, and he was competent.
Yeah, he wasn't just competent. He like actively predicted Fisk's needs before Fisk even verbalized them, and he anticipated and worked to achieve them. Wesley was like the very epitome of like of an excellence.
Epitome,
yes, or epitome, if you'd like to call it that. Like the very like heights of a useful right hand man. Like Wesley was that to the point where like even in season 3, 2 seasons after his death, Benjamin Poindexter trying to replace him was seen as almost comical by Fisk. Vanessa's like, he called himself the new James Wesley, is he? And Fisk is like, no, he's not.
Well, like, finding out that Karen killed Wesley sent him in such a rage that he almost fucking killed her then and there, and was only stopped by the FBI agents coming in, thanks to Foggy. There's like, he loved that man, and for good reason, because Wesley was like the most loyal, competent, like he was just the best guy around. What about the people he murdered?
Yeah, this is the issue. It's like we have a character in not Wesley or Daniel. I just call him Daniel. Daniel.
Yeah, he doesn't even get to be associated with the name Wesley.
Yeah, in Daniel we have a character who seemingly, like Leroy, only exists to be like the token of an idea. Like there is no actual character there. It's just he represents how some young white men like fascism thing maybe. He's just simp boy, and I'm like, why is he here? How is he here? What is he supposed to be contributing to the story? And why does Fisk keep him around?
Well, we keep him. We compare him to Wesley in the sense that why did Fisk keep Wesley around, and why is he keeping him around? But like also there's the other side of that, which is why does Daniel fucking love Fisk so much? What's his deal? Why we have not characterized him in any way so far. Other than that, he loves Fisk for nebulous reasons. That's not enough. That isn't enough.
Also, he doesn't get shit done.
He doesn't. But you compare that to Wesley, who his characterization in Daredevil season 1 was never explicit. He never gave us a reason of I love Fisk for this reason, and I'm going to follow him to the end of the earth because of that. But everything you did get about him, every single bit of characterization he did get, the stuff that was implied or the stuff that was told to us through the acting or through the dialogue, you understood that he is devoted to Fisk, and you don't even necessarily need to know why on a specific level, to understand that. Like, it's something that you just do not question when it comes to Wesley, because, like, you were shown through his actions, right? But you don't get that with Daniel.
Yeah, there's all this subtext with the original Wesley because you're right, we never get an explicit thing of like, this is why he likes Fisk. But we get so much in the way of like the implication that they have real history. Like they've been like together for a while. Like Fisk is much more like affectionate with Wesley than he is with basically anyone else except for Vanessa, and vice versa. And like Wesley is trusted in ways that would not make sense were he not this kind of like extremely close confidant of Wilson Fisk. He's there, pretending to interpret for, he's not pretending, he is interpreting, but like obviously Wilson doesn't need it, it's part of a ruse, but like it's this is all being done with Wesley being placed in a position of enormous trust. Wesley goes, even in the scene where he dies, Wesley has that spiel to Karen about like why he follows Fisk almost, where he's like, without giving specifics, and he's like, Fisk really loves this city, and like I don't love this
city. I think it's gross and it smells bad, and there's this sort of grimy felt almost that like you can never entirely scrub off.
Yeah, but he's like, but Fisk loves it so much that like sometimes I almost understand what he sees in this. Like the force of Fisk's personality and his real like belief, his will to like make his dreams reality is like infectious almost. Like it's inspiring to me. And I'm like, there's so much there to talk about. Whereas Daniel's just like, I like Fisk because he big boss man.
He big bald and he got...
Oh, I like Fisk because he has big hands.
Someone said Daniel be doing tricks on it.
Daniel is the Nosferatu meme of like, bouncing on its crazy style.
Crazy style.
He just has a
but again, it's not just like Daniel's character is nonsensical, but like, the way in which characters interact, unfortunately, has repercussions for other characters. Like, it damages Fisk's characterization. Well, I just say further damages Fisk's characterization that he is willing to put up with a subordinate who's like at the heart of his operation, who cannot keep his fucking mouth shut and doesn't contribute anything. It just paints Fisk as in further degrees of being incompetent himself, which obviously damages him as like a threatening menace that we're supposed to take seriously to Matt.
But Fisk was never competent.
When was Fisk ever competent?
Really,
pull it right now.
When he didn't have Wesley around, or like Donovan, someone else to tell him what to do, like, or Felix Manning, like he was really just a fucking idiot,
Maybe that's the stuff that happened off screen that we didn't see in season 1, is that we had all these scenes with like Fisk and Wesley like together, where they were like he seemed hyper competent, and then like the Russians would leave the room. And
he looks over at Wesley and he looks over at Wesley. He's like, "Did I do good?" He's like, "Yes, Mr. Fisk."
It's like they just leave the room, and like Fisk just looks over at Wesley. He's like, "So what did they mean? I don't understand. Explain it to me."
So he has to pull out a fucking whiteboard, and he's like, "All right."
Explain this to me in Fortnite terms.
He's staring at the whiteboard, and he's like, "It makes me feel lonely."
I am so lonely. Nobody talks to me. They think I am unstable.
You did crush one of the Russians' heads with your car door the other day for no reason at all.
But he embarrassed
for
me.
No reason.
For no reason. Oh god, well, this show is driving us to like the point of actual insanity. We're just rambling. All right, so the next thing that happens of importance is, I'm pretty sure this is the next thing, and correct me if I've missed something out here, but like Matt decides finally to get off his arse and do some investigating.
Yeah, finally. Well, I clocked it too. We're 34 minutes into this episode.
Damn. So yeah, he goes to the scene of Hector's murder, and he notices that like if you like drop a bottle on the floor, it rolls away from the scene of the shooting, and he's like, "Ooh, what if the bullet casing rolled away?"
Well, so the other thing he seems to have picked up on is like a passing car kind of knocked a coin a little ways like down the street. So he's like, "What if the bullet casing was hit by a car and rolled down the street instead of just being crushed by the fucking tire, which is what would have happened in that case?" But whatever.
Or what if the bullet casing was picked up by the assassin?
Yeah. Well, apparently it wasn't.
Like a smart guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, this assassin's apparently an idiot. So
yeah, I mean, I'm gonna kill someone with a bullet casing that has the fucking Punisher logo on it, and I'm gonna just leave that lying around
Well,
for the police to find.
I was building up to that because that's so funny in its own right. I wanted to give it its own little description. But you brought it up now, so let's do it. Yeah, so Matt goes like, also, it's not just that the bullet was like knocked a little bit down and then fell into a grate or something. Like it's knocked like 10 or 11 meters away and then down a drain. Which like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how the hell that's possible.
It would not fucking roll.
It flew.
Like that all the way there.
It teleported. It read the script. But Matt goes and he riddles his little hand around in the grate for a while, and he comes up and he finds the bullet, and we get a close-up camera shot of it, and this bullet has the Punisher logo acid stained onto it. So it's not like etched in terms of like, you know, it's not, there's no feelable groove in the metal. It's just discoloration of the metal via acid staining in the Punisher logo. So at this point, you would expect, right? Because Matt is blind. I don't know if people know this about Matt. It's a minor detail, but Matt's blind, so he can't actually just see shit.
He smelled the icon.
He smelled the shape of the logo.
There's a little moment in season 1. Remember when he takes Detective Blake's phone, his little burner phone, where they text the Russian addresses to him, which Matt then has access to, but he can't read that. Like Claire was there and was able to read it off to him, but like otherwise he just wouldn't have been able to read it. And you're like, oh, yeah, it's one of those moments where you're like, oh yeah, I forgot. Like, you know, for all of his, you know, for all the enhancements that his other senses have now, like thanks to his powers, like he actually can't see, and sometimes that's a hindrance, and that's cool.
Yeah, but apparently he can see because he knows that the Punisher logo is there without having to ask Cherry, which by the way would have been an interesting scene, right? Considering that Cherry doesn't. Well, I was about to say Cherry doesn't want him to be a Daredevil, but the later episodes will contradict this.
But
I mean,
now, not necessarily contradict it. Like we don't.
I mean,
act in extremely counterintuitive ways if that's his goal.
But
Cherry so far is characterized as someone who really doesn't want Matt to be Daredevil. So I guess it would have been interesting if Matt had to take the bullet to Cherry, and I don't know, Cherry maybe even lied about what was on the bullet, and Matt doesn't believe him and has to go elsewhere. Like, you know,
yeah, like I feel like we've missed a scene there. Because the thing is, like, I guess alternative to taking it to Cherry, he could have just gone up to someone on the street and been like, "Can you tell me what's like drawn on this bullet casing?" But that would be really stupid. So I'm hoping the show isn't saying that's what he did. So yeah, there's like a scene here, or like a potential scene here, where he takes it to Cherry and is like, "Hey, can you tell me what's on this?" And you know, then a conversation actually needs to be had, where like, you know, maybe Cherry's like, "There's nothing here," like, you know, it's a symbol I don't recognize or something, and then Matt's like, "You're lying to me, like tell me what's on there," and then he's like, "Look, I don't want you like pursuing this because I know where that's gonna lead," you know, and it's like, Cherry, like lives are in danger here, you know, like there's a scene to have here that we just completely skipped over.
Yeah, instead, what we have is Matt just apparently knows what's on the casing because he can see now. And he, knowing it's a Punisher logo, he decides to not connect that back to the cops who have Punisher tattoos because I guess nobody told him, but they all have Punisher tattoos.
Well, I mean, come on, Jolly. Thought, right? Come on, Jolly. He can't see the tattoos.
Oh.
Oops.
Because what happens next is that Matt just goes to find Frank Castle, the Punisher, and like I want to get into the second like how exactly he knows where Frank is and how we found him, because that's an entire conversation in its own right. But also, like, I don't understand the logic of going to look for Frank, because like you've just been involved in it. Like Hector was involved in a case where he was attacked by cops with Punisher logos, and now he's dead, and the bullet that killed him had a Punisher logo on it. So I don't know why the conclusion that Frank is responsible or would know who's responsible makes any sense at all. Unless Matt just doesn't know that these cops had Punisher logos on them. But, like, that would have come up, surely, and surely Kirsten would have told him.
Or Cherry.
Yeah, it's completely
Cherry,
insane. Anyway, yeah, so
Cherry literally had a face-to-face with Officer Powell in the 3rd episode.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Also, Fisk and other police officers seem to be aware that this gang of Punisher cops exist.
Yeah.
Like, even the police commissioner is aware.
Well, Fisk even acknowledges that there's a subculture of police officers that, you know, have this, you know, this, and this. He mentions that in episode 6. Like, Fisk knows about it, but apparently Matt doesn't know about it, maybe, question mark.
Also, Cherry, someone who is deeply entrenched into the police force.
Yeah, he's a former cop.
Before his retirement. And also has a current partner in the police. Just has no idea that these exist.
So someone in chat says Matt doesn't think Frank did it. Matt thinks Frank inspired the cop, so he blames Frank. Okay, but like still, taking the bullet
But so why
casing
go
to
to
Frank and waving it in his face. Like, what are you accomplishing there? Is it just to
Well,
basically
actually, that
be like,
gets
you need to do
that
something
becomes
about
even
this?
worse. Yeah, that becomes even worse because if you took that to Frank, the only reason you would do that is because you want Frank. You don't think Frank's aware, and you want him to be aware. It's like, well, what happens if Frank becomes aware that people are killing in his name and breaking the law?
Well, I
Well, he's
mean,
gonna go and fucking kill them.
You say that, but whenever he does actually visit Frank, he says like, you could actually be like of service, like you could be doing something about all this. So like apparently that's what he wants Frank to do.
Sorry, Seth, we'll go on.
I just wanted to mention we kind of skipped over the. Did we skip over the idea that the fact that when Matt is searching for this bullet casing, he doesn't think to like put on a pair of gloves.
Does he need to?
Well, if he wants to use it as evidence to like try and out if there's DNA on there for who shot Hector.
There could so like yeah. Here's the thing, right? There could be a fingerprint on the casing for when it got loaded into the magazine. Now, if the killer was smart, they would have worn gloves and wiped the casings. You know, basically avoided leaving fingerprints on the bullets before like while loading them into the magazines. However, we do know that this killer didn't think to even pick up the casing, so may not have been that thorough.
Yeah,
the point is,
apparently wasn't that smart an assassin.
Yeah, it's the same issue of Matt not even thinking to ask about the cameras in the subway.
People are saying
Matt
Matt saw the Punisher tattoo in episode 2. So what do you mean by saw? Because again, I feel
That's
like we
so
need to
funny.
stress this. He is blind. He can't fucking see.
Also, I'm seeing
smelled
people
the ink.
say the Punisher logo on the casing is like engraved and he can feel the difference
it's
in
like, but it's
texture
not.
or that it's raised, but it isn't. It's
not.
not like embossed. It's not imprinted. It's not like an indent. It's just a different color.
Let me,
It's an
And
asset
even if it were like indented, it's a really small logo. I don't like we don't have like precedent for him being able to tell like tiny differences with the tip of a finger. I personally don't think he'd be able to figure what the logo is just from touching it with like his thumb.
I grant that he might be able to do that because we do have the thing about how he has to have like silk sheets because like anything else is like super sensitive on his skin. Like I could believe it's
That's like all over his body.
Feel it.
That's
True,
like all
but-
over. Yeah, like he can feel the texture, obviously. Being the
Well, I think
difference in texture.
like I think what
just don't
Madvocate is
think-
saying is that like if it's small enough that like he can't make out the individual
it's really
grooves.
small.
Yeah. In the same way that he needs Braille to read rather than just feeling like the ink on on a page that, makes out a T,
Yeah, no, fair enough. But again, like the thing is, like even if that is the case, it's not engraved. It's an acid stain regardless. So
Yeah,
whatever.
it doesn't matter.
But yeah, so you raised the problem of like, yeah, if he's going to, if he knows that this Punisher logo is to do with the cops and not with Frank, but he just wants Frank to get involved, then you've got the problem of like Matt is actively risking Frank killing people now. And that would be something that Matt was directly responsible for. I mean, there's other questions about how Frank doesn't know about this, considering that there are Punisher logos sprayed on walls in human blood.
The implication we're given is almost that he does know and isn't doing anything about it, which is worse.
True. But before we get to the conversation, then, shall we just talk about how did Matt know where Frank was?
I mean,
But before that, I kind of want to talk about something else with the scene. So going with the assumption that this is actually the Punisher, not the Punisher, the Punisher cop, and not someone else trying to frame them. In which, in fairness, the show could be going that way since Officer Powell doesn't know that this guy was killed. Is it a smart idea to leave evidence behind, directly linking yourself to the murder? Specifically, this is like a Wet Bandits thing. You know how the Wet Bandits leave their little calling card every crime they commit? That these Punisher cops go around and they specifically leave bullet casings that they've, meticulously engraved with these symbols. And I feel like in the court of law, that's like a pretty damning thing. It's like, so you have all these symbols tattooed on, your wrists and your neck. And it also just happens to be that you're part of this gang of people that really worship the Punisher. And this bullet casing over here just happens to have the Punisher logo on it. That's really interesting. I think the only way you can really make that make sense is that if it's like they're trying to frame the Punisher police rather than actually trying to...
Well, the thing is, I'm going to then have questions about how many times this person who has these Punisher logo engravings on their bullet casings has killed. Because, eventually one of these things is going to get found by the cops, right? And at that point, I don't know how Frank doesn't find out about them. I just don't see that. happening. Unless this is the first murder that this person has committed with one of these bullet casings. And obviously, said casing wasn't recovered, as we learned at the beginning of this episode, because it fell down the sewer. Unless that's the case, then I just don't believe that. I'm sorry.
But also, like, we find out later that this subculture of cops is so well known that Fisk knows about it. Like, it's basically public knowledge at this point.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, either this person who killed White Tiger is an independent entity who's not actually associated with the Punisher cops and is trying to frame them, or, like, like Shiny suggested, or even frame the Punisher. Like, unless this is a new player in town who's only just now getting started and has never, like, killed anybody with one of these bullet casings before, then, like, yeah, like, this is something that the cops should know about and therefore Frank should know about.
No, my pushback is that Frank should know about this regardless. Like, regardless of whether this killer, regardless of whether the Punisher cops have killed before, which apparently they have because they were going to kill fucking
Nikki Torres, yeah.
But, like, regardless of whether they killed using these specific bullet casings or whether this was Fisk or somebody else, deliberately setting this up for his own ends, the culture of Punisher cops is apparently well known. Like, at least, it might not be to everyone on the street, but it's fairly well known. The idea that Frank is not aware that fucking Punisher logoed cops are going around killing and breaking the law for their own ends is just insane. And, like, he would do something about that.
Yeah, he's gonna kill them. Like, he would just kill them.
Well,
yeah.
Well, Jolly, you see, it makes sense because in real life there are cops that wear Punisher logos, and that means it's really good, storytelling. It makes sense.
Frank knows he just doesn't care. That's worse. That's so much worse.
Yeah, it is. It's much worse. So yeah, I guess the question goes: how exactly does Matt know where Frank is? How does he find him?
So yeah, my best guess, because the show doesn't give us an answer, is that they've been in contact. I guess. The thing is too, like he had to have, if that's the case, he had to have been in contact with Frank, and then this had to be a location that Frank has been holed up in for a while, because it's not like he just had Frank's number and was like, "I'm gonna come visit you" or something. Tell me where you are. Because when he actually does show up, Frank is like, so surprised to see him that he pins him up against the lockers with an axe, like, as if, about to kill him. So he clearly was not expecting company.
Yeah, I also just don't believe that if Matt, because when we walk in, Frank is preparing, like, he is preparing targets, just not these cops, right? He's still killing people. And so if Matt knew where Frank was, like, sorry, Frank would be in jail. Matt would have told the cops, like. Yeah. Matt does not agree with Frank's, but also, I guess, and then there's the other kind of hilarious thing of, like, given how often Frank kills and how many people he's killed in the Punisher series and in the original Daredevil show, and this is like 7-8 years after that, the idea that Frank can spend any length of time in New York dropping the amount of bodies he typically drops, and he's not like the fucking front page news, and there's like not a huge task force out trying to get him, is kind of insane, because he doesn't kill like one person every like couple of months. He kills a lot of people, and very violently and very publicly. I mean, it's already kind of nuts that Muse has killed 60 people, and we're only now noticing. And at least Muse is bothering to hide the bodies.
I'm going to bring this up, not because I'm disagreeing.
Homeless people mainly, right?
I'm going to bring this up not because I disagree with you, but because I know someone else is going to bring it up if I don't. At the beginning of the Punisher show, Frank had been living in New York, as Pete Castiglione for 6 months, I think. After
he hadn't been killing anyone at that time.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, is I know someone's going to bring that up. So there's reasons why obviously the context is different there. He hadn't been killing, being the main one. But also he, grew out his hair and stuff like that as well. Which, to be fair, so has this Frank, but still. Oh, I guess I can pull up that image now that we're at that scene.
Yeah,
I wanted to pull up the image of the casing, to be specific, because I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I also thought that there was some sort of a decal on it that would be feelable. I guess I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just going off of what it looks like to me personally.
Well, I can put the image up on screen. Hang on. Bullet.
I mean, that looks like either an acid stain or a laser etching. Either way, it's not going to be deep enough for Matt to feel.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said in Netflix season 1 episode 9, Matt felt out a printed map before his fight with Nobu, and I'm looking at the scene. Do you guys think, if you guys want to pull it up,
I know the scene you're talking about, so yeah.
Is it implying that he can actually feel what's on the paper?
No. So the implication I got from, and I think this is confirmed in terms of the lines he says later in the season, is that like he knows that it's a blueprint because the material of a blueprint paper feels different to regular paper, but he doesn't know what it is.
Okay.
So this is the bullet casing. I put the image on screen for everyone to see.
Can you boost up the stream to 4K?
Or could you like zoom in, maybe?
Fine, I'll fucking zoom in.
8K
Enhance.
resolution.
Enhance.
Zoom in enhance ratio?
I'll just have to basically like throw the image up over everything, over all of
I need
icons.
enhance.
Hang on, there you go. Look at that, guys.
I need a hand.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like the issues we have is like Matt should not know where Frank is because if he did, Frank should be like being hunted right now and being put in jail.
Well, but see,
because Matt does not tolerate murder.
the quote-unquote pushback I have to that is that apparently Matt wants him to go out and quote-unquote be of service. So, like, clearly he wants him to go around killing people, which is like, what are we doing?
I was gonna say, I guess the best case there is like Matt means non-lethally, but like Matt, you've met Frank, you know that's not happening.
Yeah, you know that's not happening. And in fact, that's what these two characters argue about in the moment.
Yeah, it's just kind of insane. I guess now is the time to talk about the actual scene then, like the conversation they have. And what do we talk about first? The content of the conversation, or do we talk about the very strange ADR line that was clearly added in later to try and connect things?
I want to do the ADR line first, only because I feel like it really does set the context for what this entire conversation is even about.
All right. Take it away then, Chief.
Which is basically what Frank wants to get across to Matt is you need to, you're not going far enough, you need to kill people, that sort of thing. The same thing they've been arguing about for like the better part of a decade at this point. And specifically, he obviously brings up the like Foggy's death having been killed by Bullseye, which and that's something we're going to get into, like the specific nitty gritty of like what Frank is saying and why it doesn't make any sense. But like, in case you guys don't remember, in the original version of this show, as Shiny brought up, I think in the last stream, Foggy was killed 4 years ago by a corrupt cop, which obviously would then relate to what's going on in this plot, right? Because we're dealing with corrupt cops who worship the Punisher. So I guess there's like a tentative connection there. Whereas there really isn't one between the Bullseye Foggy stuff and the current situation with the corrupt cops, but that's a whole other thing. And like you can tell that the conversation they're having in this scene is like from the original show that's been very poorly sort of like re-edited in the laziest way possible to make it quote unquote fit this new context, because there's like a line where Frank names Bullseye specifically, but it's clearly ADR because he says it while like out of shot, and like especially when you're listening to this with headphones by yourself, the audio is so inconsistent with like what Frank is saying and then the Bullseye line that you're like, they clearly had John Bernthal come back and say that line. That is clearly ADR. So what happened here is clearly this line, this conversation originally fit the context of we're going up to corrupt cops. Foggy was killed by a corrupt cop, who instead of killing, you just put away, and he got life, but did old Foggy get life? But now, since Foggy's not having, Foggy hasn't been killed by a corrupt cop in this continuity, this conversation just doesn't make sense at all or fit with what's currently happening. So it just feels weird and confused and muddled. And that's before getting into like the nitty gritty of like what Frank is saying and what he's arguing and why it doesn't make sense, just even on its own. So that was that point.
Because I guess now the substance of the conversation, which is like, Matt originally is like there's this bullet with a logo on it. Like, do you know anything? Do you know anything about that? And if not, why aren't you doing anything about that? Which is a very strange thing for Matt to bring to his attention, and it's strange that Frank doesn't know about it.
Mm-hmm.
Frank then segues into this bizarre conversation where he's like, "Oh, I think you came here so that I could give you permission to be like me, because like you want to go out and kill the people responsible. You want to go out and do these things I've been saying you should do for ages. And like, if you'd done that, Foggy would still be alive." Which, by the way, is just like, again, this is why it doesn't make sense, and it's clearly an ADR line, because no, Foggy would not be alive had Matt killed people ahead of time, because Bullseye he had a broken
Bullseye
spine.
fucking sneak attacked him. Like, what are you talking about? Like, he didn't know this was going to happen. And also, I should remind you, in case you forgot, that was the moment where he did cross the line and try to kill Bullseye.
Tried to kill him, yeah.
Like, so nothing about this works. Like, the context is just not there. Like,
and also, this is this is my contention as well. Again, I am prepared. Like, and this is not a hard conviction, but I still feel this. I could be argued out of it though. I don't think it makes sense for Frank to be trying to encourage Matt to kill people at this junction in their journeys. Given the events of Daredevil seasons 2 and the Punisher arc in Punisher's arc and Punisher season 1 and Punisher season 2, and what he says to Karen in the hospital about Matt and in the diner to Karen about Matt, like Frank thinks that killing people is necessary in certain cases, and he thinks that he has a right to do it, but he does not think that he is a good person or in the right for doing that. He just thinks it's necessary. And he certainly doesn't think that Matt should stoop to his level, because Matt's a good guy, and he thinks that Matt is a better man than him because he doesn't do that.
I also think it's just not within character for Frank to weaponize the death of somebody that, like, that the other person he's talking to cares about in any context ever. Like, he just would not do that. He would not do that. Ever.
Yeah. Being like, oh, it didn't work out for old Foggy now, did it? It's like, fuck you, Frank.
It's like, fuck you.
It's psychopathic.
He just wouldn't do that. Like, we have been shown in his own show and Daredevil season 2 that, like, especially, like, people bring up his own family, and it's like, you don't fucking talk about them. And it's the same way in reverse. Like, when he's talking to Lieberman's wife, he's very careful with the things he says about Lieberman, even though he knows Lieberman's alive. But, like, obviously, she doesn't know that, and he's very delicate about that as a thing. He never ever weaponizes that in any way, because that's just not something he would ever do.
Or even, like, I think the more, like, salient comparison here is, like, so her name's Amy, right? The girl in season 2 of Punisher, the one he's protecting.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah. So there's a bit where he's training Amy. Amy wants to be trained in how to, like, disarm a gun from someone, and, like, during that, Frank's like, by the way, if you're ever in a situation where this happens, you're gonna have to pull the trigger. It's you or them. But then later on, she is put in that situation, and she does pull the trigger, and the guy doesn't die immediately. He's bleeding on the floor, but, like, she is clearly, like, fucking traumatized by that she's just killed someone, And Frank sees that expression on her face, and so he takes the gun from her and shoots the guy in the head. He's like, okay, look, you just shot him. I killed him, right? You didn't kill him. Like, Frank fully understands that, like, killing people damages you, and it turns you into something horrible. And he doesn't want to do that to good people, and he doesn't want good people to do that. He didn't want Amy to do it, and he doesn't want Matt to do it. His arguments with Matt are just justifying to Matt why he gets to do it as Frank Castle.
There was someone in chat saying that Frank is, like, the one character who hasn't been, like, completely derailed.
I'd
by the
say
film,
absolutely
he's had so much damage dealt to him in just this one scene.
Yeah.
In the original show, they sort of had this development where they sort of had a mutual respect and saw eye to eye despite their disagreements, which is also further built upon with some of Frank's conversations with
And that
Karen.
was always to an extent, too, because, like, like, Matt did not fucking approve of, like, the things Frank was doing.
And it feels like when you go into the scene, it's almost a complete reset on back to their, like, beginning of season 2 dynamic, like when they'd first met on the rooftop, rather than actually being a
because everyone liked that scene, and they wanted to it's
almost like the reason that scene
dynamic,
it's almost like the reason that scene is so fucking good is because it worked in context or something. I don't know. Writing is hard.
Do you remember when we watched episode 1, and I was like, the thing I had to say about, like, the way Karen and Foggy were written, and particularly Foggy, was like, it was almost like the writers, these writers had only, like, had never watched the original show, and all they knew about Foggy was, like, a bullet pointed list of, like, surface level characteristics from the first season, and they were like, we're just gonna do that. It's the same thing with Frank. It's like someone has given them a bullet point list being like, Frank likes killing. He thinks Matt should kill. They had this. They are at loggerheads over this, and they're like, yeah, okay, write the scene like that. And I'm like, that's not who Frank is, and it certainly was. It wasn't even like how he was originally. It just missed the point of everything he was saying in those rooftop scenes. But it's certainly not who he is by Punisher and his Punisher season 2, where he's telling Karen to go back to Matt because Matt is decent.
Yeah, Andrew, Shiny, we gotta finish Punisher.
We do.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's necessary for my video.
But you
I've
see,
never
lads,
seen season 2.
Han Bugler
but I've
reminds
seen
us
season
that
1.
the director of the show is literally from the Punisher show, so we must be wrong. Because artists can never be wrong about their own works.
I don't care, Hambu. I don't give a fuck.
Also,
hang on, Southpaw. Here's the thing. We're actually making arguments. You're appealing to some random thing that has no bearing on what we're actually saying. Argue with the references or shut the fuck up.
Can I actually...
Hang on, please. Southpaw wants to talk.
Yeah. Also, haven't we said an umpteen number of times that this show was originally a complete reboot that had no continuity with the Netflix verse.
Yeah.
Meaning that these issues that we're calling out as out of character for this version of Frank did not exist at the time, because this would have been a different version of Frank.
The original
who was an asshole, yes, but wouldn't be out of character.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
Hey, wait, hang on. You got to turn your fucking gain settings down, Jesus Christ. But second of all,
sorry.
This is a version of Frank who, like, when this scene was originally shot and written and everything like that, like, these problems didn't exist because this isn't inconsistent with any prior characterization. It's a new version of Frank Castle, so who cares?
Yep.
So, like, I don't give a fuck what the director intended or if he knows what he's talking about. Like, he shot a scene with a completely different context in mind when it was written. This completely makes no sense.
A remaining scene that they just ADR'd over.
This frame is perfect as the the picture for this discussion, because this scene really did a hatchet job on Frank's character.
Kill him now.
Let's kick
Drag
him.
Southpaw out and kill him.
Madvocate, you're the owner of this group chat. Kick Southpaw.
Oh yeah.
Kill this man with hammers. A claw hammer, and then change it to a ball peen hammer.
Matt then has a little bit of dialogue, which is, it themes about how Foggy was the best guy around.
Well, what about all the people he got off of prison?
Oh yeah, no, to be fair, that still makes him a good guy. But like, yeah, Matt's like, Foggy was like the purest soul, and like, you don't get to talk about him, and like, we could spend lifetimes and not live up to his standards. And then he leaves, and which is weird that he just leaves. He's like, hey, by the way, Frank, you should do something. And Frank's like, I don't even know what you're talking about, bro, but also fuck you because you got Foggy killed. And then Matt's like, peace out, bro. Foggy was great.
I love how like,
what's the point of the scene?
I love how they just immediately sidestep the thing of like the Punisher fans killing White Tiger.
Yeah, Frank just doesn't care.
Yeah, he straight up doesn't care.
Doesn't give a shit.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Nuts. We also referred earlier in previous streams about how just the idea that there is a Punisher subculture amongst New York cops just doesn't make sense anyway, but fuck it.
I was sure when episode 3 ended, I was like, okay, so this is when the Punisher like steps in to like kill these guys, right? I was confident.
Yeah,
I was so confident.
If anything, how interesting would it have been if Matt was like, okay, like, this is what actually forces Matt to be Daredevil again, is like he has to stop the Punisher from just going off the deep end, murdering all these cops, basically. Like, how interesting would that have been? Oh,
yeah, when Matt's forced into a situation where he's got to defend the corrupt cops who maybe even killed Foggy, if not individually, then certainly as a group.
Remember when I also brought that like it would have been better if Frank had been keeping tabs on these cops and was following them like the night of the ending of episode 2, right, and just simply finished them off after Matt left, and like we would avoid so many fucking issues with them clearly like knowing that there's more to Matt than meets the eye. And they're just not fucking doing anything about it.
But Officer Powell, he's a really rich character, so we'd be remiss to have to get rid of him. Jolly, you said Jolly, you said what's the point of the scene? And I can tell you what the point of the scene was. We get to see Frank Castle, and we know him. He's from the show we like.
Woo! Woo! Key jangling, yeah!
Woo!
We're back!
Yes, sir!
We filled this hole. It wasn't rocket science. We got that.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
I think that's the end of this episode, yes. I don't think anything else happens after this.
Not quite. We're also treated, of course, to the big like training montage that Matt does, right?
Oh yeah, he goes onto a roof and he does like kick-ups and things.
That's interesting.
Woo, like he keeps back as Daredevil.
He keeps his cowls up in like a little place on the roof. Does he have like an agreement with his landlord that he can just do that, or?
Does his landlord know he's Daredevil?
Maybe his landlord is Cherry. How about that?
Oh, it makes sense now. Cherry's a landlord.
Oh,
Parasite, get him.
There was another thing that I know you'd wanted to bring up, Jolly, but there's an extra thing about that specific shot that I also had thoughts about, which is the scene where we see him in bed with his shirt off, and he has fewer scars than he used to.
Oh, Yeah, Matt has spontaneously healed some very deep wounds and scarring in a way that I do not think are biologically possible. But we're just doing it to avoid Heather asking awkward questions about why he's been gutted with a fishhook.
Mm-hmm. You know, why does a blind man have this many blade wounds in his abdomen? Like,
Yeah. Why do you have fractured ribs from bullets, and why do you have, like, you know, God knows how many stab wounds and like burns and slashes and, you know, buildings falling on you and just fucking everything, man.
But another thing about that shot that stuck out to me was the cross necklace that he's wearing. Because the thing is, I don't know if you guys remember the significance of the cross necklace in season 3, but he was having kind of a crisis of faith, you could say, in season 3 of Daredevil. It was a whole arc that he went on, wherein Sister Maggie gives him a cross, which, by the way, she exists. The show finally acknowledged her in episode 5.
They mentioned her, yeah.
Sister Maggie gave him the cross necklace, and, you know, he put it on, and then, like, throughout the show, he kept taking it off whenever, like, his faith was, like, really stumbling, especially when he found out that she was his mom and that she'd been lying about that. He left the necklace on the lamp and then, like, fucked off. And Maggie came down there and found it. It was really sad. But the point is, like, obviously, because it's a cross necklace, this is a thing that is deeply tied to his religious values and his religious roots. And when he's in a point where he is wavering from his faith in any way, he doesn't wear the necklace because he doesn't feel that he's in a place, like, with God that he can wear something like that. And, you know, this show has already gone out of its way to be like, he doesn't even feel that he deserves to step foot in a church, right? Like, he'll go and he'll listen to the hymns from outside, but, like, he can't actually enter a house of God, which is really interesting, right? You know, obviously that's going to be informed by the fact that he tried to kill Bullseye. He just doesn't feel that he deserves the light of heaven. But, like, you would think a better way to visually represent that is that he just doesn't wear the necklace anymore, but, you know, I guess not. And, like, I don't know.
It says that he's hanging on to his Christian values and he's got contradictory things.
I'm not even necessarily like biting against that either, because, like, you know, we see him pray in this show. Like, we see him trying to hold on to his faith in any way that he can. But it is interesting to me that, like, he is simultaneously, like, aloof in terms of, like, his connection to religion, and to, like, the people who, you know, like, obviously he hasn't spoken a word to Maggie in a long time. And he hasn't stepped foot in a church, but then at the same time, like, he'll sit in the courthouse pews as though they're church pews. He'll wear the cross necklace. He'll pray. He'll do all these things, and I'm like, so what are we trying to say here? Is it just that, like, he still wants to be a devout Catholic and he still wants to have a relationship with God, but he just doesn't feel he deserves it? But he's still going to wear the necklace anyway. It's just weird. Like, I feel like Matt Murdock would not wear the necklace if he didn't feel, like, deserving of that. Right, the trappings of a religious man.
This is going to come down to a conversation that I want to delay for the parallel in season 6 between in episode 6 between Matt and Fisk, because I think that's the kind of
the quote unquote parallel,
quote unquote. Yeah, the kind of crux of what the show is quote unquote trying to do thematically here. But, like, the idea that Matt feels like he needs redemption, and the idea that he has to earn his way back to being, like, a practicing member of the faith that he still holds deep down, even though he's pissed and angry and depressed, is really interesting. But, like, the little breadcrumbs that you've just mentioned now are not sufficient to explain. And I'd argue aren't even technically in character. But then whether they are or not, it's still not sufficient for the show to be, you know, to be laying down the theme of that Matt is, like, seeking redemption, because we've just got nothing on that other than these tidbits. It's a bit like the joke we made about how Dave Filoni doesn't understand what an arc is, and he just thinks that if we have Sabine, like, waving her hand at a cup to show that she's trying to use the Force, that somehow justifies her flinging Ezra Bridger miles in the air with the Force at the end of the season. It's the same kind of thing of, like, it's not enough to have these breadcrumbs. I need some kind of, like, consistent pattern of the character himself grappling with us.
Well, and this goes back to what I'm saying just generally about Matt's quote-unquote journey, his arc, if you want to call it that, throughout the show, of, like, the only time you ever see him reflecting in any way on his status, like, his role as Daredevil and what that means for him and, like, what vigilantes as a whole mean for him, is when he's immediately forced into a situation where he has to fight. Like, otherwise it doesn't seem like he gives it much thought, and it's really strange.
Yeah, especially given do you remember all those conversations he had? I'm particularly thinking of the one where he tells Foggy about why he became Daredevil in season 1 when Foggy finds out. The whole story about, like, how he'd lie awake at night, hearing the city in pain, and then, like, you know, one day, like, he just couldn't bear it. It was driving him insane. And then one day he heard a dad molesting his, like, young daughter and, like, not being caught. and it just drove him to like into a rage, and he just went and he couldn't do it anymore. He had to go deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
I need to see more of that Matt. The Matt who's like, oh, I don't feel like I deserve to be Daredevil because I can't be trusted, and I don't want to risk putting myself in that position, and I don't deserve the light of heaven, as you say. But also, everything I'm hearing around me is driving me nuts. I just constantly feel like I need to go do this, the itch to go do this.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I've been torn between these two halves, in a way that I thought we'd resolved in season 3, but apparently we're trying to do again. But if we are going to do it again, then actually do it. Don't just have him occasionally listen to a hymn through a wall and then be like, see, he's wrestling with things.
But it's deep. You wouldn't understand. You could work a lifetime and never live up to Foggy's decency.
True. What particularly irks me about this as well is, like, I come from a very conservative Catholic family, and I am a lapsed Catholic. I don't have faith now.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I ever really did, but like I grew up with the expectation of that faith, and so like the idea of the kind of omnipresence of that moral system and that culture and Catholic guilt for intervening or not intervening in various things, or doing or not doing various things, is something I personally have experience of. So it's just weird and frustrating to me that an entire character who's built off of that concept is just meandering around, again, paying lip service to ideas that the show can never be bothered, or is simply not competent enough to actually explore.
So what I'm understanding is, Jolie, that you grew up surrounded by bad faith.
Ha! Badum.
I grew up surrounded by Jesus.
But
yeah, go ahead.
Because I think what we talk about here with there's no characterization to be seen for Miles ties very much into what we saw that I think it was one of the writers or the showrunner started talking about how he was talking about his experience with Punisher, where he said with the Punisher there was so many like 6-page scripts of scenes to pad out the time between fight scenes, and that was due to a budget limitation. And now, because they have bigger budgets, they're able to essentially do nothing but action scenes and the fun scenes that they want to get to, that because that's what made people clap and they, I love this show, oh, it's so great. And this kind of is the perfect example, beyond just looking at quotes without seeing the show. Now we have seen the show, we can almost see how this has impacted their attitude when directing even the scenes that have been shot for the creative overhaul, that they kind of view it as it's nothing but navel gazing. It's literally what they said, and that's the reason why they just don't seem to be adding anything worth of character to the story.
Mm. Oh, by the way, this isn't quite related to what you were saying, but back to the Punisher thing, this is something that did need to be brought up just so that we could kind of slap it down. Someone in chat said the Punisher scene was a reshoot. Bernthal said he wasn't in the original 9 episodes before the strike stopped production. That just can't be true. Like, again, based on everything that we've already gone over in terms of like the ADR and like the original context of the scene, like I just think that Bernthal was not telling the truth there. He just couldn't have been.
I think that he was trying to glaze the writing of this episode by being like, oh yeah, I was not on board for the original, but oh man, they were cooking with the rewrite, with the creative overhaul. Oh man, they were getting the Punisher's character right perfectly.
It's one of those things where like you guys have to understand that like actors lie, the directors lie, writers lie. They just do that, and like this is something that's just objectively been a thing for a long time. You don't always take. Yeah, they have to for various reasons.
You're under contract to promote a show. Like,
yeah,
if you just go around saying, actually, I thought it was bad, you're not going to get hired again.
Jolly, he's under oath.
He's under oath.
He is under oath.
But like they have to lie in this industry, like in an interview. So like you cannot always take what someone says in an interview in face value. You just can't. It's like we have to look at what the context. It's like we have to look at the content and decide, like, does that actually, like, does what John Bernthal said make sense given what we know?
Guys, they can't all be Mark Hamill after The Last Jedi, okay? I'm sorry.
Yeah, some actors, they have to lie because they just don't have the power to go against whatever the showrunners.
I mean, fucking Andrew Garfield swore through his teeth that he wasn't in No Way Home. Like, it was kind of a meme how much, like, the more you insist that you're not in No Way Home, the more we know that you are, like, that sort of thing. But, like, obviously he stuck to his guns and was like, no, I'm not in the movie, I'd love to, but I'm just not. And then, hey, guess who showed up in No Way Home?
Well, his fucking life depended on it because Feige snipers were not going to be having any of that shit. He said
well, I mean, yeah, we can make the same Feige sniper joke with John Bernthal, who's like, he's being held at gunpoint right now to say something nice about the new show. Oh, I was like, oh well, I wasn't in the show before all the redrafts, but now
Sheep. I'm just imagining it like Kevin Feige's like Missy from Doctor Who, where he's like, say something nice.
say something nice.
I don't believe that the this Punisher cop subplot, which was certainly in the original draft of the show, would not have included John Bernthal himself. I don't believe
like,
that.
I'm just trying to imagine like how this scene would make even less sense, like on a meta level, if it was actually written and shot and directed with the understanding that Foggy was killed by Bullseye. Because then I'm just like, then why the fuck are you bringing it up at all? What does that have to do with this plotline in any way?
The John Bernthal thing really threw me through a loop, because I was kind of going at I was reading the scene and trying to understand it from a meta perspective of, this doesn't seem to align, this must be one of the original scenes, and then the whole Bullseye thing, but then you kind of go, yeah, it is ADR. And then you have to take what he says at face value. It's like, well, yeah, well, then this can't happen. And then you kind of look at but there was scripts that were in for him, so I guess, but then why wouldn't you just change that and not do the ADR thing? And on top of that, like, there's many contradictory sources, because I've been looking at the behind the scenes non-stop, getting at every single thing I can. And like, John Bernthal was originally reported to be part of this production before the creative overhaul, and for him to say that he wasn't, either he's lying because we have sources that claim that he was, or I don't know if someone else is lying somewhere. Either way, this whole production has so many contradictions behind it that you have to take someone's word somewhere.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but John Bernthal didn't actually say he wasn't in the original show. He said he walked away from it because of creative differences.
Yeah, that was his wording.
Yeah, I think someone else mentioned that. Go ahead.
Advocate, you got something to say.
Yeah, it's because when I was making my the latest video that I have about Born Again before it came out, when I was doing research, I was seeing headlines of John Bernthal being among the returning actors, but he was before Karen and Foggy and Bullseye were confirmed. I remember saying this because I wasn't sure. I assumed that Bullseye was going to return, I think, along with John Bernthal, but he wasn't. He was like cast again around the same time Karen and Foggy were, and I looked it up real quick. Like, there's an article where he posted like a picture of the Punisher logo, it's and saying that like Frank Castle is back, and this was March 8th of 2023, and the overall happened same year but in October or around that time. So someone's telling
lying.
the truth.
Yeah, someone somewhere is lying.
And by someone, we mean you, John.
Yeah,
this is just,
we know someone's lying, and we have evidence that of this playing out this way. So like, I feel like we know which one is the liar.
Well, I mean, whichever one is lying, it's definitely John. Which time did you lie, John?
John.
John.
Weasley little liar, dude.
A fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
I noticed this part, as I said, there are contradictions with what we know about the production, but also this isn't a new thing towards any kind of production, as I've noticed a lot that whenever you see the behind the scenes stuff, it's less a documentation of how things were made and more propaganda as more people start to watch these things, because there are just straight up behind the scenes lies of how certain visual effects shots were achieved, or even just lies of, oh, there was no CGI in Maverick, we shot it all with fucking planes. It's like, no, you fucking didn't. Stop lying. It's just all PR these days. Like, even The Force Awakens, going back to that, they're like, oh, we're shooting on film, we're not doing CGI, we're doing all things practical, and then they do more CGI than what was in the fucking prequels, which is ironic there.
Mm-hmm.
But like, productions just lie. It's all PR these days. It's not documentation.
You think someone would do that? Just go into a movie production and lie?
You're not allowed to lie.
You're not allowed to lie.
Lying's legal.
You're not allowed to lie. You're not allowed to lie.
But yeah,
But that,
so
I
And,
think,
like,
brings to a
keep-
close
Well, okay, wait.
the end of this episode, right?
Two more things. I promise, and then we'll finish up episode 4, because there's a couple more things that are established at the very end of the episode, alongside Matt's training montage on the roof, which definitely means he's going to get back into the Daredevil cowl, but that's a separate thing. We do cut back to Fisk going down to his basement, where we're treated to 2 bits of revelation. A small one being that he has kept the Rabbit in the Snowstorm painting with the blood on it, just in his basement, which I just think that's interesting. And the much bigger thing is we were indeed right that Adam is down there being held in a cage, and he goes down there and eats a plate of food and just starts talking to Adam like, "Hey, buddy."
Yeah, he's eating like pasta and sausage. Like he's
Bro's
not
pigging
actually
out.
eating healthy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's talking with Asmongold.
Are we trying to do something with it? Because
I-
there was like scene in the episode it's 6 where like he's clearly getting fatter because his suit ripped when he tried to put it on. So are we doing a thing where like he told Vanessa he was going to start eating healthier, but down in the basement where he beats on Adam, he indulges himself on real fatty foods? Is that what we're saying? Are we doing that?
I don't know.
I don't know why it would matter to Vanessa that he
I think it,
whatever. Go ahead.
yeah. I also like the thing is, I just don't believe that Fisk is like an overeater. Like I know he's a big lad, but nothing we saw of him in the original Netflix show was like he's a glutton.
Yeah, all we ever saw him
Like, his
eat were
breakfast is
like
one
fucking
omelet.
omelets. Yeah,
He's fat.
one omelet too. Not even that many eggs.
Oh goodness me! But yeah,
Off screen,
the fact
he ate
that
10 more omelets.
Yeah, every time he ate an omelette, what we didn't see is just out of shot was like a whole suckling pig.
It's fucking Gaston in Beauty and the Beast.
He's just got like buckets and buckets of like like Haribo and just like sweets and all sorts of delicious like the cookies and things. Like Vanessa's like, man, you need to cut down on this shit. Your arteries are gonna be like fucking clogged. But yeah, I still find it funny how my prediction that he has like a little guy in his basement that he's beating on.
he's got a little fucking guy.
turned out to
down
be
the-
true.
uh,
Yeah, as Andrew said, he's just beating on Asmongold. Also, yeah, why does Adam look like Asmongold?
he looks like Asmongold. And frankly, the fucking annoying shit Asmongold just said about AI art and like what that's going to mean for artists, I want Fisk to beat the shit out of him and keep him locked up in his basement. Fuck you, Asmongold.
I have a little theory about why Adam looks the way he looks, which I'll be intrigued if you agree with me. Which is like, how terrifically unsubtle there have been the religious iconography in paralleling Matt
my
and
God.
Fisk, like Matt with the devil stuff, Fisk with the halo.
Are you saying
I
he
can't
looks
help
like
noticing
Jesus?
Yeah, there's a certain character in the Christian canon that I think Adam looks a little bit like that Fisk is beating on.
I don't
Do
even
we think that was intentional?
How does that
I
even-
think it was intentional.
How does that even tie in thematically with anything? Like
He's beating on Jesus.
Jesus stole Vanessa's purity. Like what? Whatever.
I don't think they're going that. I don't think they're going that deep with that. I think it's just that the visual image of Fisk is beating up Jesus. I think that's all they thought about there.
That's so stupid. Oh, come on. Don't do this.
I like how I say that it's a joke theory, but all my joke theories are turning out to be true. So at this point, I'm just gonna be like, I'm being prescient. That is categorically. We're gonna 4 months down the line, we're gonna have one of those interviews where the guy was like, "Yeah, I intended it to be Jesus."
Gifts
Isn't
of
that- isn't that neat?
prophecy.ball.jpg.
Good lord.
I am cursed with knowledge.
But anyway, that is everything that I took down for what happens in episode 4. So we're finally done with that one.
After
was about to
2
say, don't-
fucking
it
hours.
took longer than I
Don't worry,
expected it
lads,
to.
because episode 5 is gonna be much more rapid.
Yeah,
There's
episode
a lot
5
less to talk about with episode 5.
It's a nothing burger. But before we get to that, I think we had, 4 super chats?
Super chats.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. So I'm going to go through them. I'm so
while-
glad.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna go fetch a drink refill.
Okay. I'm really glad that this time around I decided to, organize that a little better because, I can no longer access the top screenshots, super chats. But what I did was I took screenshots of them. So, first one from T for $5. He says, "Good afternoon, y'all. When do we get the best aura farming scene ever?" Yeesh, the people defending that scene were exhausting on Twitter. Yes, they were, and we're going to talk about them. But thank you for the super chat.
I mean, it's gonna be towards the end.
Yeah.
It's gonna be towards the end of our breakdown, basically, because it's like the last. It's
Yeah.
one of the last scenes in episode 6, and we just finished episode 4.
We'll get there. We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah.
We got one from SWA for $5. I watched clips of Daredevil Born Again, episode 1. I haven't watched all of Daredevil yet. Do you think that Jessica Jones will show up? I don't know. I just feel like she might. I mean, she could. Here's the thing that I keep joking about is that she is in New York right now. She posted on Instagram like New York bound like a few weeks ago, and obviously like Born Again season 2 is filming in New York right now, so a lot of people are like, ooh, maybe she's maybe she's gonna be in that. But also, guess what else is filming in New York right now? That fucking Dexter show that we know that she's been cast in. So I think it'd be really funny if that's the only reason she's in New York is just to be in Dexter Resurrection. Like Kristen Ritter just isn't.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I feel. I know.
Want Jessica to be...
No, they'll completely destroy her character. But the thing that I find funny about it is just that, like, I know the MCU and I know what they are, and like, they're Slip and Jimmy. They'll never change. They're gonna milk all the Defenders nostalgia. Like, obviously not Luke Cage and Iron Fist because nobody likes them. But like, Jessica Jones, she's popular. We'll get her back. So I have no doubt in my mind that she's gonna be in the show eventually, but probably not this season? Question mark. I don't know.
There was that recent report that in season 2, Matt's putting together a team to go against Fisk's anti-vigilante task force. So, I mean, it's clear as day what's happening then. They're coming back.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. Do we even count Jessica Jones as a vigilante? I mean, she's like a private investigator. Sometimes in that line of work, you end up having to get into fights with people. But, like, I don't think she's ever just, like, going out at night, like, putting on a mask and beating up criminals and handing them over to the police. Like, she's not really a vigilante.
Well, considering how flexible this show
I was gonna say,
is, who fucking knows?
Not only does Fisk identify Bullseye as a vigilante, but also, like, when he puts together the anti-vigilante task force in episode 6, he does it on the basis of a serial killer who isn't even a vigilante for some, like, and that's apparently, and we're gonna get to that because that's a whole thing, but like that's just and then we got one from B-Jack for €5, or I don't know things. Oh, there goes Andrew. He mentioned that a storm was coming, so he may end up getting like kicked out of the call, but I guess we'll be proceeding.
Storm's coming up, Annie.
Is that an X-Men reference?
Ha! Yeah, Hugh Jackman had Storm coming. Anyway, B-Jack said, I know this scene is pre-overhaul, but it annoys me Frank doesn't mention trying to kill Dex. If you just saw this, you'd think he actively didn't try to. Yeah, I mean, we brought this up. Like it's weird how Frank is simultaneously arguing to Matt, you need to like actually go and start killing people. Like you need to cross that line. If you had, then you could have saved Foggy. Literally in that example is where Matt like did actually try to kill Bullseye. Like it's just such a weird thing to argue. It just doesn't make sense. Or maybe it does. Who knows? Maybe I'm a bad person. But that is all the super chats that we got, I believe. So with that, we can move right along. I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. But you guys, I'm sure you can entertain chat for a few minutes.
Oh, easily.
So what was our debate on what was the worst episode so far? Because I don't think that was live.
Well, I was kind of waiting on us breaking down all like all episodes. Well, episodes 4 through 6 before we talk about like what the worst episode of. So yeah, Daredevil Born Again. I'm so glad that Save Daredevil succeeded. It was great.
Daredevil, the man without a brain.
Fuck Born Again.
Wait, who did we lose?
Madvocate just died, apparently.
No. Oh, he's okay.
I'm back.
Madvocate says his.
We lost Madvocate and Andrew.
Yeah. Thanos snaps his fingers, basically. So it's a whole thing.
And she was muted, I see. Did you guys have a fight while I was away? Is that what happened? Did you guys have a falling out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he was telling me that he doesn't like terriers, and you know how it goes.
Fuck Darius. It's a bad show.
Fuck you, Jolly.
What is Terriers? Terriers isn't a show.
It's a literary device.
I do not recognize anything by that name.
Terriers is a literary device in which...
Anyway, what were y'all talking about while I was away?
We actually didn't do a very good job of entertaining chat, I'm not gonna lie, which is why I kind of like dipped like 40 viewers since he stopped.
Well, Streamlabs is telling me I'm still up in the 180s. I don't know. Streamlabs isn't the best about telling me accurate numbers, though. So, oh well.
I'm having a donut. That's my contribution to this discussion.
You having a donut? I had a honey bun earlier. It was good.
Well, Jolly, you are what you eat.
Yeah, true. That's why I'm a child.
Brother?
Cannibalism?
Brochacho? What did
Cross the
Blood
road?
mean by this?
No matter how many times we have these exact same conversations, we never seem to come away with any greater understanding of how people, like, we always get the same reactions every single time, where it's just, oh, you're just looking to hate the show, or you know, you didn't give it a fair chance, and it's always the most immediate bad faith assumptions to any criticisms you can possibly offer, despite how bad the show could even be.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that's where it will end, but there's got to be like something, right? Like there's some way to properly explain what the fuck's going on here,
No.
other than people just being stupid.
Like, counterpoint, no.
Oh, yeah.
This is my frustration, because, you know, Daredevil... I mean, hell, any Disney show you want to pick out, or any, like, mainstream pop video show you want to pick out, they're not hard to write for in the sense of, like, you know, don't get me wrong, shows are hard to write. But they're not hard to write for in the sense of just putting it, you know, when you're planning out these shows, when you're going like, okay, we want to do this theme, we want to do X and this and this and Y and Z and, you know, A and B and C, or to get this theme, it's not that hard to write simple stuff.
It's not rocket science.
It's not that hard. You know, the fact that we can sit here and like go through the show and be like, oh, you could have done this and that would have reinforced this theme, or you could have you've taken it in this direction and it could have done this. I just, you know, I don't make a pretense that I'm the most intelligent human being who's ever lived or the greatest art critic who's ever lived. But if I can sit here and do that, I don't understand why the people in the writing like room can't do that. I don't understand why Disney can't just consistently do this. It just makes so little sense to me.
I think one thing that's always kind of a thing when people try to go into writing is that you do kind of get writer's blindness, where you're not, as a writer, you don't experience the story the same way that a new person will understand it. Because as a writer, you're already kind of invested, you already kind of understand what's going on, and you're so used to looking at the writing the way it is that you don't really start to question these things more analytically unless you kind of step away from it and come back with a fresh mind. But other people can very easily come into a story, and because they don't have any extra knowledge of what's happening, or they don't have any previous understanding of what the writing's supposed to look like, it's almost like a purer form of viewing that always fundamentally someone watching the show will always have a different perspective than the person writing it, just because they're experiencing for the first time from scratch. Like when I watch something like this and we have a question, it's not a necessarily easy question that's going to come to the person writing the story as it is to someone watching it.
Are you sure?
I'm sorry, I just don't accept the idea that a writer, like that writers somehow lack the wherewithal to understand how to construct theme. Like, I don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely positive that these ones don't. But just the idea that a writer or anyone who's in the midst of performing or painting or writing, you know, who's in the process, lacks a hand on that wheel, and that they're just sort of just spraying it all out automatically like a Jackson Pollock painting. I just, you know, that's just fundamentally not how most people do art, and it's certainly not the case with writing, where you have to theoretically go through multiple redrafts.
When you know what you're doing, yes, but I think most amateurs come into it with a very similar mindset where they don't write the theme, they don't write these overarching character arcs. They just try to, like, they watch something else and they like the action and they like the emotional moments, and they don't really quite recognize what makes those emotional moments so powerful. So they'll just kind of focus on that without any build-up, which is what you often see with a lot. Like most people try to write plot rather than write characters or themes these days, especially amateur writers.
Right, and you know that's the thing we criticize like the griftosphere for, is that they seem to think that themes just incidentally turn up by accident, which is really frustrating to deal with. But I guess, you know, that's what I expect, as you say, from an amateur. It's what I expect from someone who's like doing their first script in college, or you know, on their laptop in a coffee shop whilst actually working a different job, and they're just doing it as a hobby. I don't expect that of a production for a large media company with a budget of $200 million. That shouldn't be happening. That's completely nuts. Like, don't be wrong, I think you're right. I think that does happen. In fact, we know it happens, that they just like take first drafts and go, yeah, what's wrong with that? But like, my God, please, can we have something better than that?
No.
Counterpoint,
Part
no.
of it, I assume, kind of comes from, because I think my knowledge of the writing sphere kind of stops the more you start to get into the professional area. But my somewhat tangential understanding of the more professional writing sphere when it comes to TV is that it's very much it's worse than visual effects. That you have to know someone that gets you into all those rooms, and it's not anywhere based on like the quality of the writing that you can do. It's more based on the company's going to hire you, because the company, the guy at the companies doesn't know writing. They don't know movies.
They don't know
just
writing?
know marketing. Well, because so that they hire the person that's the yes man that's going to do exactly
No,
what they want them to do.
Shini's totally correct. And like, again, my experience of the industry from when I was in it was basically like that writers are almost considered an afterthought in television and film production. That they're like you get pitched an idea as a producer, and the pitch will be like maybe 5 minutes. Like if you're lucky as an artist, you'll get to have 5 minutes of a producer's time. And then they'll greenlight it, or they'll red light, or they'll red light it, depending on various things about like what they focus tested as fashionable, or what they want, or what niche in the market they want to fill. And they'll just throw money at you as a production, and they'll be like, we need it out by this timeline. And someone's like, well, hang on, I haven't actually written the script yet. And they're like, oh, well, you have it. We'll have it written in the next 5 weeks. And we know filming starts on in October, and you're like, it's January, it's June, and they're like, yeah, well, just fucking hurry up then. You know, it's there is a real sense in which filmmakers, by which I mean like the studio execs and people, seem to think that writing is just a thing that turns up by accident. Like in the same way that like the Griffith said, think that the theme's just incidental. They just kind of think that if they just put a production together, that writing will just sort of spontaneously generate to fill that gap.
Mm-hmm.
And which is obviously stupid. Like, we say this, and to an ordinary person who's listening, you're like, that can't be right. That sounds, that's beyond idiotic. And like, unfortunately, that is how they think. I've been not in those rooms, but I've been like, in rooms with people who have been in those rooms. And I've been on the theatre side of that production thing, which is a little bit more intensive and a little bit less damning, but it's not too dissimilar. And yeah, like the writers are often just considered to be like a necessary evil of like, oh yeah, we have this idea, we want to get the show out, and someone's like, what about a script? And you're like, fuck yeah, scripts. Just give it to that guy. I haven't done it in a week. Just make sure that's a script. We'll just start filming on and we'll go from there.
That's not hyperbolic, by the way. Some scripts are literally forced to be written in a week.
I mean, we know, especially like MCU productions, like Multiverse of Madness had this, where like the script was being written as they were filming. It's like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we did the joke when we did Rogue Elements, right? When we watched Rogue Elements, that like they had Drinker on set to write scenes as it was filming, which like, sure, there's a little bit of script doctoring you're going to need to do when you run into practical realities. So you get on set, you're like, oh, actually, we can't film the scene this way because there's these practical considerations, and you have to work around that. That's what a script doctor is for, rather than a script writer.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that they just like are like, oh, we don't need script doctors, we're just going to have the script writer just like doing it live. Like
do it live.
Like, do it live. Is absolutely just every shade of bonkers. It is the whole gamut of madness, and I do not understand it.
And as Sam brought up in chat, Black Widow was written in 11 days. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Most people,
it's like I can tell,
don't quite realize how much films are kind of like post-hocked together after the fact. And I don't know why productions are like this, because pre-production, relatively speaking, is the most inexpensive part of the process, and it can solve so many of these problems. Like, you don't need constant reshoots as long as you have a good vision of what the movie's going to be, what scenes you're going to need. And I hear so many stories from visual effects artists that I've talked to that have worked. One story is that I spoke to the visual effects lead of Spider-Man, was it Far From Home? And there's originally going to be a scene in the beginning where they had Spider-Man, I think it was in some lobby, there was some fish tanks and shit, and he's in the Iron Spider suit before he goes off to Europe.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that entire scene was just cut randomly. So all that work done for like acting, everything was just puffed out of existence. And Transformers, what's it, Beast Kingdom, or whatever the fuck it is, the
Rise
one
of the Beast.
Rise of the Beasts. That also had another first opening action scene that a visual effects artist spent a lot of work on that was never actually finished. That was cut in the middle of production just because reasons they didn't quite plan it out ahead very well. And it's a constant story that will always keep repeating itself over and over again. They don't have any kind of vision when it comes to how the story's going to be made.
Well,
just throw it
you
together,
asked the-
go talk.
You asked the question. You asked the question of like, why would they do this when they have pre-production as an, to be an inexpensive time in which to get this sorted. And I hate to be the one to I hate to do this again, G, but this is the point in the stream where I bring up capitalism.
No, you can't do this. No.
The reason, the simple reason is because like these guys have a quarterly, a quarterly shareholder revenue deadline. They have a, four times a year they get on a call and like, we have made X amount of profit. Shareholders, you are happy now. Here's your profit. Here's your dividend. Which means, and also that these people who are in the jobs are trying to fill market niches as and when they pop up. So they're trying to race to get these things out. They were like, oh, last year we had like a multiverse movie come out and it did really well. So like clearly people want multiverse movies. We have to strike while the iron is hot. Give me 3 of those in the next 2 years. So that I can tell the good folks on the shareholder call in a month's time that we're bringing out this hot ass piece of property that's going to bulk up their revenue and like make them loads of money. And it's an obviously shit way to do art. Like it's obviously going to lead to bad art when you're just rushing things out the gate like this. No, it's not good business. It's cover your ass business. It's just like you want to have something to show that you're doing anything to justify your salary. There's no attempt to actually like have a plan. It's just constant panic stations and constant like ass covering and buck dodging. And
it's not too different than the Soviet Union in many respects.
No, it literally is. It's just it's bureaucracy. It's bureaucracy gone mental. It's the whole thing is really silly. And yeah, you do run into these situations where it's like, well, why did I've been saying this all along about the Born Again thing. Like, why are we doing Born Again at all? It's like, well, because we have Daredevil as a property and people like him, and we had the No Way Home cameo, and now we have like maybe 2 years following the No Way Home cameo for people to like be interested in any show we shove out now that we've reintroduced him. So we have to have it now. And then they filmed 9 episodes of a planned 18 and saw it, and they're like, oh, this is really bad. We can't put this out. At which point, a sensible person either goes, okay, well, then we just have to can the project. We've spent too much money and it's not going anywhere. Or you just have to swallow the loss and like really rebuild it from the ground up and just like hope that you'll make the money back through multiple seasons of the show once you've established the first one as being good. Like, like you'll just make your money back over time. But the shareholders don't want to wait for that. And you don't want to wait, another year to get this product out because you're worried that people will lose interest and move on to the next shiny piece of like key jangling. So nope, we're gonna retool it and rush it out. Fuck it, we'll do it live.
We'll do it live. Man, watching Westworld season 1.
When I bring up capitalism.
No, capitalism
actually,
really does just ruin like everything. Like any facet of life that you can think of, like capitalism has somehow found a way to ruin it. I promise you.
Oh no, you see, you're my puppet now because I made you puppet. I just find it funny because we can say all these things and people just nod and agree because like we're right, and then we use the word capitalism and people are like no.
It is.
Yeah, suddenly
maybe the implication that they jump to immediately is that the alternative is obviously communism, because if capitalism is so bad, we must jump to communism. And that's the only other explanation.
Yeah, the only alternative to capitalism is communism. Yeah.
Well, also, I hate to break this to people. I think George Lucas even said this once and was slaughtered, but he is right. The Soviet Union had a pretty good film industry. Sorry. Like, it did. There's lots of things to criticize about the Soviet Union, and even the way in which they ran their industry, because of like, free speech censorship and stuff like that, which obviously, right? Like, let's not knock that under the table. That's really bad. However, in terms of artistic integrity and giving people time to make shit and actually like seeing the value of art beyond a dollar sign, yeah, the Soviet Union knew the power of artistry and storytelling, if nothing else for propaganda purposes. But they knew, and they did it, and those films actually were pretty good. So, you know, oh well. Christ alive. Oh yeah, well, I guess we move on to the bank episode then, shall we?
Yes, we shall. We shall hurt ourselves. Which actually, okay, I should say, just based on being the least offensive episode, this is the best episode on the show.
Yes, it is.
Kind of by default. This is just to give it like a meta overview of it real quick. It's like this is the episode. Huh? What?
First, Chief, do you want to get that picture up now that we're done with episode 4?
Yeah, I was going to
Yes.
as I was laying this out. But anyway, this is the episode that feels most like a kind of one-off, inconsequential, kind of like what we were talking about with the Leroy plotline in the last episode, which is like, this would have probably been its own like self-contained episode where like nothing really significant happens, like nothing that's like overly connected to the larger storyline. But like, you know, it's just a one-off adventure and it's all fun. You know, it's pretty the one connection to it is like, obviously there's like bank robbers who are clearly working for the guy Luca that like Fisk is strong-arming into like, you need to pay off Victor with this $1.8 million and I'm going to hold you to that. And like these guys are trying to get that money for him, I guess. But that like that's the only like larger connection to
well, there was a line in episode 4 where before Matt took the Leroy case where he's like, I set up some meetings with some banks.
Oh, that too. Like, okay, but that's not really what I mean. Like, yeah, other episodes can reference this, but like it's basically its own thing. It has nothing to do with the rest of the show. Yeah. And like, you know, we continue.
It's an isolated plot.
Yeah, we continue with the thing of like Matt's journey so far is like you clearly see that they're setting up that he's going to be Daredevil again. Like you have moments where he's like, you know, stepping further into it, but then there's always this backtrack of like, look, now he's just at a bank to like get a loan. He's just doing his day job, and it's like, but what about all the stuff that's going on? Do you not care about any of it? Do you realize that, like, you know, this is the part, like, this was the episode that I really started realizing that, like, Matt and Fisk have not interacted or even so much as thought about each other since episode 1. And we're on episode 5 now. Isn't that fucking crazy? Isn't that fucking insane? Yeah. But yeah, I threw the image on screen. This is a shot from the episode where he's being held at gunpoint, or like you know, at rifle point. But I have in fact added the smile filter over it. You guys, don't worry.
I think it's a
real screenshot.
He was just really happy about the gun being pointed at his face.
Matt was like, "Oh, thank God, I might be killed."
This is a happy moment, the happiest moment of my life.
We need to, you know the show Shogun. We need to do like a version of it, just like Shotgun. This scene. Do we want to talk about? Actually, fuck it, I'm gonna do it anyway because I just find it funny because it is the setup, which is this episode is once again contrivance the episode because oh my God.
Oh yes.
So of all the banks that Matt could have gone to for his loan at this time of day. At this part of the country,
of year, in this part of the country,
yeah, and localized entirely within this one area, Matt decided to go to the bank that just so happens to be being robbed today, and not just robbed by anyone, robbed by people who are looking to pay back Luca, aka are related straight back to Fisk and the Red Hook thing. Well, no, they're robbing Victor so that Luca can pay off Victor, right?
Yeah.
And of all the banks that they are holding up, that Matt's also going to, it happens to be
of all the banks that Victor can be storing his diamond in.
Yeah, that Kamala Khan's father works here, and that is the one who Matt sees. That is the teller.
And he happens to be the guy that Matt is seeing that day, which, by the way, is only happening because the bank manager just so happens to be ill that day.
Well, not even ill. He's dealing with an emergency and is only out for a few hours, and like a very specifically small window that these bank robbers are going to end up like robbing. Like we find out later that they need that specific bank manager to get into the vault because he's the only one who has access to it, which I think is a gross oversight on like the bank's part, that only one person has access to the bank vault. Because, you know, what if he's out that day and you need to access the vault, whatever. But anyway, so there's a very small window that would be an inconvenient time for these robbers to show up. So when do you think the robbers show up? Did you say during that window?
I like the idea that we're going to take this from the bank robber's perspective, which is like, yeah, we're pointing out from a writing objective perspective, like a kind of bird's eye view, why this is like nonsense in terms of like constructing this plot and making it happen. But imagine like this is the most unlucky day these bank robbers have ever had. Like,
they're like,
choose
fucking
this
hell.
Oh no, Daredevil happened to be there, and the father of Miss Marvel happened to be there, and it just so happened that the one guy we needed for the plan to work is just not there for this couple of hours.
Jesus fucking Christ! We're Irish, by the way. That's not an Irish accent. We're Irish, by the way. That's not better. Anyway, top of the morning.
It's a lot better.
Oh yeah, it's St. Patrick's Day, by the way. That's also happening today.
Which means it's been
you that every few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
this episode.
I guess also means it's been
Go ahead.
months then since Fisk told Luca to pay Victor, because that was in episode 4. So what has Victor just been sitting on his ass for months, and Fisk and Vanessa just didn't give a shit?
I hadn't even thought about that. Yeah, like because let's lay this out on a timeline, right? Episode 4 couldn't have been much longer after episode 3 because obviously Hector had just died, and that all happened over like in the span of January. January, maybe a little February, whatever, but like not any later than that. And then like episode 5. Episode 5 like is apparently all the way in March now, like midway through March. So like, yeah, that's just all that time. Like this is a thing that's like, that the gangs under Vanessa have been dealing with since around New Year, since even before that. Even I think even the first episode, which took place in November, it's been 6 months, or
months?
or nearly 6 months. And I guess Luca just still hasn't paid off Victor. It's crazy.
He just doesn't care. Yeah, Fisk and Vanessa don't care either. Also, someone in chat, Sean Hunt, is like, as an Irish guy, this episode was insufferable. And I'm like, what's really funny is there's one specific line. I imagine this episode is fucking like nails on a chalkboard to Irish people because oh my god. But there's one line I found really funny, which is like during the negotiations between the police negotiator and the head Irish like bank robber. Mm-hmm. She's like, "Oh, it's St. Patrick's Day," and he's like, "Oh, you don't know much about Ireland, do you? Because I'm Protestant. We don't celebrate St. Patrick's Day." And I'm like, "Yeah, you do." What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, St. Patrick's Day isn't like specifically a Catholic thing. Like the Anglican Church acknowledge it as well. Weirdness, but bizarre to me.
Yeah, I was actually still making a point about like how Fisk like gave Luca an ultimatum in episode 4, like you're gonna have this money by the end of the week, right? Like he said by the end of the week.
Yeah, he did.
But apparently, no. Don't worry about it. Fucking hell. It's... Oh wait, no, that doesn't happen until episode 6. But even then, that's like, yeah, by episode 6, the payment still hasn't been made. It's like, whatever. What are we doing?
Crazy stuff.
Crazy.
Crazy style. Anyway, yeah, so Matt goes in to secure a loan for Murdoch and McDuffie. Which,
by the way,
apparently they're not financially in good straits.
Yeah, and by the way, this is just one bank that Matt happens to go to because he calls Kirsten later and he's like, "Yeah, we got another no," which means like throw that onto the already huge pile of contrivances of all the banks that Matt could go to at that point in time. Because he went to a bunch of different banks, that's the one he chose right at the time that the bank robbers are about to come in. And and I'm not even accepting, I know this is an isolated episode. Like the plot doesn't, isn't really all that connected to the rest of the show, but like it's, this is still a team of bank robbers that are working that are in some way being influenced by the actions of Fisk. So fuck you. It's a pretty big coincidence that Matt is there right at that time to be around them. That's crazy.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I don't even know if we can say it's that isolated because again, like this whole Luca paying a Victor thing is going to tie into Red Hook in a big way. Apparently,
yeah. Like they've been having that thing be like part of the Fisk plot line all season. So yeah, no. Like
even if it was isolated, that just means that this isolated episode is absolutely broken from its inception, which I found just funny.
Well, I was going to say had Matt not been there, then the bank robbers would have been able to get to the diamond, but actually probably not because unfortunately for them, the only guy who had access to the vault was out for like 2 hours and. Fucking hell.
Which, yeah, and considering that the police just so this is almost like a Raiders of the Lost Ark situation, which is like, how differently would this episode have played out if Matt actually just wasn't here? Because You
I
know,
mean,
the police storm the bank against the bank robbers' expectations early, so I guess like Yusuf Khan might have been killed.
yeah, that's
but,
the
like,
only
pretty much
difference
the
is
only
that
difference.
like they would have asked him, "Can you open the vault?" He would have lied and said yes, like he did in the episode, and then they would have taken him down there. And when they realized he couldn't do it, Matt wouldn't have been able to save him. And that like the only difference is that Miss Marvel's dad dies, and like for all the Miss Marvel fans out there who like really love her dad, I guess like that's sad.
I love you.
But like,
Nah, Spider-Man would have stepped in. Oh,
who
wait.
the fuck is Spider-Man?
Who is this guy?
Spider-Man, Ray Nadeem, Foggy, Father Lantom, and Brett Mahoney are all in witness protection right now in San Francisco. And also Ben Urich. I forgot about Ben. Oh, speaking of Ben Urich, you know those memes that are like Kingpin versus Ben Urich or like Bullseye versus Foggy Nelson? Someone needs to make one that's Kingpin versus Adam.
But you have to call it Kingpin versus Jesus.
Kingpin versus Christ Almighty.
But yeah, so like Matt's there as the hero alone, and Kamal Khan, Yusuf Khan is like, like you seem to be like a really nice dude, and but unfortunately, like all the qualities that make you such a good lawyer. Oh my God, he's a good lawyer.
Really good lawyer.
This
is the scene
we get that line again in this.
Sorry.
In this episode. Hang on, so let me just finish laying out this list before we get to the bank robbery. So so Yusuf Khan's like, sorry, like you're compassionate and you're persistent, but like, and those make you a great defense attorney, but unfortunately, like they make you a liability as a subject for a loan, so we're gonna have to turn you down. And Matt's like, that's the nicest no I ever got. And then immediately teleports outside in a really weird and jarring cut.
Yeah, it was.
But he almost doesn't even finish the sentence.
But like you're getting ahead of yourself because there's points that I want to make about the scene. God damn it. First of all, just like some smaller things about Miss Marvel. How famous is she supposed to be? Because like she's operating out of Jersey City, which is pretty fucking close to like where Matt lives, considering New York and New Jersey are like right next to each other. He has never heard of Miss Marvel. So again, I haven't seen the show, so I don't know if that's like an issue or not. Like I don't know how famous she's meant to be.
She's not particularly famous in the show, I don't think, but I didn't watch the Marvels, so I have no idea what the Marvels did to that continuity. Like, we get the line from Yusuf that she's in California right now, presumably helping put together the Young Avengers, which, oh my God.
I watched the Marvels.
Okay, tell us about it.
Ooh.
I don't remember the Marvels.
I remember.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. That is not just like, listen, that is a joke, but that's also not just like, I am genuine. I do not fucking remember the Marvels.
I did not care for the Marvels. And insist upon it.
I guess there's the slightly funny thing of like, actually, I don't know if a Funko Pop is like that hilarious. I just find it kind of like funny that her dad made a custom Funko Pop of Miss Marvel, and he's like telling everyone that like his daughter's a superhero.
Well, he doesn't say. So he mentions Kamala by name because she called him, which that's Miss Marvel. I know who that is, but he doesn't actually say this is my daughter who is also Miss Marvel. He just says like, yeah, and we have our own superhero, Miss Marvel. It is still funny though.
No, he does say he does say it's his daughter. He definitely does. Because they invite because they invite at the end. No, because at the end he invites Matt to go meet the family, and Matt explicitly says and Kamala.
Yeah, he says and my daughter, and he says yeah, the famous Kamala, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, so we know who's that.
No,
What?
it's coincidental.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? If Yusuf's like, we have our own hero called Kamala.
No, he says
called
we have
Miss
our own
Marvel.
hero named Miss Marvel. You need to rewatch the scene because I feel like you've lost there's like a disconnect happening right now. What happens in the scene is like Matt finds out about the name Kamala because Yusuf gets a call from Kamala. He's like, oh, this is my daughter Kamala calling. And then when he's talking about Jersey City, he's like, we have our own superhero named Miss Marvel. Here's a custom Funko Pop I made of her, which you can't see, but I'm gonna shove in your face anyway. These are completely two like unrelated points as far as Matt is aware, as far as Yusuf is presenting it.
Yeah, Yusuf talks of Kamala and Miss Marvel as if they're two different people, and from Matt's perspective, they are two different people.
Yeah.
This is just a guy from Jersey City who apparently is a Miss Marvel fan who has a daughter named Kamala, and these are two completely unrelated people.
Well, hang on, but then there's a problem here. Then, like again, how well known is Kamala in the public eye? Because if literally no one knows who the fuck she is, and Yusuf's just like, by the way, there is this superhero I know of called Miss Marvel. I've made a custom Funko Pop of her, and he's like the only one who knows she exists. So I'm gonna have questions about how secret his.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if she's he's the only one who knows she exists. Like the implication we're given.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is the implication we're given is that she's like I guess a street level hero that only the people in Jersey City know about somehow. But like, because he's from there, he would have heard of her, and maybe like I think it's still taking a little too far by making a custom Funko Pop of her. Like you only really do that if it's someone you care about in any kind of like real capacity, right? Like you're not just gonna be like, we have a superhero, let me get a fucking custom Funko Pop made.
I mean, I could see a person who, like, say, got their life saved by the superhero wanting a custom Funko Pop of that person.
Maybe I don't know. The point I'm making is like
there's any number of reasons.
Point I'm making here is that if I am Yusuf and I don't want people to have any reason to connect me to Miss Marvel because that obviously might give away the game, I'm not going to make a custom Funko Pop of her that might signify that I have any deeper connection to her than just that she is a superhero operating out of the district that I live in. That's the only thing I'm saying.
I think that the only issue with the scene is just the fact that he's showing off this custom Funko Pop to a blind person who he has no reason to believe is able to.
Even then, I don't even consider that an issue. I think it's just funny because, like, Matt's like, "Oh, I can't see," and he's like, "Oh, yeah, right, my bad." Like, it's just it's a quote unquote funny little moment.
Mm-hmm.
Ableism.
Yes. The other thing,
the show seems to love comedy with Matt being blind for some reason. Like it's a
that's like the only that's like the
only
only joke they ever make about him, and it gets on your nerves after a while. Like I understand he's blind, he can't see. Isn't that funny? Someone in chat said being a fanboy doesn't equal being a family member. I swear to God, when I say words, I want them to like be registered through like. What I'm saying is you are intrinsically making yourself more connected to Miss Marvel. Even just assume, right, that like I saw your Funko Pop, therefore I assume you're just a hyper fanboy of the superhero. Like that then makes you more connected to Miss Marvel, even if marginally than you otherwise would have been if it was just, yeah, we have a superhero that lives nearby that operates near where I live called Miss Marvel. You are adding an extra layer of connection, no matter how small. That is the fucking point I'm making. I swear to Christ, I will stop being so polite. Get the fuck out of my sight before I demolish.
In response to Dr. What in chat saying, "Does the dad know his daughter's secret identity?" Yeah, he definitely sees her in the Marvels, the movie that I don't remember.
I was gonna say
that was one thing I do remember from that movie.
Anyway, the actual point that I wanted to make about this scene was we talked a little bit earlier in the last episode about the overbearing, like, somber music that they love to play in moments that are supposed to be like meaningful and like super like impactful. But it happens again here because when he's denying the bank loan to Matt, he says, based on the fact that you're taking on clients who can't even pay or whatever, and Matt kind of cuts in and he's like, listen, my firm believes in representing the little guy, and if we don't do it, who else will? And he gives this whole speech about being good and like being decent or whatever, and it's playing the fucking theme again in a very somber sort of tone, and here's the thing about scenes like that. They can't just kind of come out of a vacuum, especially at the start of an episode. You have to build up to them for them to mean anything. If the episode just started and we're already having a scene like that, I just, who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down is kind of the feeling you get. You know what I'm saying? I guess not. All right.
Yeah. Well, the more that you try to overuse.
What, Shiny?
I was going to say, the more that you try to overuse these tones as well, the less impact that they're going to start to have. And as we talked about earlier, what gives scenes meaning and emotion isn't just what the surface level of what you're seeing in the individual scene. It's also the context around that scene that informs it. So, you're absolutely right. In order to have those meaningful, emotional scenes that the show is trying to go for, and that it tries to manipulate you into, feeling with the music, the less impact it's actually
Yeah.
going to have, because there's no reason to feel it, and the more that you try to manipulate the audience, the more they're going to be like woke to how you're trying to manipulate them.
Well, but that's not even the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is even simpler than that, which is that, like, you cannot just thrust me into a scene where a character gives a big emboldened speech about being a good person and doing the right thing with all this music playing in the background to try to enhance that emotionally when we've just started. Those are things that you have to build up to. You cannot just hit the ground running with it, because it doesn't have any impact. It doesn't have any weight. We just started. Give me time to, like, actually, like, get back into this groove, you know? Have scenes play out first, right? That's just how that works. That's just how you do. That's how you structure things.
I mean, the thing is, I get what you're saying, right? So I want to draw a kind of slightly more nuanced line here, which is like, it's not that shows or episodes or, you know, whatever, or stories in general can't start off with like something emotionally affecting and dramatic with like underscoring music that you have no context. I mean, like Arcane season 1 starts off like that, right? Like, here's a big brutal scene with underscoring sad music, and you do feel something.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is like the lead up to Arcane, in as much as, you know, like, obviously I know it's the intro to the very start of the show, but like, you are going in knowing that this is setting the ground, like, you know, that scene is emotionally impactful partly because you know it's leading to something else, right?
Yeah.
It's not completely shorn of context. Whereas if I show you, like, I don't know, you know, like, let's say we do, you know, we play through this bank episode, and then like halfway through the bank robbery, Matt had just stopped, like everyone just froze, and Matt just stared into camera and was like, "Smoking is really bad for you. You shouldn't smoke, kid." And like, they were playing music, and like, you're immediately like, "What the fuck? Where did this come from?" And like, there is no emotional like connection to anything going on, because there's not even a pretense that it's connected to anything. This kind of feels like the way they use the music in the show feels like that of, like, you know, the Leroy scene, for example, where like Leroy's just acting like a jackass, and there's no hint at all that the show is going to start treating it like an actual serious topic of conversation about the society. And then suddenly we're in like an after-school PSA, and you're just like, Jay actually did this in her video, like that meme of like the, like, you know, like people talking about mental health, like stop, you need to get some help and like go see a shrink, and it just comes out of completely nowhere, and it's just really cringe. It feels like that. Like, that's what we're getting at. It's not that you can't start off with an emotional scene or out of quote unquote nowhere. It's that, like, it cannot be shorn of context. You cannot just place an attempt to make me feel something that is completely unrelated to everything going around it and expect me not to feel like a huge sense of whiplash about what the hell's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, then as Shelley points out, it has the double whammy of like, this has happened so often that not only am I in that whiplash, I'm also knowing exactly why they're doing it, and it's really cynical, and that knowledge annoys me. So I'm immediately just turned off to like anything it might be trying to tell me anyway.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so that was that scene, and like Jolly said, it has like this really jarring cut once it ends, where like Matt says a line, and then it just immediately, like within a second, it's like like we've cut to outside. You know, like, you know, there's no time to like let that line actually sit and be heard before it's suddenly like noise outside on the street. It's very funny. It's a small thing, but it's funny, and I wanted to point it out. At which point Matt is like on the phone with Kirsten saying the bank loan isn't happening from New York Mutual. They've denied us. Meanwhile, the bank robbers are like arming themselves to go into the bank. Matt overhears this as they're going in to take hostages, and he says, "Kirsten, call 911," and then just hangs up. He just doesn't tell her. He just doesn't elaborate any further. He's just, "Call 911." Hangs up the phone.
Call the police.
for all she knows, it could be just a guy suffering a heart attack. It could be a fucking high-rise apartment on fire.
What, Jolly?
Couldn't he have called the police? He's got like a street and a half to when he's walking back to the bank. Like, just call the police on your way.
Yeah. Or at least just be like, there's bank robbery
about.
happening. I don't know.
Yeah, tell Kirsten literally anything about what's going on. By the way, there's another contrivance which I've only just realized here, which is like, Matt's plan is obviously go back and insert himself into the situation.
And we're going to get to that.
His being there will enable him to control it a bit better and save lives. But the only reason he can do that is that the bank robbers have, for some reason, forgotten to lock the door after they came in, like the front door. They're just not controlling their own crime scene at all, which the boss even points out. He's like, "Why is that door unlocked?" I'm like, well, so Matt could get back in, but the bank robber didn't know that.
Fucking hell. I didn't even think about that. But another thing that's actually worth noting, too, is that, like, so Kirsten was on the phone with Matt, and he was calling her like from a New York City street, so like obviously there's going to be all sorts of like crowds and noises around him that she may have picked up on. But even if not, like the implication is, I've left the bank, I'm calling you now. It was a no. And then she's going to find out later, obviously, there was a robbery that happened at that bank and that Matt was like there like as a hostage. So like, what does she think happened there? Like, does she think that he called her from inside the bank and then got taken hostage, or does she know that he
I guess, yeah,
would have run back in to like?
No, I'm willing to grant that, like, all she heard was a crowd and just assumed that the bank was a bit crowded that day, like, in the lobby.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll grant that. I think, we don't need to have a go at that. I just think it's funny that, like, he only go back into the bank because they didn't lock the door.
Well, I mean, let's talk about Matt's plan, shall we? Because he's like, all right, I'm going to intervene with this bank robbery, try to control the situation. So what do I do? Do I walk on in like a bumbling idiot and allow myself to be taken hostage so that I can have limited maneuverability and they know my face and name? Or do I find some other entrance to the bank, sneak around and then maybe try to pick off the robbers one by one and like do like a John McClane type of thing? What's your plan?
Well, you see, if I was a hyper-skilled superhero, like, super-powered vigilante with incredible parkour and kung fu skills, I would probably, grab, some kind of head covering like I did when I grabbed Jessica Jones's scarf at Midland Circle, and I'd run up, and I'd try and scale the building through a side and get in through a window so that I could like attack from above, completely unseen, and do the John McClane. But Matt decides no, he's just gonna go and get captured immediately.
Yeah. He just yeah. It's so funny because you're just like, okay, well, what's the plan here now? Because now you're a hostage. They've seen your face. They will eventually know your name because they ask you and you give it to them. Like what do you expect to do here? Because like, and we're gonna get into it, but like, in the actual episode, in order for him to be able to move around the way he does to an extent have to request things from the robbers, like, hey, can you do this? Can you let me do that? Like this is, and it's like, well, you wouldn't be having to do any of this if you just, if they just didn't fucking know you were here. And the simplest rewrite possible is the bank robbers come in while Matt is still talking to Yusuf. Like maybe he even hears like at the last second like a gun cock and he's like, what the hell? And he like overhears it, and then they bust in and they're like, everyone on the ground, rah! And then Matt has no choice but to be taken hostage and have to like figure out a way out of that situation. Because then at least he's not acting stupidly. But no. Let's see. What happens next? Oh, yeah. I had in my notes, inconvenient timing, blah, 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 blah. The next thing that happens, so when the robbers are like, all right, where's the manager? His name is something Aldrich, right? Where is he?
Killian Aldrich? The Mandarin?
Something Aldrich, I believe. They're asking about him, but as we went over earlier, unfortunately, you guys have gotten extremely unlucky and picked a very specific window in which the bank manager is not, in fact, in right now, which means you're shit out of luck because, I mean, nobody else can get you into that vault, and now the police have been called and are coming in to surround you, which, by the way, they get there really quickly. The police are surrounding the building. They have no bank manager. They ask Yusuf if he can open the vault, and he lies and says yes, but obviously he can't. So what are the bank robbers to do? Well, the main leader guy in the green mask, whose name is Devlin, and I think it's the yellow mask guy. I think they both go into one of the offices, which is positioned at the front of the bank. So that it's facing out toward the front of the bank where all the cops are. They're standing in front of a window, and they take their masks off in front of said window. These guys are really smart. I honestly...
They're really bad at their jobs, yeah.
It's one of those things where I'm like, if the show was originally intended as a comedy, maybe there was an angle of these bank robbers are really stupid. But the way the show itself actually positions them, they're not meant to be. I think we're meant to think Devlin is a really, really smart guy, right? Because the way he interacts and banters with the police, the way he interacts with Matt, you get the impression that the show thinks he is a really smart dude, or at least a pretty smart guy. An above average intelligence, one might say. I would say.
You'd hope.
I pray.
I beg. I'm on my knees.
I fucking beg. I'm please just... Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I guess
So
it's also just worth talking about the bank robbers like plan, right? So the plan is that they're trying to recover this extremely valuable diamond so that Luca can use it to pay off Victor, the money he owes. Which I'm sorry, do they think? I guess the plan is to sell the jewel before handing it over, right? Because like, what we're gonna pay Victor off with the jewel we just stole from him?
yeah, I mean, I'm sure the plan from Luca was I'm going to take this and I'm going to sell it. Probably even make more than 1.8 off of it, so I get a little profit off of this. You know, like
Right, and then hope that Victor doesn't piece together that a whole bunch of Irish crew members robbed the bank and specifically targeted the one lockbox that your shit was in. And then the rival happened to have the money to pay you back. Like,
wait, do we know
you
that
don't
Victor?
need to be a genius to smell the rat.
Do we know that that diamond was Victor's? I don't remember if that was ever established. Oh, it was? Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't remember that being established. Maybe I could have just missed it.
I thought that was part of the dialogue between Yellow and Devlin.
Maybe it was. But then again,
I mean, the thing is, if it's not, then like I get. If it's not, then I have just questions about why, of all things, is that the thing you've chosen to steal? Like, yeah, I know it's a diamond, but like, it's apparently like a fairly like it's a pretty damn large diamond. You're gonna have a job fencing it, honestly.
yeah, like why not go to
Like,
a
even
bank
if you
that
got
actually
connections.
has cash? Is it just a thing that like banks don't really carry cash anymore? Is that why?
I mean, they don't really do that. But also, B, if you're gonna rob lockboxes, like, don't rob the one giant diamond, which apparently, by the way, they knew that was the specific target.
Yeah,
Go and rob like a jewelry store that has a whole bunch of uncut gems in the back.
yeah.
Like uncut diamonds are way better for moving money around illegally than an already pre-cut gigantic yellow diamond that you specifically targeted.
One that does a little
in a
sheen
robbery.
sound effect every time it comes on screen and it has a little glimmer.
Yeah, it's just magic,
It's magic, you know. But anyway,
Yeah, it's all very weird.
so the next thing I had noted down was like basically police detective Kim is her name, comes up to the scene, gets in contact with Devlin. They have a little back and forth banter where they're like, "Hey, what are you doing? It's St. Patrick's Day. Come out here and have a pint with me." "Oh no, detective." Ah, blah 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 blah. And then basically
Irish accent, everyone.
That's my Irish accent, yeah. They strike a deal, though, where he's like, I want these armored transports and I want them delivered to me in 30 minutes. And she's like, okay, so as a show of good faith, I want you to release 2 hostages. So he goes out and he's like, all right, we're going to release 2 hostages. He picks out Matt and a woman, and it says, you two stand up, you're free to go. This woman is obviously, she's like, no, please, like, let my husband go too. Like, this guy next to her. And he's like, no, honey, please just go, 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 go. So, that gives Matt the chance to be a super virtuous, noble guy and say, let him take my place and I'll stay. And then we get a whole back and forth between him and Devlin, which is fun.
Do we count that as another contrivance of all the people? Because, like, had he picked 2 random people who are unconnected to each other, what is Matt going to say to try and be put in their place?
Yeah, I guess. The thing is, like, Matt could have maybe, like, even if there wasn't, like, a woman begging for her husband to be let go, he could have still been like, you can pick someone else and I'll stay. Like, I guess.
Yeah, but I guess the question at that point is, they're like, why the fuck are you so keen on staying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, either way, after this little maneuver, Devlin finds him extremely interesting. And he's like, yeah, you're staying.
And annoying, yeah.
We're definitely keeping you around. Also, and then, that's where he gets Matt's name. He calls him Murdoch. Murdoch, he's one of ours.
I have a question about that, actually, which is how famous should, not Daredevil, but how famous should Matt Murdock be to, like, Kingpin's organization? Or just in general, given how high-profile a lawyer he's been?
I wonder if these guys are specifically part of the organization or if they've just been hired by Luca for this specific job.
Well, but regardless, Matt represented Grotto, who was a member of the Irish mob. And, like, he's been involved with the Punisher cases and the White Tiger case. And, like, the mayor is currently waging a very public war on vigilantes. And Matt is a lawyer who's repeatedly defended vigilantes. Like, it's honestly amazing that Matt isn't more well known to the average person anyway, given how public this whole battle is.
Yeah. Like, he's kind of a public figure. It's something we kind of went over last time, right? Because we were talking about the corrupt cops and what they would know, right?
Yeah. Someone also put in chat also pointed out that, like, you know, if you want to release any hostage, it's definitely Matt because he's blind, so he's got less information to give the cops about how many guys you are and where the weapons are, where you're positioned.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's a good point.
It's just these guys are apparently just incredibly incompetent bank robbers, I guess.
Well, I mean, we know this because the next thing they do when they actually let the woman and her husband go is not only does the yellow mask guy like take them all the way to the door, but he actually opens it and like makes himself like exposed to all the police snipers that are trained on the door. And like I guess the gamble there is like the police aren't going to shoot him because that's going to cause the hostages to get killed, maybe. But also that's a pretty bad gamble considering what happens later. The police apparently do not give a fuck about protecting these hostages like at all. So, oh well.
Yeah, they just barrel in regardless. Yeah.
Super lucky.
That's the other thing, which is you know how later on the police just chuck a smoke grenade in, and the way it's shot is just a smoke grenade just lands on the floor of the bank lobby, and I'm like, weren't the doors locked?
I don't know.
Did they forget to lock the doors again?
I think, if I remember correctly, the police like bust in, like they break the door down or something. I think that's what happens.
I mean, I hope that's what happens. Oh god, the show. Right, yeah. So Matt gets kept behind. Yellow Mask Man takes off Yusuf Khan to the bank vault, right?
Blue Mask guy.
Blue Mask guy. And Matt, before he goes, Matt's like, you don't actually know how to open this, do you? And he's like, no, I don't know why I lied. I'm like, yeah, I don't know why you lied either, mate.
Yeah.
Matt,
he was
like,
in a panic.
And Matt's like,
No, it's okay.
Why would you panic and give them information that is like whatever? Okay, you know what, I'll grant him that. I think it's stupid, but I'll grant him the panic defense, even though I think it's a bit silly. Matt's like, oh yeah, you got, you know. So he's like, oh, should I tell them the truth now? Matt's like, no, because now if you do that, they'll just think that you're lying, and like that could go really badly, really quickly. Which, you know, I'm with Matt. That is quite plausible.
Yeah.
So he's like, So he's just like, okay, stall them. And at that point, if I'm Yusuf, like, what do you mean stall them? What are you gonna do? You're blind.
But he has no choice. He will be killed if he does not do what he is asked of.
No. True. I'm raising this for later because, like, by the end of this episode, Matt's cover should be totally blown.
Oh yeah, like there's no way Yusuf doesn't know he's Daredevil by the end of this. Like, it'd be insane if he didn't, considering some of the things that he like witnesses him pull off and like do. Yeah.
Which again begs the question of how did Matt expect, like, Matt's plan of walking in the front door and being captured and put with all the hostages? How did he expect to be able to interact with events without just revealing that he's got superpowers? Well,
we're gonna have questions, I think, by the end of this episode on like along the same lines as the corrupt cops and like their investigation of him, and in that, like, you know, you're gonna have these bank robbers who all of them survive because Matt didn't kill any of them, who are like, this fucking blind lawyer just kicked the shit out of us. You know, like, that's not only are they gonna, like, you know, probably report that to Luca if nothing else, but also, well, I mean, from behind bars if they can. But also, like, those corrupt cops in question should be investigating Matt, and they're going to find out about this bank robbery that he was involved in. And he'd be like,
Sheev, I'm going to do you one worse. It's even worse than that, I'm afraid, because this is a bank. There are cameras everywhere, especially outside the vault.
Like in the subway tunnel?
Well, yeah, so, like, the police immediately, like, look at the footage, and they're like, this blind lawyer is flipping around like a ninja in the stairwell. And like in the lobby and outside the vault, and also he cracked the vault just by himself. He just cracked that vault.
Yeah, which I'm gonna have thoughts about that scene also, like in terms of just a small thing. Yeah. But like we'll get to that. But yeah, so like what happens then?
I got several things to say about that.
Yeah, what happens then is Blue Mask guy is like, come here, and he takes Yusuf down to the bank vault. Matt continues standing up for some reason, like after the scene where he was told to leave and then asked to stay and everything, and like they had him standing up. He just remained standing up to the point where like one of the hostages is like, "Hey buddy, can you like sit down so we don't get in trouble?" And then Red Mask comes over. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing standing up?" And he's like, "I need to go to the bathroom."
At which point the bank robber says, "Sit the fuck down, like shut the fuck up." Mm-hmm. Oh wait, no, he doesn't because he's incompetent. He's like, "Yeah, fine, I'll take you to."
He's like, "Anyone else for the loo?" You know how across the pond they say loo instead of bathroom, so it's like that.
You joke, but a part of me was deeply pleased that he said loo.
Well, I'm glad. I'm happy. But anyway,
my culture is represented.
he goes ahead and takes Matt to the bathroom, and then Matt kicks the shit out of the red mask guy in a fight scene that, like, I don't really have a problem with choreography-wise. The sound design is very strange, though.
I do have a problem with it character-wise, or at least the aftermath of it character-wise. So again, Matt's in a position now because there's only him and Red Mask in the stairwell, and he's now incapacitated Red Mask. Right, Red Mask's out of the equation. Put on the mask.
Yeah. Well, he does later too, like that specific mask. So.
Well, yeah. Long after it has ceased to be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Like. Well, I mean, like, I guess it's still useful for the specific thing he does it for, but also, like, you know, you're trying to protect your identity as much as possible. Like, beating the guy up in the stairwell is already, like, you're slightly compromised because this guy's going to insist that a blind lawyer beat him up. But take the mask before going to rescue Yusuf, or hell, you know, you might even be able to confuse the other bank robbers if you're dressed similarly enough, because, you know, they can't see your face either. It's a red mask,
and you can do an Irish accent.
The same principle as you know, being a shapeshifter in Among Us.
You just had to make this about Among Us.
Everything is about Among Us. But yeah, like, my point is, like, the red mask is something he should have just taken and worn immediately. I'm not quite sure why he doesn't. It's strange that he just decided to carry on attacking all the bank robbers in view of everybody without a mask on.
It's symbolic about how he refuses to put on the red mask, and then later in the episode, he goes to fight Devlin.
I'm going to symbolically shove my foot up the writer's arse.
Yeah. Yet another thing where you're like, is this going to in any way affect his journey, quote unquote, of becoming Daredevil? You know, like being forced into a situation where he has to fight to protect innocence. Is that going to matter at all? I'll bet it'll matter because that's obviously is going to be part of like a really well-rounded arc that he goes on. Right?
Right.
Fucking hell. So, yeah, he kicks the shit out of Red Mask guy, doesn't wear his mask, goes to save Yusuf, does so just in the nick of time, of course, because that's how, you know, this show is always written. Like, you know, like basically Blue Mask is like, oh, you don't fucking know anything, do you? You're just stalling for time. And then he's about to kill Yusuf, and Matt comes in and saves him right at the end, right at the last moment. It's quite nice. It's quite convenient.
The awkward alternate continuity where Matt's like a split second late.
He's like, shit.
It's like, dang it.
Dang it. Yeah.
I guess it's a good thing, not just for Yusuf's life, but also for the other hostages, because otherwise all the bank robbers would have heard a shot go off.
Yeah, but so there were some other scenes too that I didn't really take notes for because like they're just kind of whatever, which is like, you know, you have the
nothing burgers.
You have Detective Kim trying to negotiate, and like this is really just padding the runtime. Like there's an entire scene where she tells a joke about like an Irish guy fucking a penguin, and it's like, okay. Like this is just a thing that happens in the show. It's just to fill the time. But like all the meanwhile, Matt and Yusuf are now by the bank vault, and Matt is trying to get into it by like cracking the safe. Which of course we know that he can do that with locks because, you know, he has the super hearing that allows him to like listen into the mechanisms. And this, you know, this is something we've been shown in the previous show. One thing I will say about that though is they kind of made a point in season 3 when he and Nadim is a person who exists, by the way. I want you guys to remember that. He and Nadim are trying to get into Bullseye's safe, and he is listening to it. And Ray's like, is that something you can do? And he's like, not if you keep talking. And it's like, yeah, you know, he obviously needs complete silence to do something like that because it's a very delicate process. So whenever he's going through the bank vault's locks, you know, Yusuf is just talking the entire time. And Matt's never, just yapping. Just yapping. And Matt's like, you know, there's never a point where Matt's like, shut the fuck up, I need to concentrate.
I remember him shutting up at some point before Matt even unlocks the first step of the mechanism.
He does, but then he starts Matt actually starts talking, and then he starts talking again. Like by the time the final lock starts being done, like, you know, the entire time Yusuf is just yapping his ear off, and then Matt gets the safe door open, and that's when we get the line from Yusuf, like, what kind of lawyer are you? And he says, a really good one.
I really hate how that's now becoming a meme line within the show.
Yep.
It's deeply funny because of how ironically it's now become across, because he isn't, but it's also just really annoying that they keep on doing it.
I was going to say, I'd find it at least somewhat endearing if he, in fact, was a really good lawyer, but, like, he's not. So it's just kind of like, shut the fuck up, please.
Leave that shit in 2021, No Way Home.
Again, so maybe Southpaw can clue us in here because I haven't seen the Miss Marvel series for a very long time, and I don't remember it, and I haven't seen the Marvels. Yusuf Khan, is he a credulous man? Because if I was like being held at gunpoint, you know, and the Matt Murdock comes on over and beats this guy up, and then the next thing Matt says is like, "I need to get into the safe," I'd be like, "I'm not entirely sure Matt's not in on this."
Yeah, I was thinking the
Yusuf
same
Khan.
thing, especially like whenever he like opens the like the vault door. You're like, you know, like he's doing things that are like impossible for someone with this like with the established skill set that he has, like as a limited blind man. Like he's, you know, he's taking out guards and he's like doing all this shit to gain his trust. You're like, what is this?
I didn't see. I didn't watch any of Miss Marvel, and Yusuf Khan just straight up isn't in enough of the Marvels to give me a good idea of like how credulous he is, I guess. What I will say is that like, I mean, what you guys have pointed out, like I think is valid regardless of what is like, you know, whether or not I've seen enough of his character beforehand.
Yeah, I'd be like, I don't believe for a second that this blind man actually took out like two guys and cracked open this safe like through like superpower. Well, I mean, I know this is a world where obviously superheroes exist, and like my daughter is one, but still, like, come on.
Well, yeah, that's the kind of thing where like you just start questioning whether Matt is even blind or whether that was a ruse.
Yeah,
You know, like whether that he's somehow in on it. And even if you're like, oh no, he is a good guy and he's here to help. Yeah, like I said, Matt's identity is blown now because blind Matt Murdock, the vigilante defending lawyer, is now doing crazy vigilante shit that should not be possible. And again, as you pointed out, Yusuf Khan has a superhero daughter, so he knows what it looks like when someone is hiding powers.
It's one of those things where, like, if I'm looking at it, you know, if I'm Yusuf and I'm looking at this rationally, I guess I'd be like, well, how does Matt know the vault code if he's in on it? Because, like, clearly they don't know the vault code, otherwise they wouldn't need me. But also, like, I'd still be asking why, like, how he's able to get into the vault, even if he is, as he presents himself, you know, just an unassuming blind lawyer. So, like, either way, I have questions, you know?
Well, there's also like Matt's logic that he gives Yusuf doesn't actually make a lot of sense. So like, you know, because Yusuf's like, why do you need to get into the vault? And Matt's like, we need to bring them something. You know, if we go up there and it's just us and there's no guard, you know, there's no bank robber, they're gonna like start shooting people. So we need to have something to negotiate with, basically. And I was like, if I'm Yusuf, do you not just go, well, hang on, this guy on the floor has a gun. Can we not just go up and like maybe like try and threaten our way out of this, or like use the gun to shoot the bank robbers? I don't know. Maybe Yusuf Khan has also got a no-kill rule.
Well, I mean, I guess the best you can do there is like, even if he presents that, which I guess maybe he should, like Matt's gonna be like, well, I don't use guns. Do you use guns? And then Yusuf would be like, no. And it's like, cool. So we're gonna get in there and get the diamond.
Okay, but I at least want to see that conversation happening rather than Yusuf just blindly being like, yeah, we'll just get into this impossible
We
to break
don't
into bank
have
vault.
time. You don't understand. Time was so limited in this
On the
episode.
clock.
We didn't even have a fucking cold open this time. We just jumped right into the intro.
God. Oh god. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, they break in and they're trying all the lockboxes, and then they hit upon the right one. Actually, pretty quickly, considering how many fucking lockboxes there are. Even with the kind of caveat of like they know the first digit of the lockbox to start with. I'm still like, there's a whole fucking pile of these things. You got quite lucky that it was that quick.
Yeah.
Especially because you guys are on the clock, and if
They
you take
said-
too long, they might start investigating.
Didn't they say there were like 1,100 of them in there?
Yeah, a lot.
Good lord.
But don't worry, because they get it in like 5 tries, which is nice. And it's this diamond. And yeah, Matt goes up with Yusuf, and then they essentially just try and blank their way out, where Matt's like, because Matt, with his super hearing, knows that the police are about to make an entrance. Because the police at this point have just decided they just don't give a shit.
Yeah, we're just gonna storm
about
in
the
and we're gonna take them. We don't give a fuck about the hostages, I guess.
Yeah, the negotiator, who by the way should presumably have control of the scene, because that's how being a negotiator works. It's just like, I'm not done yet, and they're like, yeah, fuck it,
We're just going in. Yeah, look, we just want to go home.
bored,
It's St.
man.
Patrick's Day. I'm gonna go out and get a few pints with my bros. Like, I don't need to be here right now.
We could be drinking, man. Why are we here?
It's so fucking great. Yeah, so Matt obviously
they just
knows
burst in.
that they're about to burst in, and he's like, okay, we gotta obviously, like, you know, control the situation, right? So we're gonna go back up with the diamond, and we're gonna make a little deal with Devlin, or we're gonna try to anyway. Go ahead and lay it out, Jolly.
Well, as in, yeah, like, so they go up and Devlin's like, what the fuck, you know, as you would be, it's like, what the fuck is happening? And Matt's like, they're about to break in, so let the hostages go. You keep me, and you can have your diamond. And he shows them the diamond, and Devlin's like, well, I could just shoot you and take the diamond. I don't need to.
It's like, yeah,
I
you
don't need
could.
to release anyone.
I don't know why you wouldn't actually.
Yeah, honestly, at that point, like the second it occurs to Devlin, why doesn't he just do it?
Yeah, well, he
Why
gives
bother telling Matt?
Look, he gives him to the count of 3, and thankfully for Matt, this coincides with the police counting down from 3 to bust the door down.
I love these coincidences.
I love when things
They're
happen.
parallels.
Parallels.
But yeah, like, so fortunately for Matt, Devlin does give him to the count of 3 rather than shooting him straight up, and this coincides with the police breaking in, which I guess now is a good thing because otherwise Matt would have been fucked.
Yeah, it's like shit. My fucking plan did not work at all.
Yeah, and then the police burst in, and they actually like succeeded taking out pretty much every bank robber except for Devlin, who like slips off his clothes and sounds like he's wearing a police uniform underneath.
Mm-hmm.
So he just tries to like get out with the hustle and bustle.
Also, what happens?
Oh yeah, Matt threw the diamond up in the air.
Well, he throws something up in the air. I'm gonna have a point to make about that in a second. But he throws something, and Devlin catches it, and it's in a little bag, which he then hands off to one of the hostages. This woman who was in on it. And he says, "Get this to Luca," and then she obviously would get escorted out by the police, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that in just a second. But continue, Jolly.
Yeah, the police burst in. Devlin bundles out, and like, yeah, he's got this bag which has the diamond in
Question mark?
And question mark. And the police take control of the scene. Fortunately, none of the bank robbers shoot any of the hostages. They're all taken by surprise. They're all in the right place for the police to just immediately sweep the area and do a perfect job of clearing the scene. Now, Devlin, like I said, he's buggered off. Matt knows that Devlin's buggered off because Matt's Matt.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's trying to like follow, but unfortunately, the police are doing what the police would obviously do in this situation, which is like, no one's fucking leaving until we can clear who's a bank robber and who isn't. And like what's everyone
But he's a
doing
blind guy, so he was one of the hostages.
What's funny about that is like Devlin walks out, and I'm like, I know he's in a police uniform, like I know that's what we're going for, but this is a bank robbery, and like,
yeah, I'm not letting anyone leave
like
until we ascertain who everyone is and where they are and what they're doing here.
Yeah, the SWAT team or whoever they are, just like you secure the building, and then the doors are locked until we've sorted everyone. Mm-hmm. No one's walking out of this. Like, honestly, a police officer just randomly walking out during the middle of a takedown and like whistling would have been like a huge. Like, there are other cops outside. They're like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, be like, "Hey, bud, what are you doing?" Yeah,
you're still on the clock, man. Get back in there.
Hey, I'm going out for a pint. Yeah, you know, it's.
I'm Irish, and it's St. Patrick's Day.
Our work here is done, man. That's my Irish accent.
Me. But yeah, like Matt is like, Matt gets stopped at the bottom of the stairs by this police officer who is doing his job. It's like, you can't just fucking leave. And then one of the other hostages, who presumably also hasn't been cleared yet, is like, nah, he was with us, it's fine. And the police officer's like, okay, you need medical attention, I think, because you said you've got an owie on your head. So there's outside the front door is a medic. Go see that guy. Matt leaves and walks right past the medic, and no one tries to stop Matt from doing this. He just walks out, and all the other police are like, yeah, it's fine.
Don't worry about it.
Matt then follows behind Devlin, and once Devlin's gotten far enough away and Matt is like away from prying eyes, he puts on the red mask and he goes to fight Devlin.
Daredevil.
And like Daredevil and capture him. And I guess the first thing I want to say about the fight scene is like, and this just seems to be like a pattern in the show, Matt has really inconsistent skill levels.
Yes.
As a fighter.
Because, Jolly and I are going to have probably a pretty lengthy discussion later on when we talk about the Muse fight in terms of whether or not we think it makes sense that Muse, can hold his own against Daredevil. But like this guy, no, I don't buy that for even a second. Like, he really gives Matt a run for his money, and I think that's stupid. I don't think that makes any sense.
No, this is some random Irish mobster. This is not a trained ninja. Matt should be, especially the MCU Matt, the one we saw in like She-Hulk and at the start of the show, with his extra special levels of like maneuverability. Like, this guy should be defeated in about a split second.
Well, yeah, it's like obviously there have been times in the original show where he goes 1-to-1 against like a guy, like, seemingly just a guy. But like, even in situations like that, like Mr. Rance in the first episode, who was hired to kill Karen, like that was a specially trained assassin right? Who showed up at her apartment, like, you know, he was a hitman. You know, he's gonna have a lot more. The same thing with that one guy that like Matt and Foggy represented after he killed Rigoletto. Like, this was a guy specifically hired by Fisk to get the fucking job done by any means necessary. This is a guy who's like, you know, you're gonna hit a mob boss who has a protective detail. You're gonna need to fucking know how to fight. So like, these are kinds of people that I'm like, yeah, I can see them like going toe to toe with Daredevil, and even then they still lose because he's Daredevil.
Yeah. And in the case of the Union Allied assassin, he actually loses a lot quicker than this guy does.
Yeah. Like, they have a little fight in Karen's apartment that I think takes them down to the ground.
No. I mean, the Union Allied guy. So the
guy who killed
the one who killed Rigoletto.
Rigoletto, yeah. That fight doesn't last for too long, I think. You know, it's one of those things where like you see him fight at the beginning of the episode, obviously, when he kills Rigoletto and his guys, and you're like, okay, this guy's gonna be like a force to be reckoned with. But like, compared to Daredevil, it's like, this guy's fucking nothing. This guy cannot do shit.
Sorry, not Union Allied. Confederated Global.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's why I was confused, because Union Allied is connected to the Karen assassination plot.
It's Karen,
yeah.
No, you're right. I got that the wrong way around.
Yeah. But like the point we're making is that like when a guy goes hand to hand against fucking Daredevil and holds his own, that means he is like something to be like, you know, he is a force to be reckoned with. You know, it's not just anybody, right, who can just like walk up to him and get into a fist fight with him and like have Matt actually struggle. You know, and we're talking like Stick and Elektra. We're talking fucking
the hand. Nobu.
Well, yeah, pretty much anyone in the hand, like Nobu. Yeah. But who specifically was I thinking of?
Danny Rand?
No. Well, yeah, Danny Rand too, but he was,
also Dex.
He was trained. Yeah, Dex. That's who I was thinking of. Like, he's an FBI agent, okay? And like, you know, he's great in hand-to-hand combat, but like the real reason he has an edge over Daredevil is the fact that he has such perfect aim. You know, like that's the real reason he was getting Matt a run for his money.
Whenever they get into close quarters, Matt dominates them.
Yeah,
that's like whenever they get to close quarters, Dex's immediate plan is to disengage and try and put distance so he can use his skills.
Yeah, it's because that's his skill.
In season 3, that like Fisk found someone, like a very rare someone that could be a huge threat and challenge Matt.
Yeah.
In which he didn't just get any old fucker. Like you can't just get any old fucker off the street and just, yeah, this guy's going to challenge Daredevil. That's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
No, famously, he's never been in corridor fights where he takes down like whole gangs of people simultaneously.
Yeah.
It's just not something Matt can do, you know. Like, Matt beats the immortal. I know Danny Rand is a meme character because he's so bad, but like
he is the Iron Fist. Yeah,
is like he punched a dragon out to get his powers.
He is supposed to be like one of the most powerful ninjas in the world. Like the chase to like Matt, bow down to him, basically. Like Stick bows down to him.
And Matt beats the crap out of him. Like, Matt wins that fight handily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Matt is a very skilled warrior. Like, obviously, that goes without saying. Like the real reason he has so much trouble with Fisk in a one-on-one, and even then he still kicks his ass, is just because of how fucking big and strong Fisk is, and how like, you know, he can obviously take a punch.
How tanky.
Yeah, he just tanks shit.
He also had armor.
Yeah, he had armor, but even before that, it's like, you know, like he and again, Matt still wins in the end, like every time they ever go toe to toe, like one-on-one. But like Fisk is a fucking thing. Like, he is a beast. He is a fucking unit. You know, it's literally just a matter of like Matt has all this skill, but like at the end of the day, like there's only so much your ninja flips can do against a guy who is just a fucking tank, right? That, you know, that's why even in the comics, like Fisk gives Spider-Man a run for his money. Like Spider-Man, someone who's like really strong. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I don't think MCU Kingpin would stand a chance against Spider-Man.
Well, no.
But yeah, like the point with Kingpin is like, you know, he's such a monster of a man, and because Daredevil doesn't use techniques that kill, that like you're just sort of forced to wear him down and beat him into submission over a very long fight.
Yeah, which is going to be really hard and tiring.
Yeah, and also because like, yeah, he will just grab, like, it's that kind of like whenever you're fighting a larger opponent, like you can't let him get his hands around you. Like, your skills don't matter if he's got his hands around your neck at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, when that's what he does in the prison scene in season 2, where he just fucking grabs Matt and slams his face into the table and like holds him, and like, you know, Matt tries to like break out of it, but like, what the fuck are you gonna do? He's twice your size and like easily twice as strong.
And usually strong, yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Anyway,
you're
the point is
fucked.
like this: Devlin should not be standing like a split second in this fight. It's kind of weird that he is, and that'll be relevant for the Muse fight. Anyway, Matt beats the crap out of him, and like Devlin is left with like 2 broken legs, I think.
He fucking jumps on his legs and like breaks his knee in, which is like, okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So I guess the police caught Devlin. Meanwhile, lady hostage who was in on it, like we see her like open the bag, and inside isn't the diamond. It's one of the sweeties from the sweetie
Little
bowl
butterscotch candy.
Yusuf Khan had. Yeah.
Yeah, so here's what has to have happened there, because obviously Matt had the diamond in his hand. We see that. He must have then pocketed the diamond, taken out the bag, which he put one of the candies in, tossed it to Luca. Luca then hands that off to hostage girl, and that's what she ends up. And then what Matt did before he
When
left
did
the
get
bank.
this candy?
Well, it was on Yusuf's desk, so
But he said no when Yusuf offered it to him.
maybe. Look, I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know. But the point is, like, that has to have been.
I'm joking. I'm joking, but like this is like this is another instance of like just weird things that don't connect. Like we have a teleporting candy on our hands.
Yeah, well, like spatially, that doesn't make sense because Yusuf's desk was on the other side of the bank from where Matt and Yusuf were standing when they did the little negotiation. So like, there is no point where Matt could have been like, "There's a little candy that I need to." That like vaguely looks like the diamond that I can put in this bag, and that's a small point, but like it is still a point worth making. But yeah,
he conveniently picked it up before he left the bank initially.
maybe he did. Maybe he was like, actually, I will have one of those. Maybe that's what happened right after the scene cut jarringly.
I think there are worse cases of teleportation in this fucking story. Like at this point, we just have to accept it as a fact of life that fucking Bullseye can teleport past Matt when they're both coming from the same fucking direction.
But yeah, what has to have happened, and we see this at the end of the episode, is then, like, before he left the bank, Matt put the diamond in the bowl of candies on Yusuf's desk, because that's where Yusuf finds it at the end of the episode. Which, you know, fair enough, whatever. But so obviously, what I find really funny about that is, like, at the end of the episode, when he's talking to Yusuf at his desk, you know, Yusuf is like, they still haven't recovered the diamond, the police are trying to figure out what happened to it, blah, 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 blah. And, like, you know, he kind of telegraphs, like, I think I will have one of those candies, and he takes one out of the bowl before he leaves Yusuf.
Did he not put the diamond back then? I mean, that was the implication I got. Like, Matt walks out with the diamond. Like, Matt has the diamond when he leaves the bank, and that he goes back days later to return it.
Maybe. The thing is, I guess that would actually make more sense than what I thought, because what I thought happened was that he put the diamond in there, then left out of the bank to go follow Devlin, and it was just sitting in Yusuf's candy bowl for several days, which would be really funny because that would implicate him. You know, like, say someone else finds that in the candy bowl, they're going to assume that, like, Yusuf in the chaos decided to pocket the diamond and keep it in his candy bowl so that he could fence it off later, which would be so funny. Maybe you're right, though. Maybe he took the diamond out of the bank whenever he went and followed Devlin and then returned later to
hang on, there's actually another problem here.
Explains it.
Well, hang on, Shady, there's actually another problem here, which is, again, like, so we've already joked that Matt's antics as, like, Daredevil have been caught on camera because this is a bank. But it's actually funnier than that. Once, you know, because, again, in the lobby is when this exchange happens where Matt throws it up in the air. So once you have recovered this, you know, you captured all the bank robbers because even Devlin got caught because of the broken legs, and you realize that no one has, you know, the diamond, and the diamond is just unaccounted for.
You're going to assume Matt has it.
The last person who had the diamond would have been Matt then. So where's Matt Murdock? Come here, Matt.
Well, that's the thing.
We've got questions for you.
There's a chance that maybe the bank robbers, like after being taken prisoner, told them we had another person in on the job that I handed the diamond off to. Like, maybe they were able to get that out of them. But you know, that's guesswork. Like, we don't know that happened. So yeah, like, the last person that we know the police would know that had the diamond is Matt. And then, you know, he made a show of having an injury that he did not have previously to get out of the bank, like, to that cop, and then just fucked off and didn't go to the medic. So yeah, actually, Matt's in huge fucking trouble.
Prime suspect for where this diamond is currently at.
When you think about it, what's Yusuf supposed to do? Like, of course, he's probably going to report it back to the police or give it to the bank. But then, aren't they going to have questions?
Yeah, like, you found this in your candy bowl? Okay.
Well, hang on. But again, then we have the funny thing of, like, again, because the cameras are in the lobby, that they're going to go, okay, so how did this end up in your candy bowl? And they go over the footage of the last few days and like, well, Matt Murdock turned up and he put his hand in the candy bowl.
Yeah, fucking hell. This is...
I like how this is the second, like, plot point, like, major plot point in the show where we just, like, it only works if we assume that the cameras are just a thing that don't exist.
They just can't exist. They fucking can't exist. This can't work otherwise.
Every time now a Marvel project is like, "Oh, we caught this on a CCTV camera." I'm like, "What do you mean? They're not real. They don't exist. You lied to me."
That's so funny because I hadn't even thought about like how this might implicate Matt. I had just assumed he put the diamond in the candy bowl and that it just sat there for several days, which could have ended up getting Yusuf in trouble if that was found by someone other than Yusuf. But even then, even if that's true, like, yeah, Matt is still going to be in legal trouble as far as the police are aware, and Yusuf will be as well when he inevitably tries to turn the diamond in, and they're like, so where the fuck did you find that?
Okay, so someone said the robbers disabled the power from the bank, and I'm like, okay, but okay. So the problem with this is like, as an idea, is like banks have independent power supplies just to make sure that you cannot just cut power to them like that for very obvious reasons. They've got backup
Same with
generators.
security systems. Even if the power
Yep.
generators don't come back on, they've been cut. Security systems have backup generators. No, not backup generators. They have backup batteries.
Yeah, to make sure that they are at least functioning for some time. And again, for exactly this reason. So this only works if we assume that like New York is just filled with CCTV systems that are just designed by complete morons. Because this is not the first time in the show either. This is the subway, and White Tiger is another example of where there should have been cameras.
Well, maybe those corrupt cops also fucking disabled the power in that subway line.
Because like even if you want to say, oh, in this specific area where the fight happened, there was no no security cameras that caught it. What about all the other cameras that? What about all the other cameras that would have picked out the guy who was being the police were beating up? They would have recorded them entering the station.
I'll do you one better.
At the entrance.
I'll do you one better. Even let's just assume that the cameras are not a factor, right? All those hostages who witnessed this exchange go down between Matt and Devlin, where Matt like had the diamond and showed it off, they're going to be questioned by the police, and they're going to tell them what happened. So once Devlin is searched thoroughly,
and so will Yusuf.
and everywhere that Devlin was throughout the bank is searched thoroughly, when the diamond is not recovered, that's they're still going to have a shit ton of questions for Matt, like no matter what.
Yeah, the thing is, the only thing the cameras change here is that, like, if for whatever reason Yusuf just shuts the hell up about what he saw, that they would find out anyway. But like, yeah, I don't see why he would do that. And the other hostages are still going to be like, so when you guys broke in, this was how it all went down. Matt Murdock pretended to throw a diamond up in the air, which you guys haven't recovered, and then the police officer at the door were like, yeah, Matt Murdock then pretended to be injured to get out, and then he just walked off without seeing the medic.
Yeah.
So we still have the same problem, regardless of whether the cameras are a factor or not. It's just the cameras add to the hilarity of how nonsensical it is.
This episode's actually a bit worse than I realized. It's still the best on the show, but only because the rest are just so fucking
And then again,
bad.
someone else has pointed out like there's no street cameras when Matt puts on his red mask in New York, and I'm like, it's actually funny.
Cameras don't fucking exist in this world.
Yeah, there's no body cams on the SWAT team when they storm the building.
It's kind of funny how like Fisk even makes a point how like police having no body cams is a special thing.
For his task force, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Fucking hell.
You're not supposed to ask questions.
So yeah,
apparently.
This entire diamond switcheroo just does not make any sense. It can't work.
And this is the best episode.
Fuck.
It's actually the lowest rated episode, so saying this is the best episode is probably a hot take amongst fans.
I don't give a fuck what's a hot take amongst fans.
I was about to say, I don't give a shit what these fans think, I'll be honest. I trust their opinion about as far as I can throw them.
Jesus Christ.
You're boozing me nothing to me, I've seen what makes you cheer.
Exactly that. Like, I'm not even kidding. That's exactly my sentiment here.
Can I point out also the hilarity? Because we're not going to have time to raise it again before we move on to the next episode, which is the comment about navel gazing is so much funnier in retrospect, because that's all this show is. It's just endless navel gazing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, endless conversations that don't mean anything, and endless filler that doesn't go anywhere. This is the definition of, like, and like, dropping hints of themes that we're not going to bother exploring. This is, like, lack of substance, the fucking show, as well as being contrivance, the show.
Yeah. So it's great.
It's wonderful. It's the best thing since sliced gluten products.
But guys, don't worry. The episode after this is the highest rated episode of the entire show.
Well, it did have that excellent Daredevil Muse fight, to be fair. Like, that was a really good fight.
Yeah,
so.
True. Absolute peak. I was about to say, is there anything left in the bank robbery episode, or can we mercifully move on from this now?
I think that's everything. Although I do have a super chat that needs to be read out first.
All right, let's do that.
So that was episode 5, ladies and gents. What a good fucking episode that was. All right, we got a super chat from. I can't read out that full name because it's not showing me, but Beowin is not 10 something. Says, want to thank you guys for covering Born Again because it got me to watch the Daredevil show. Absolute cinema, even with those bits of season 2. Fuck yeah. More. If you guys haven't seen the Daredevil show, I know some people in chat haven't, namely Bagel. Watch it. It's great. It's fucking excellent. Even season 2.
This is the second time we've called out Bagel specifically on a stream.
Yeah, we're gonna keep doing it. Bagel.
Bagel. Yeah, no, watch the original Daredevil show. It's
Bagel
really,
Bodega.
Really actually, we can't recommend things, Chief, because all we do is hate things.
Fuck!
So we can't say that we like stuff.
The original Daredevil show is bad. There, go watch it.
Inconsistent morals. You have inconsistent morals. There we go.
Yes, and as TC pointed out, watch Punisher as well. I fucking love Punisher, dude.
Yeah. It's got problems, but it's a good show. It's a great little show.
And mostly season 2, right?
Yeah.
In terms of like having problems, I mean, season 1 is great.
I think
season 2 is what the issues are.
Like even the shows that we usually consider bad would seem quite good next to the fucking Born Again.
I do remember though when I was taking Shiny, or I don't think Shiny was here for this part, but like I was taking Sam and I was taking Andrew through Punisher episode 1, and Jolly was there, and like he was kind of pointing out a few contrivances in Punisher episode 1, and I was like, shut the fuck up, stop it. You don't get to criticize good things.
It's illegal.
No, the show is perfect. Anyway, episode 6.
The best one.
How does this episode go again? I literally just watched it earlier. Fucking hell. It's the episode where like so much dumb shit happens, but in a very vague way where I even hate to use these words, but in a very vague way in that like it's one of those things where I want to wait for more context to understand again like the nature of what dumb thing this is, right? Like there's so much like it's dumb, but it's like kind of half-cooked dumbness, It's like it's stupid in a sort of like a not finished kind of way, and like I need more.
This slop is raw. Go back and finish cooking your slop.
I need to understand what else there is to these things, I guess, to understand just why they're dumb. That's the best way I can possibly describe it.
It's giving me salmonella.
It's giving.
I was going to say it's not giving anything. It's actively taking my health. All right, I guess the first thing is the first thing we have to talk about is Matt is praying, right? He prays over Foggy's.
He does pray.
Photo, and like Heather comes in and she's like, "Oh, you're praying. I thought you didn't do that anymore." And he's like, I've had an on-off relationship with the big guy, basically. Like, he kind of hints the idea that he's lost and regained faith several times. And then Heather gets him onto the topic of vigilantes because Heather's like, "Oh, I'm doing this new book on vigilantes, and you could help with that because you've represented a whole bunch." Like, "Oh, I'd love to talk to Frank Castle." And he's like, "You want to talk to the Punisher? Like, are you insane?"
It's kind of weird that she brings that up to Matt in the sense of like, could you get me an interview with him? And it's like, why would she have any reason to think that he has like contact with him
knowledge
at
of his
all?
whereabouts? Yeah. Like I represented him
Apparently
once.
He does.
Well,
he
I
does,
represented him once 8 years ago, and he's a wanted murderer.
Who
I don't have knowledge of where this man is.
But I thought he was publicly considered dead, right? I mean, I guess not if he's still been like active and running around as Punisher. But that's going to raise all those questions about like how he's been like doing his thing without getting caught, like you brought up earlier.
Yeah, because Punisher season 2, the ending of that establishes that like the government wiped the slate clean for Punisher in return for like services rendered. Basically, they're like, we've expunged your record. Like as far as we're concerned, Frank Castle is officially dead, and you're now Joe Castiglione or whatever the hell he was going by.
Pete.
Pete. Like use your second chance well. And he's like, okay, and then promptly goes off and he carries on being Punisher, but with Madani feeding him information about targets that would be useful for him to take down,
And she's like, I want you to work for us in the CIA, and he's like, fuck off, Madani.
Yeah. But I guess since then, his survival has become public knowledge, and everyone's just aware that he's out and about, which again raises so many questions about how he's operating without being constantly hunted. But anyway... Yeah, she's like, "Can I get me an interview with Frank Castle?" And Dad was like, Matt's like, "No,
No,
not happening." And then they have this like an incredibly. This is like the Foggy dialogue from the beginning of the show. This incredibly unsubtle like themes dialogue where they just like lay out like, oh, what if like the mask gives you like permission to be like the this kind of like subversive animal that you always were, and he's like, animal? Question mark. And like hold on to this whole idea of like that the mask is what allows you to revert to your base and true instincts and true nature thing, and that's who you really are, because we're going to come back to that discussion when we have the parallel.
Well, yeah, and it's worth noting, of course, that this scene and a later scene in the episode are cutting back between Matt and Fisk just going about their day. So you have Matt talking to Heather about this, whereas you have Fisk talking to Luca and being like, you need to get me the money, get me the 1.8 and give it to Victor. And actually, since
Victor's hole.
And actually, since you want to mouth off to me, make it 2.8. I'm taking $1 million.
I too have a hole you need to fill.
You've had this debt since fucking November, and it is now at least the middle of March.
What are you doing?
Oh, I forgot to change the background pic. Hang on. I'm gonna do that.
True.
You just keep going.
We need to have Muse or something. Yeah, I'll carry on. So I'm trying to think what happens next. Actually, there's so little that happens. Oh yeah, Fisk like is holding a gala for like rich people because like he's trying to build off the idea that he needs the support of the wealthy to like fund his initiative to get Red Hook like overhauled and redeveloped. Mm-hmm. And so
him and Vanessa hold the whole mask thing.
Why? Because we're going to come back to it when we talk about the parallel. So that's the plan. Fisk's like putting on this fundraiser basically, which he's done before. He did it in season 1.
Well, remember, this is a version of Fisk who doesn't understand how to like interact with the New York elite and like grease certain wheels and like talk politics with people. So like when we actually get to that, it's going to be a very interesting scene, basically.
Well, I guess it's really funny. Like, do you remember the first time that Fisk and Matt actually met in person, which was in the art gallery? Mm-hmm. When Fisk didn't know who Matt was, other than you're the lawyer on the other side of a tenement case from me. Yep. And like, not only is he like very smooth talking, he immediately launches into like what is essentially like a political speech. You're like, oh, I want to build this city, and like, we took too long, and we've been. Like the point is like Fisk knows how to talk shop with like prospective donors. He's very good at that. He successfully.
Well, it's almost like he's a smart person.
Mobs to bank him. Yeah, to bankroll him. Like he's a smart dude. He's a good old smart cookie. He knows how to manipulate people. That's his entire forte. But no, in this scene where like they're trying to wine and dine the rich. All the rich just like, we fucking hate you, and we know that you're just doing this to enrich yourself, and like fuck you, dude, and like you belong in jail. And like we see Jack Duquesne.
Yeah, it's my boy, Lalo Salamanca.
Who basically threatens Fisk without like overtly threatening him. Although Fisk is like, yeah, are you threatening me? And Jack's like, no, it's a warning.
It's just a warning. Something also worth mentioning about Jack is, of course, we get a look at the swordsman as well in one of the BB report things at the beginning of the episode, which is a thing that I wanted to bring up, actually, that takes place before all the stuff we've already gone over, which is like, obviously we've been getting all these BB reports like throughout every episode, except for the last one, mercifully. And I find them tedious and redundant and unnecessary, but something that they really keep like hammering home is that like the public is crying out for vigilantes. Like they want vigilantes to be a thing. And like one of them even shows a clip of the swordsman being like, yeah, go swordsman. And I'm like, why are we doing this? Like, can we not just be consistent with whether or not the public is like pro or anti-vigilante? Like, I don't care which stance they have at this point. I just want it to be a consistent one. And obviously, I know that like not everyone, like the entire public isn't going to have one stance. Like people are obviously going to disagree with each other. But like, I want to know what the majority think of vigilantes. And I'm not getting a good read on that. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
Stop asking. You're not getting it. Shut up.
The show wants it both ways.
Yeah, the show wants it both ways. Yeah, it's like, well, the majority of New York clearly are anti-vigilante because, that's the entire thing that Fisk ran on in his campaign, and he won somehow, despite all the odds being stacked against him. So they, like, people must really fucking hate vigilantes by that logic. But then every time we see any citizen being interviewed on the BB report, they're basically all just like, yeah, I don't really know about this Fisk guy, and also, where the hell's Daredevil? Like, I want him back, and I'm like, why the fuck? It's literally that fucking meme You know that SpongeBob meme where like the fish and his son are like driving, and like the kid's like, but I don't want ice cream, and he's like, then why the fuck did you ask for it? It's that, but like people make that the meme where like Trump supporters are like, but I don't want Trump to be in office, and then we're all just like, then why the fuck did you vote for him?
I don't know. The world is just full of idiocy. Like, okay, actually, there's actually another thing I wanted to mention because it's relevant. The reason I was going to hold off on the BB report as well is because there's a BB report coming in the middle of this dinner scene that's going to be relevant going forward to the plot. But I guess I have to set something up there. So, like, we saw a little clip of Muse out and about doing his painting.
Mm-hmm.
We also saw a little clip earlier on of some workers trying to wash off the paint of murals from the walls, and they can't do it even with a power jet. Which, by the way, they're not using correctly, but that's another matter of just basic funniness. But like, yeah, two girls approach Muse and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're that guy who's putting up all the murals around town. Can we get like a selfie with you? Like, obviously, like we don't want to put your face in it because, like,
there's something so comedic about just walking up to a guy doing graffiti and just assuming that he's the graffiti artist that like artist, that like you keep hearing about. It's so funny.
Are you Banksy?
There's also
Banksy.
It looks like a Banksy to me. There is also the thing of like he then like we have the camera shot which we have as this photo right in the stream of. Actually, I don't know if it's the same one, but it's a similar shot of like Muse turning around, just staring at these girls with this like bloody eye hole like face. Which I have the white tiger question, which is he just walking around like that and no one's noticed? But we then cut away with the indication he's doing terrible things to these girls. And then during the dinner scene, Fisk's mayoral team are like, "Oh, but you need to come with us right away. Something's happened." Okay. So Fisk is like, "Oh, Vanessa, can you take over for me? I need to go deal with this thing."
I feel like we're speed running this here because we got some shit to like lay out first about like the power washers have come to Fisk and they're basically like, we couldn't get the blood, like we couldn't get the murals off of these walls, like even with the power washer that we totally used correctly. And we ran all these tests. We sent them over to these guys with like these guys that we know in Philly. They ran these tests. And we found out that the murals are being being painted with human blood, which apparently can't be washed off, even though blood can be washed off.
Well, they used a special epoxy, that explains everything.
Fucking hell. And so, yeah, this is basically the big reveal to the characters that we have a serial killer on our hands, because, like, then the police come in and start looking into these murals, and they're like, yeah, they're like, there are like 60 victims that we know of, and like 12 murals that have been painted, and then all this. We have a serial killer that like the police just apparently didn't fucking know about, but like the power
until
washers,
sanitation
were able to, and. Yeah, and that's also the reveal to us, the audience, the thing we mentioned earlier about how like all of Muse's paintings that we've seen on the show so far were painted in human blood, including the stupid-ass triggered mural that I kept shitting on in the last stream, that was on the wall of the safe house that Matt was storing Nikki Torres in. So I guess he just never walked by that mural at any point.
Well, so this becomes the question we joked about earlier, which is like, hey, Matt can smell really well, right? But he couldn't smell fucking liters and like 60 people's worth of blood on the walls in his city.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Not once. Not once was Matt walking in an area where one of these murals was. Because I know 12 is not a lot, but like Muse apparently is clustered around a specific location. That's how Hector tracked him down.
Yeah, and he's already become like a well-known kind of underground artist,
Yeah, and we know for a fact that the location that Muse is centered in is around where Matt lives and works, because Matt has been around these murals in episode 1 and on the wall of the safe house of his witness, and like BB Urich passed by one as well, and like she's like investigating areas where like she's doing her camera work in areas where Daredevil is popular, so clearly it's Daredevil neighborhood essentially. Just the idea that Matt at no point has like smelled the 60 people's worth of blood splattered on the walls for months.
Nor did any of the regular human characters who we know definitively have passed by these murals.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Okay, so fun fact for you all in chat: like some of the human nose obviously is not as sensitive as like say a dog's or a shark's or whatever, but it's still quite sensitive. And the chemicals that we are most sensitive to are compounds associated with rotting meat, namely sulfurous compounds like sulfhemoglobin, stuff like that, cadaverine. Putrescine, things that make rotting meat smell like rotting meat. That's why, incidentally, we add those chemicals to gas, so that you can smell gas leaks. in very trace amounts. But yeah, we are very sensitive to that smell. And there are, I cannot stress this enough, 60 people's worth of blood on, which, by the way, I guess is only marginally less than Loki killed.
Muse almost has a high enough kill count to be Loki. Yeah,
it's not. It's not nearly as high as the body count from the Battle of New York.
But yeah, like it's man, like good God, like there's a lot of blood on these walls is my point, and even regular people should smell. Like the mural that we see them washing off at the beginning is like big enough to cover the entire side of a quite large building.
Huge,
it's like it takes
yeah.
Yeah.
Which is its own question, because I'm like, how the fuck did he get up there and paint that entire mural without anyone seeing?
He's artist powers. Also, yeah, I guess he was carting around like giant liter bags full of like human blood.
He must have. Like, I feel, I mean, they're still like spray painted on there, so like I feel like he had some way of like turning the blood into something you can. Yeah, so something that you can spray onto a building, but like it's gonna take a lot of cans to like finish up a mural like that, and I'm sure he didn't do it all in one go, but that only means like I have more questions about how he was able to do that entire mural without anyone seeing him, or it just simply being like washed off, or like
people... out the other obvious thing, which is like, so fun fact about the New York Police Department: they have cadaver dogs that live in New York. None of these dogs out for a walk smelled the liters and liters of blood on the walls.
Fucking hell.
Just, that's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine.
It makes sense.
Whatever.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So like, Fisk is dragged out of his dinner, and the task force are like, okay, so we found a new mural with these two girls dead by the mural with their eyes gouged out.
All right. So here's a question.
And I have questions about. Yeah. So question number one: how did Muse kill both of those girls quickly enough to do that? I know he's
fast.
a practiced killer, but he was caught surprised. I mean, not with his literal pants down, but he was caught, unaware while spray painting a wall by two girls who were not like immediately within arm's reach of him. And he's not. I don't even know. I believe that he's strong enough to hold two girls at once. He's a fairly slim dude, but he somehow killed them really quickly without leaving any other marks on them other than gouging their eyes out. That's just a thing he can do. There we go. Their bodies are left by an anti-Fisk mural. And Fisk is like, "Oh, I can use this actually. We can no this." And then Fisk says something really interesting, which is, "I don't want any of this information leaving this room. I don't want anyone to know outside of this room that there is a serial killer on the loose, because I have a purpose we can put this towards." And then the very next scene is that Cherry somehow found out from a friend and tells Matt.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
I have questions about how Cherry knows this.
Dropping that little breadcrumb. Something else, though, that needs to be laid out, and TC even asked this question in chat, so I'm glad he did. A practice killer, how? Like, when was that started? We know that Muse has been active for some time, and here's how. Because Angela came to Matt's office earlier in the episode to basically be like, my uncle was, like, investigating something. Like, people have been disappearing, and, like, he, for some reason, told his niece, his 14-year-old niece, I have narrowed down the location of this person to, like, the specific track on the old Q line, track 61, I think is what it was. And, she's like, we need to do something. We need to investigate. The point is, Hector Ayala, the White Tiger, who got arrested for everything on New Year's Eve, so 3 months ago at this point, was investigating Muse to the point where he tracked him to, like, basically to his lair. Which means that, like, Muse had to have been doing these murders since before that, and presumably for some time, right? Especially if he was already doing them by episode 1, which was in November. So, like, he's been active for a while, and somehow this has never been found out till now, and that's a whole thing. But also, like, we're going to have a lot to say about Hector in terms of he's been investigating Muse, or at least, like, the disappearances of these people, to the point where somehow he was able to find out the culprit who took all these people and murdered them is generally, like, living out of this subway track, like, over by the old Q line. I don't know how he figured that out, but he did, and then he got arrested before I guess he could go take care of that, which is a thing too, because, like, the context surrounding when he got arrested was he was just gonna go bring his wife some flowers. Like, he wasn't on the clock as White Tiger, so I guess he just didn't care enough to, like, actively pursue this serial killer that he was investigating.
Yeah, he took a break.
Yeah, he took a night off and then got arrested. Very unlucky on his part, and then he didn't tell anybody about this thing he was investigating except his 14-year-old niece. And then I guess she sat on that information for 3 months.
Yeah, I didn't tell the police. Well, I know. To be fair, we have.
Yeah, she didn't tell the
doesn't
police. Yeah,
but,
yeah.
But like, there are other people in this town you can talk to. Like, there are other, like Jessica Jones exists apparently. Luke Cage exists, and even if you like,
I don't know why she waited.
Matt immediately.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know why she waited to tell Matt, if anything, right? Because like again, well, go ahead.
I was like, wouldn't you have told him? Like, I know she thinks the cops killed Hector, and like, yeah, probably. Well, at least from her perspective, yeah, probably. But wouldn't you immediately be like, there's a possibility, by the way, that this wasn't actually the cop, that like, my uncle was pursuing a serial killer, or at least someone who's like 60 people have vanished, and my uncle has been like was investigating that, and now he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you'd think that would come up in conflict, but no, she just doesn't mention it. It's fine.
No,
she forgot. I guess she kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet.
It's so funny how 60 people have gone missing. Nobody's noticed it. Nobody's picked up on it except for one guy who was like, something's going on here, and then he got fucking murdered. It's like, oh well.
Well, also, but it's not just Hector, because we have a BB report where she's interviewing. Like I think it's what's funny about it is it's literally the scene right after Fisk is like, I don't want anyone to know about this, and then the very next scene is like a BB report where she's interviewing everyone on the street, and they're like, "Lo, people have been disappearing for months." I'm like, so everyone fucking knows this then.
Well, I mean,
from the police.
At the very least, at that point, that was when those bodies showed up by the new mural that he intentionally laid out those bodies to send as a message to Fisk to mock the police. But a question I have about that is that implies Muse must have some inside knowledge, right? Because Fisk was like, I want this kept. We finally figured out this is a fucking serial killer, but I want this kept, very hush hush. Nobody outside this room can hear about this. And then the second that the police chief and the mayor are aware of the serial killer's existence, now the serial killer is like, all right, I'm gonna fuck with them now, as if he knows now they know about him, as opposed to before when they didn't. Which is interesting.
Yeah, and suddenly BB's like starts listening to people being like, oh, by the way, there's been people being vanishing for months that we've been trying to tell you about, but no, oh well.
It's like who's filing these missing persons reports, and how, where are those reports ending up? In a fucking bin somewhere? Like, what's happening right now?
Yeah, because you can't even make the argument it's just like homeless people who wouldn't be missed, because people are actively telling BB that they know that people are vanishing.
Well, and also
and,
those two girls were just like regular people.
Yeah,
regular
people.
They were out on they were out for a night on the town. They were gonna go clubbing, I assume. But I assume they were also people with homes and friends and families and jobs, and all these people who'd be like, hey, where the fuck is this girl? She didn't show up for work today. So and it's not like he vetted them beforehand to be like, yeah, no one would miss them. He was like, oh, two girls that I can kidnap, cool, and then he did it. There was no thought. There was no further thought process behind that.
Same with Angela Ayala when she wanders down near his place, like, ooh, free piece of candy.
It's kind of funny actually, in its own sadistic way, where it's like he just kind of sees people and he's like, I guess I can take them. He doesn't give a fuck. He's just like, yeah.
Yeah, he was wandering out to to grab someone, and Angela was just in his lair already. He was like, well, that's convenient. It's like Uber Eats delivery.
I'm just imagining the super comedic version of that, where it's broad daylight in a very trafficked sidewalk area, and Muse, just dressed as Muse, just walks up to some random person and picks them up. He's just like, all right, you're coming with me. No.
It's the you're my friend now. We're having tacos later.
And then nobody does anything about it because just everyone in this town is fucking oblivious, apparently. So
yeah,
maybe that's Muse's superpower. It's not that he's invisible to Daredevil; he's invisible to everyone all the time,
except for those two girls. Those two girls are the only people who can see him.
No, that's probably why he took them. That's probably why he took them. He looked over at them. He was like, "You can see me."
I'm visible to you? Oh my god, that's been so long. I've forgotten my own name.
But yeah, Muse has been
active.
I
guess Heather can see him as well, to be fair.
Muse has been active for months, and if you're right about there being a mural up as of episode 1, then that means before he even approached Heather to be his therapist, he was already murdering, so...
Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, I guess he approached Heather to be his therapist, and then, we just seen nothing of that. And as he pointed out, months have passed.
Yeah, we've never seen a session between them, which is interesting. This is a whole other point that I want to make about, how we are now 2/3 of the way through the show, and no character development has happened for anyone. Not for Matt, not for Fisk, not for them collectively in terms of how they deal with each other. But also Muse is supposed to be one of the main villains of this season, and I know nothing about him. I don't even know his name. He's just some kid that approached Heather one time, and otherwise he's just been kind of going around murdering. And I understand obviously that you can have kind of a murder mystery, like a whodunit almost. But like that's not really what the show's doing. Like there's no real reason I can think of for why Muse's identity needs to be a secret. You know? It's not like he's somebody that's like connected to Matt in some way, you know?
Yeah. Can we talk about as well, like why? So I already brought up like how exactly does Cherry know about this, and the implication, I guess, that might mean that like someone is feeding Cherry information deliberately. I think that could be Fisk, but like there's that, but there's also the thing of like if Cherry's whole deal is like he doesn't want Matt to do Daredevil things, why did he tell Matt? That
Because he was gonna find out anyway, so he may as well hear it from Cherry.
How?
Don't know. Don't fucking know. The thing is, yeah, if I'm Cherry, like if I feel like it's inevitable that he's gonna find out, it's gonna be we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Like I'm gonna hold this off for as long as I possibly can, and hope he just doesn't find out. But if he does, then I'll be like, hey Matt, like, you know, don't do what I hope that you're not gonna do, you know.
Someone in the chat made the joke I made to you ages ago, which is maybe Muse is foggy.
It's a red herring this entire time. It wasn't that young man. It was just simply foggy this entire time. That's
it was
gonna be the
Karen.
twist.
Karen's gone off the deep end. Can you imagine Andrew's reaction if it was Karen?
He would be so fucking angry. I'd love to see that.
That would be the crash out to end all crash outs.
Like it's kind of twice now that we've had something with Cherry that they've never really dug into, despite the fact that they could do something with it. Like the idea that Cherry's conflicted, but he believes that it might be better if Matt did do something about it, or maybe Matt kind of like twists his arm to get the information, despite how much Cherry doesn't want him to do it. He's like kind of comes around to the idea, but he's not happy because at the moment, as it stands, as you said, he doesn't really have any character reason to actually give him this information, especially unprompted. And it kind of feels a bit like when he just gives drugs to this random guy. It's like, okay, he seems to be a pretty straight and narrow. It's like he seems to be a pretty straight and narrow cop. So why would he just give drugs to a witness? He's never characterized as being a corrupt cop. He's never characterized as having like anything. And it's even within himself, these small moments wouldn't be something to be crying about, because you get small moments like this all the time where it's not quite aligned with the character motivation, but the story is trying to go someplace. It's not perfect, but you kind of live with it. But because there's no characterization anywhere to be seen, and this is all we've got for him, the only elements we can ever say when they ever try to interact with the story are when, okay, this doesn't quite fit what we know about this person. It doesn't quite make sense, but the story has to do it for reasons, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Someone in chat said Muse is a scroll. I agree.
Everyone's a scroll. I'm a scroll.
Karen is a scroll. Foggy was a scroll.
Matt's a scroll.
Fisk is a
This
scroll.
isn't actually Matt. Can you imagine? Actually, can you imagine that if the show ended and it was turned out that the Matt we've been following the whole time isn't actually the real Matt? It's a scroll.
No, you know what? Adam is a scroll. Fuck it. Who gives a shit?
No, Adam's the only real person.
Wesley was a scroll back in season 1. He's actually still alive and in witness protection.
They pulled that with
Elena Cardenas was a scroll, and she's in witness protection.
Rhodey turned out to be a scroll, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
When was that? When was he a scroll?
Oh, Civil War.
Right after he got paralyzed in Civil War, I think is the implication.
Yeah. So Infinity War and Endgame, Rhodey is not Rhodey. It's a scroll.
Oof, that really fucks with
I
characterization.
do not like that.
Yeah, it really does.
But that's a different
Well,
thing. We're
moving
not
on.
talking
So-
about that stupid ass show.
I was also saying
That's
it wouldn't be the first time that they just twist that.
True. Moving on though, so we simultaneously to this we have our good old friend the police chief who hates Fisk comes back into Fisk's office and he's like, we need to put more cops on the street because there's a fucking serial killer on the loose. And Fisk's like, I agree. That's why I'm putting together a team. It's called the Avengers Initiative. No, I'm putting together a task force of police with special skills. I believe that you might be aware there's a subculture amongst your officers of like certain kinds of people who are like, you know, do go-getters and they've showed initiative and they think outside the box. And he means the Punisher cops.
Yeah.
And so Fisk assembles this task force. And I want to lay this out because it's so funny when you think about this, right? He ran on an anti-vigilante platform. And apparently that was popular enough to get him elected as the shock candidate, the upset candidate. And now his solution to there's a serial killer on the loose is I'm going to put together a team of violent, Punisher-worshipping cops without body cams, let them loose around the city to do whatever the fuck they want. And even though every rich person in this
And
city
I'll
has
oversee
just
it.
told me to my face and I'll personally oversee it, because that's not going to go well, especially given my record.
Mm-hmm.
But every single rich person in the city fucking hates him as well. And these are the people who own things like the newspapers, for example. And even Bibi Urich is clearly not on his side in the way that she was initially. She's not dick riding him. So what does Fisk think this is going to do politically to him? He's like, I'm assembling a vigilante task force of corrupt cops.
I just do
act as
not.
my own personal militia force.
I also just do not buy for even a second that he can use Muse to justify creating this task force and having himself personally oversee it and give them all these special things like no body cams. I just don't believe that, especially because Muse isn't even a vigilante, and there's like no way you can even spin that to the definition that he is one. Like he's a serial killer. That's insane.
It's also just odd that having so the vigilante Punisher cops. Why would they even have anything to like view Fisk in positive light? Because
why would they like Fisk?
Yeah, they wouldn't.
Because they worship the Punisher and Fisk. Well, I don't think they had any like public falling out, but the two goals really
like,
don't align.
They're very different people. They worship the Punisher on the basis that the Punisher, like takes matters into his own hands, and he runs around killing bad, scumbags. Of which Fisk is the worst of all. He's a fucking crime boss. Why the fuck?
Lots of cops.
Yeah, why the fuck would they like Fisk? He's antithetical to everything they worship about the Punisher.
They also seem to be against
he's a go-getter.
Like when he first enters the room, none of them seem to like him, but he does a little speech, and then all of a sudden they're all yay Fisk, yay! Yeah.
I think that's a charitable reading. I think they just kind of like look at him indifferently because they don't have actors on this show.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah, and then like I said, we hyped this earlier. But meanwhile, to this going on, Angela Ayala comes to Matt's offices and is like, "Oh yeah, by the way, my uncle's tracking a serial killer. Can you do something about that?" And Matt's like, "I'm a blind lawyer.
What do you want me to do about it?
What am I supposed to do?" Yeah, what am I? Well, to be fair, like, from her perspective, what does she expect him to do about it?
Yeah, like I'm not going to the police for obvious reasons, and like you understand those reasons too. So like, short of going to the police, what can I do for you, really? Like, I want to help, but like, what do you expect here?
And like he lays that argument, and she's like, "Oh, I guess you just don't care about the little guy. Like you'll only help us on your terms." And I'm like, "What the hell is happening?"
Mm-hmm.
And then she walks out of the room, and Matt has a pained expression, which I can only assume is like him reacting to how nonsensical that was. Because if that's them trying to say that he should be feeling guilty, I have no idea what the hell's going on.
It's weird also that she uses that argument because like, oh, you only help people within like your realm of knowledge, which is lawyering, and for some reason you're not helping here. It's like, yeah, he's using his realm of experience and knowledge to help people. You said like it's a bad thing? Like what else should he be focusing on? Apparently solving murder mysteries. But that's not
he should be
job.
out doing Agatha Christie stuff. Like I don't really know what she thinks he's gonna do here.
Yeah.
Does she just expect people who don't have any experience in this position to just go out and try to solve these murders?
But you see,
she
guys,
came in
the
and
guilt.
She was like, "Matthew, I need you to fill this hole."
Matt, I need you to distract Kang. Anyway, I was gonna say though, like I think the show is going for like the guilt that Matt feels is on the basis that like he could be doing more if only he weren't such a coward and he would pick up the mask again. And I'm like, you haven't earned this. This isn't earned. I'm sorry. Like we haven't had a progression. We haven't done an arc. Do an arc first, please.
It's just again, it's that thing. We said it earlier. It's the Sabine Wren thing. It's like if we just repeat a setup over and over again, that's the same thing as progressing a setup to the conclusion of an arc. It's like, no, it isn't.
What you do here is you constantly wear Matt down in terms of like all he wants to do is help in any way that he can, but like he doesn't think that being Daredevil is helping, so you have to send him on an arc where he realizes yes it is. Which I mean, I guess you could
build
do
up his level of anger. Like over and over again, like like the first time round, like he's worn down, but he doesn't do anything. It's more like depression. Then Hector gets killed, and he hears about it, and he's just sits despondently by himself in the church or something. And then like he has the scene in the ME's office where Angela's like, what oh, if only someone was doing something, no one cares. and like you got my uncle killed, and then like you can go home and just like pound, literally like, you just beat the wall in frustration and rage, like smash a table or something. Like just have some kind of sense that there's like a build up of pressure going on here in his personal life, that he's feeling an increasing level of weight, that he needs to do something. I need some sense that there's an internal conflict, please.
But he prayed earlier, and he had flashbacks to Foggy's death.
I mean, I prayed, and I too have had flashbacks to Foggy's death, but it's more in the context of just like being fucking baffled as to what the hell is happening and praying for release.
T said, "Wouldn't a judge have to approve the no body cameras thing?" Yes, like that's the point I was trying to make about that, was that like checks and balances exist for every politician. You know, like Fisk, and again, you know, credit where it's due for episode 4, they at least acknowledged the existence of like red tape and that sort of thing. Like the mayor does not have unilateral authority to just do things like create a fucking anti-vigilante task force with all sorts of special privileges that he personally is going to oversee. Like, he can't do that. He needs a good reason to justify it, and Muse is not a good reason. Doesn't even make sense.
I was about to say, like, do New York's congressmen and senators not have anything to say about this?
Apparently not.
I guess not.
Southpaw?
All right. So I've got an early morning shift, and I've been up since about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Damn.
Which, for my time, is about like we're closing in on 18 hours. 18 hours ago, I'm fading, and I haven't really been contributing a whole lot to this discussion in a while, anyways.
That's fair.
This has been fun. I am going to go ahead and drop out. What I'll probably do is I'm actually going to probably have this playing on my phone next to my bed. I usually like to have something on while I fall asleep.
Cool.
But it's been real.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for the breakdown of the final 3 episodes, which is in how many weeks? Is it 3 weeks?
Hopefully
or 2?
3 weeks, unless they do another double episode like they did this time around, which really fucked up my schedule.
And they did the last time around too, right?
Did they? Okay, well, maybe in 2 weeks. We will see.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Okay, it's 3 weeks. It's 3 weeks. Thank God. April 1, April 8, April 15th. Perfect. Okay.
Ah, beautiful.
Oh, April 15th, the same day as Tax Day, the day that Abraham Lincoln died, the day that the Titanic sank, and worst of all, the day that my brother was born. Anyways, good night.
Wow.
Bro's a nerd.
You guys can find everything to do with Southpaw's channel in the description, as always. Watch his shit. It's good.
You guys can find Southpaw at these exact coordinates. Write them down.
This IP address.
It is 8:20 p.m. for him. I'm not judging. He's been up since 3 in the morning, but, well, like, wow, what a grandpa. Going to sleep already?
Yeah, it's 1:20 in the morning for me.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got 2 people over in the UK who are, like, you know, way later in their time zones.
Alex.
He just wants to have some sweet.
We don't have lives.
What, Advocate?
Southpaw just wants to have some sweet dreams real quick.
Sweet dreams that are made of this?
Yes.
Well,
we're nearly at the end. Don't worry, guys. We've got a little bit more to discuss, but not a huge. Well, I guess.
I have a lot to say about that fucking fight. So let's just try to get to that.
So yeah, Angela then like vanishes, and a little bit later, I was going to say Southpaw gets a call. Yeah, Southpaw gets a call from Hector Ayala's wife, being like, "I'm lonely, come over." No, so Matt gets a call from Hector's widow, being like, Angela's vanished. She said she was going to see you, and she hasn't come back. I'm really worried.
Yeah, I'm assuming by that line that she means when Angela visited Matt earlier in the day, like at his office, right? Because like,
yeah,
if she was like, I'm gonna go visit 40-year-old Matt Murdock at his apartment late at night, I'd be like, no, you're not.
Sorry.
But even then, like, she skipped out of school to go visit Matt in the morning. So like, even then, like, if Soledad knew about that, she'd be like, no, you're fucking not. Go to class.
Well, I guess all she said was like, I'm going to go see Matt Murdock at some point. She didn't specify a time.
Maybe.
So I guess the widow Ayala thought that was happening like after school, but before she came home. But she just hasn't come home, and it's late now.
Well, in any case, yeah. So Angela is missing.
Yeah, Angela went wandering around in the subway tunnels and just happened to wander into Muse, who was like, "Ooh, piece of candy."
So here, something logistically that needs to be laid out is like when we first watched the episode, this is a line that I didn't catch. So I was confused by how Matt just knew where to find Muse once he realized Angela was missing. But like, there is a line earlier in the episode when Angela confronts him at his office where she's like, again, like, you know, like my uncle tracked him to like this general area of the subway train line, and that's where you know we need to go investigate, right? Which is where she was investigating. Which, you know, that's still a very big area, so it's still pretty fucking coincidental, like how everything plays out. But it's a lot less contrived than I initially had thought, because before I was just like, how the fuck does Matt have any frame of reference for how to find this person? He knows nothing about Muse.
Well, it's also got the problem of, like, unfortunately for Matt, this is happening in a subway where trains are running, so I don't know if he can use his, like, special hearing to pinpoint exactly where they are. Maybe he can, but it seems like an odd one that he could do that, given the amount of, like, background interference, let's say. But yeah, so she happens to wander into Muse. Muse takes her to his lair, knocks her out, takes her to his lair to be drained of blood for more painting supplies, because he's got more murals on the mind. Matt is back at his apartment, and he looks into camera, basically. Well, not really, but like he like we have a central focus shot of him, and he just goes, "Fuck it," and he goes to the roof to like put on the suit, and I'm like, "Wow, what a conclusion to that arc! Meaningful, theme, stakes, everything juicy and delicious." Anyway, well, Muse mid draining Angela of blood, which he puts the machine in her, and this is like a hefty, like, fucking blood pumping piece of gear, so like she should be dead quite quickly. She's a small little lass. She's not got that much blood. But Muse, something tips Muse off. So he sticks his head out of like the archway that leads into his little alcove and sees like a train disappearing down the tracks. And afterwards, in the blurriness of the vision, he sees Daredevil running down the tracks straight at him.
He should have gone with Specsavers.
We get a really awful shot too of Daredevil like running into the kicking into the camera POV basically, and it's just awful CGI. They even showed that off in the trailer like it was something to revel over.
It's just awful, Chris.
That was just awful, Chris. Terrible. Anyway.
Yeah, so it's just insane that Matt even managed to find them like this, but it's also just insane that he managed to find them in time to prevent Angela from being drained of blood.
we have a very small girl basically, you know, being drained of blood with a syringe that is rapidly taking blood out of her. Like she does not have that much time.
Yeah, it's an automated mechanical pump as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave her like a shot of adrenaline, didn't he? To speed up her heart?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like she should be losing blood right quick.
Oh well.
But yeah, so Daredevil and Muse then have a fight. And Sheev, I know you have lots to say about this.
I have I'm going to take the reins on this because I have just notes upon notes to say about this, and I want to lay it out in its proper context. So, I should say there's a part in the fight, and this is a very small, quick moment, but it's one that I remember like laughing at in our initial reaction too, where during the fight, Muse is kicking him in the face multiple times, like, and Matt's just kind of standing there letting him for some reason. And I tweeted out that, you know, like, why I felt that was absurd by just basically being like, Matt is standing there letting himself get kicked in the face multiple times while, you know, just off to stage left, a girl is being drained of her blood rapidly and in need of saving. That's all I said. But I feel like, you know, you guys are smart cookies. You can kind of tell, like, the point I was trying to make there, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, absolutely not.
Counterpoint, no.
Because the thing is, that tweet got a lot of pushback from a lot of people who were not happy with me for saying that. And a lot of the pushback was just very strange. Because, like, the main bulk of the arguments were centered around the idea that what I was getting upset over, even though this isn't even what I said, was that he prioritized fighting Muse over immediately going to rescue Angela. Which, not only is that not what I said, I wouldn't take umbrage with that by itself, because obviously you're going to have to incapacitate Muse if you're going to effectively rescue the girl, right? Like, this is a guy who is, like, really hard to beat in a fight. You're going to need to make sure that he's down for the count before you can do anything to help Angela, realistically. And we're going to get to how all that plays out in a second. But, like, so that's not even... The point I was making was specifically to do with the fact that, like, standing there and letting yourself get kicked in the face is doing nothing... Like, it doesn't accomplish anything other than wasting time and potentially putting you in a position where you can be, like, knocked out or otherwise incapacitated. And then you're not doing anything for Angela. So this whole argument that, like, of course he would prioritize fighting Muse over Angela. It's like, okay. Like that's not the point I'm making. But also, like the basis of why so many people are making this argument is just fucking absurd anyway, because they're coming at it from a perspective that apparently, you know how Daredevil is a pretty angry guy. You know, he lets out a few guttural screams here and there, even in this fight, right? Well, apparently, this is an anger that is super entrenched into him, and is like it's always a constant struggle to not let the devil take over, so to speak. You know, like he always has to like he's always struggling to make sure that he prioritizes the safety of others before the immediate gratification of beating the shit out of a guy. You know, because that's a thing from the original show, right? That we've been shown, right? I'm presenting this because obviously no, that's not something I think we've ever been shown in the original show, that he is so overwhelmed by his anger that he will that it's a struggle for him to actually go and do the thing of like saving lives and prioritizing that over beating the shit out of people. I don't think that's ever been a thing we've been shown, and it's not even a thing we're being shown in this fight, despite what people are saying. So I'm very confused by this line of arguments. So
it's basically a mistake. It's thinking that it's an argument.
It's just weird to me because like not only are you not even pushing back against the point that I'm making, but you're not reading the scene correctly. You know, like it's one of those things where it's like you can be stupid, but please don't be stupid and then also smug. Like you don't get to do both because then I'm gonna have to call you out. You know? Oh, but Matt can take a beating. Okay. So save that skill for whenever it's actually necessary to take a beating.
Does that mean he should?
Yeah, it's like okay, let him take a beating whenever he has no other choice. But there's another counter people made where they were like, yeah, but in the opening of episode 1, when he was in the confession box with Father Lantom, he talked about how his dad was a boxer and how his dad would often just let himself get the shit kicked out. He would just let people beat on him to psych his opponents out. And I'm like, no, what he said was, when my dad was in a match that he knew he couldn't win, his strategy was to just let himself get hit multiple times until they broke their hands. Which, that's not a good strategy because that's just not likely to happen. You're like, what's more likely to happen is you're going to get the shit knocked out of you. Which is something we know happened to Jack Murdoch a lot. His record was spotty at best. That's a thing we're explicitly shown in the flashbacks. So that's not a good strategy, and it's also not the point of why Matt even said that. The point of why he said that was to just be like, my dad could take a punch, and so can I. But even if I was unironically, sorry, I'm still going through. There's so much to go through, Madvocate. I'm sorry.
Rant is in progress.
Even if I was unironically accepting that that's the reason Matt did that, was I guess as a strategy to make Muse break his feet, I guess. I don't know. He wasn't even being overmatched by Muse, so that'd be a stupid thing to do anyway. The point that I'm ultimately making here is that the time is of the essence. There is a girl on a table fucking dying right now. You don't have time to just stand there and aura farm and let people kick you in the face repeatedly. What the fuck are you doing? This just doesn't make any sense.
This comes down to the debate that Sheev and I actually had about this, where my contention is that short of having some kind of special powers like he does in the comics that prevent Matt from locking onto him with his abilities.
Yeah, and we're gonna get to that also.
Yeah, we'll get to that because that's been presented as a defense. Muse should pose little to no threat to Matt in terms of the idea that this kid, because he is a kid, we've seen him, in the actor is 28, 29, but he's playing range is late teen to mid 20s. So at best, I'm going to say this kid is in his mid 20s. The idea that there's this 25-year-old random graffiti artist, serial killer dude, is enough of a martial artist to pose any kind of significantly long challenge to Matt, who is canonically one of the single best hand-to-hand combatants in the entire MCU canon right now. I find to be really, really I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it's really strange. And I also think if that is the case, then he is just that skilled. That should be remarkable to Matt. Matt should be taken aback that he is that good.
The thing is, I think the point that I mainly disagree with you on there is just that the way the scene actually plays out, I don't think Muse is actually putting up really any kind of fight against Matt. You can argue about how long the fight's going on, and maybe it shouldn't be going on for that long, but every time they're actually going up against each other directly, Matt just knocks him the fuck down, basically. It's not really a contest.
I agree, but the problem is like because because then the thing should be what you say, which is this fight should not be going on this long. Matt should have dealt with him quickly in order to like go and save the girl. That should have been how that played out.
What's funny is that he actually kind of does as soon as he comes in. Okay.
Because like so the thing I'm addressing is the defense that some people put up of like, well, he couldn't get to the girl because like Muse is just like is so dangerous that like and like the fight's going on for so long that he just can't get there. And I'm like I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What?
Because the thing is, I think I'm a little more lenient, at least for now, on the idea that there is somebody who is this skilled that they can at least give Matt a run for his money, if not outright beat him. But yeah, like, and the other thing too is that like Matt actually does like make pretty quick work of him the second the fighting really starts. He knocks him down, and then he goes over to the table, and then just stands there like a fucking idiot without taking the syringe out of her or doing anything, giving Muse time to get back up and continue the fight. So it's not even a matter of like, this fight is going on for so long because Muse is just that skilled. It's just because Matt acts extremely incompetently in multiple points. Because there's that, and there's him letting Muse kick the shit out of him for no reason.
Well.
Yeah,
there's an additional level of competence as well, which is like again, Matt has all these extra senses, and also we know from season 1 of Daredevil he can tell when people are unconscious versus faking it.
Mm-hmm.
If you are in a situation where like I need to take the syringe out of this girl or she's gonna bleed to death, and I have to therefore make sure that I'm not distracted and therefore incapacitate this fucker as quickly as I can, in case I need to like put pressure on the wound and stop it from bleeding out anyway. Any number of reasons why he can't just yank that out and leave it and call it a day. But if that's the case, I need to deal with Muse really quickly. And I know when people are actually unconscious. And I'm a very skilled fighter who's got experience of like choking people out and knocking them unconscious and knowing exactly how to hit them to do that. So just fucking knock him out, Matt. Why are you dicking around like this?
I don't know. Yeah,
beat him unconscious.
Again, it's
and
not.
Then go in to help the girl.
But that's what I'm saying though. It's like it's not even that Muse is just so skilled that he's giving Matt a run for his money. It's that they're causing Matt to continually act really stupidly throughout this fight in various different points that cause the fight to be prolonged more than it is. But like when it actually comes down to them fighting hand to hand, it's a pretty quick. It's like no contest. It's like Muse gets his shit rocked essentially. That's all it is.
I will say the fight goes on so long that I think Angela should be dead.
Yes. Well, I mean, I honestly, like, at the rate at which the syringe was taking the blood out of her, she should honestly be dead, or at least close to death by the time Matt even gets there.
Yes. Yeah, she like basically Angela should be dead. Sorry, show, but I don't believe that she's alive now. You're wrong.
Yeah, so there's all those.
If she carries on walking around and talking, I'm going to assume she's a ghost.
So there's all those things, but then there's the extra layer of defense that people have tacked onto my quote unquote criticism of it, which is that the reason Matt is quote unquote letting himself get kicked in the face is that actually he's not letting that happen. Muse has a special superpower, you see, from the comics, wherein, and I don't know the logistics of this because I know nothing about Muse from the comics, but apparently his superpower is that he's able to make himself invisible to Daredevil's senses. And I want to, we'll push back against that in a second, but just to really lay this out, that would explain, quote unquote, why there are certain parts in the fight where like Matt kind of goes to throw a punch at him, but doesn't actually land. Like there's a part earlier in the fight where that happens, although the way I interpreted that was just that Muse was quick and was able to dodge them, but whatever. And then there's the part at the end when he knocks, Muse is down for the count because he got fucking hanged. And then like Matt is going to deal with Angela and then he disappears basically. But even that scene, that moment, I wouldn't call him using his power because like what was actually happening there was Matt did pick up on the fact that Muse ducked out. He heard him. But the reason he didn't go after him was because he was quick about it, and Matt was currently dealing with a girl dying on a fucking table who needed his attention. So I think that's why he didn't go after Muse there. So there's all these things, but the point I'm making is that this show has not established that is a power that Muse has.
And now, that has actually contradicted that at various points.
It's contradicted it. The thing is, right, this is kind of the same thing as the best, not the Beskar, what is it called? The fucking metal in the Acolyte. The cortosis.
Oh, yeah, cortosis.
Yeah, this thing where they showed cortosis as a thing that exists in the Acolyte episode 5 without ever they previously establishing that. And then in a later episode, they're like, this is what cortosis is and this is how it works. And it's everyone was like, see? They established it. You just needed to wait. And it's like, no, the thing is, if Muse has this power, this needs to be established either beforehand or ideally during the fight, right? You would have the fight be directed in such a way that Matt realizes as he's fighting him, holy shit, I can't get a read on this guy. What is going on? And that would be the issue. And that would even solve the issue Jolly has too, where maybe Muse isn't technically like on par with Daredevil in terms of like his combat abilities, but because he has this leg up on him, it's making it a very difficult challenge for Matt to deal with him while also trying to rescue this girl, right? Because he can't
Matt
quite
can't
lock
end the
on.
fight super quickly because he can't get a read on the guy.
Yeah, he just can't lock onto him in the same way that he can with any normal person. But that's something you would establish in the moment, and the show didn't do that. So even if it does it later, I'm gonna be like, "Fuck you, show."
You could also do so. I've just been looking up at like what this guy's powers are in the comics because I was curious. And so the way it's described is that his body acts like a vortex which can pull in every bit of sensory information around him. So basically, he's just a black hole in terms of being able to sense him. And like I guess what's you could even draw like some kind of interesting thing there. Like maybe the reason this guy is so obsessed with art as a means of expression is that like this doesn't just extend to Daredevil; it extends to everyone. That he's basically just unnoticeable, right? And like that he, you know, therefore he's like almost detached from reality. He doesn't think of himself as like really being in the world because no one notices him. And then you could even, if you're being clever, draw a parallel between that and the not Wesley tokenization of like, oh, a lot of young people right now are being drawn towards increasingly violent and aggressive ideologies and behaviors because they feel like they don't have a place in this world anymore. There's no role for them. They're not being noticed. They're just forgotten about. They're the forgotten man. There's all sorts of interesting things you can do there, but we're not gonna fucking do that because that would involve using your brain.
Without even actually bother contextualizing the murals that Muse has been drawing. You know, he's obviously very anti-Fisk right now, and I don't really know what like the point of his art is even supposed to be because I don't know how that factors into like the triggered mural that I fucking hate so much. I don't know what that one's supposed to mean, but the point is like it could be a matter of like he doesn't. You know, he's the type of person who like he wants change and he wants the like the little guy to actually be recognized, but he doesn't think that Fisk is the guy who's going to do that. He thinks this is a guy who's making all these promises that the second he takes office he's not going to keep. And of course that's what Fisk is doing. So it's like, yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck Fisk. But like the thing is this is all speculative anyway because I don't know anything about Muse. I don't fucking know who he is. And we're 2/3 into the fucking season.
I know we've already kind of, driven the grounded nature of Daredevil into a fine paste in the show by this point, because we have scrolls and magic amulets, but even if you wanted to get a more grounded idea of what you could do with this, you could just choose that he uses areas that are very difficult for Matt's senses. So as we have an underground area,
with like
every
a lot of
time the underground
passing
train
by.
comes, like Matt is completely blind, and maybe Muse can like, I see. I can take advantage of this. Every time Muse chooses his like lairs or wherever he's going to be, he's going to choose a very noisy place that Matt is obviously going to have a struggle with because there's so much going on at one time.
Mm-hmm. But like, so that's the thing. And also I wanted to address a comment that I got a second ago, which was when I laid out the context for why Muse was able to get away at the end. Someone said that I was being too generous and that like Matt should have gone after Muse because he's killed 60 people. And I'm like, I get that, obviously. But, like, I think that's actually totally within character for Matt. Like, I think he is going to prioritize the life of this girl over going after the serial killer.
Yeah,
that's just something
she's lost a lot of blood. And
she needs immediate
even
attention
when you take
or
the
she's going
syringe
to
out,
die.
she's going to carry on bleeding. So you need to be there to, like, stabilize the wound, get her to hospital very quickly. She's the priority right now.
That's completely within character. Like, I'm totally fine with that. It's everything else about this fight that I just don't think works. And yeah, I had to fucking rant about that because like I got really fucking tired of the people that were like pushing back against my tweet without even understanding the point I was making or understanding what was happening in the scene.
Okay, Chief. I feel the same way about my Ned Stark tweet.
That has been like pent up for days now. I've needed to get that off my chest. That was very
really
cathartic.
I hadn't noticed.
Did it come across that way? Was I like that angry?
He's like, I fucking hate all you motherfuckers. I'm gonna like screaming into the mic, incoherently, just doing a venom.
It got to a point for a little bit there where I was like, I do feel like I am kind of ranting right now, so I had to like rein myself in a little bit.
No, it's earned. The thing is, this show has earned every single fucking thing that we throw at it. Like This is awful.
This is one of the worst
shows I've ever seen.
It's terrible. It is fucking terrible. And the fact that people are glazing it because Muse looks cool and he and Daredevil have had a cool fight scene is like, shut up. Just actually shut up at this point.
It's Vincent D'Onofrio. We brought Karen back.
Bro, it's peak, bro. It's a cinema.
Brother.
Oh, Andrew's here.
Where the
Hello.
fuck? Where the fuck are you? Are you on your phone?
Yeah, what? He's over there.
Yeah. My power went out, so I'm at Meyer, roaming
Oh.
the aisles.
Shit.
Oh, I see Devlin knocked out the power to your building, like he did with the bank.
Yep.
Well, like oh yeah, and while this Muse fight has been going on, like again, we got the Matt Fisk cutting back and forth scenes to parallel them, which is that like what's been going on with Fisk this entire time is he went down to his little basement area to Adam's cage. He had an axe and he was like, you know, Vanessa would want me to let you go, but you see how that's difficult for me, and how intertwined we are. And then he fucking like throws the axe in there and he's like, I'm gonna give you a fair fight.
I love the fact that he's like, you filled the same hole that I did. So we know
only I can fill that hole.
Oh, there can be only one who fills the hole.
And yeah, he gives Adam a chance to like come at him with an axe, which is a choice. It's such a I don't really understand what's changed about Fisk here that he's decided, because, you know, obviously he's been beating on Adam before. And the implication we're given it, this is the first time he's ever armed him with any kind of weapon. So, like, why has he decided now that in order to beat the shit out of him, like, to justify that, I guess I have to give him a fighting chance? What changed?
Well, I guess it's just the context of the whole talking to Vanessa about, like, how you know, in terms of, like, I forget the exact thing that was said, but during the Heather therapy sessions, they have the whole thing of Fisk being like, Vanessa being like, "Oh, you killed him, didn't you? No, you did this, and oh, you know, like I know how you deal with your problems." I killed him, yeah. And Fisk is like, "No, I've changed. I'm doing better." And this is just kind of like, "No, actually, I can't change my." Which brings me on to the parallels, because oh my god, this is where I get to rant. Holy fuck! So throughout the show, as many have noticed, they keep on cutting back and forth to Matt and Fisk, like doing like mirror images of each other, like, you know, paralleling like what, you know, they're getting changed at the same time, or they're both in like various situations at the same time. Their struggles are being parallel. There's just parallels all over the goddamn shop, and they do it in this fight scene. They even like have them doing the same fighting moves, which is kind of funny. You know, Matt versus Muse, whereas like Fisk is beating on Jesus.
Kingpin versus Adam.
I also enjoyed the meme we had of like when he comes in with the axe, that he was going to be like, "This is the hammer with which I killed my father." But the thing I wanted to point out, because so I was watching this again to take notes, and I was trying to do like, you know, my scripting for my video, and I was trying to nail down exactly what themes the show is going for, like what's the overarching like message it's trying to like do. And I couldn't settle because there was like two possibilities. I was like, oh, it's about redemption maybe, or maybe it's about this whole like parallel between Matt and Fisk, and like, you know, being in the system versus out of the system, and like the idea that they're both struggling to like know how to deal with their problems within and without what they're supposed to be doing it, you know, the right way and the way they want to do it. And then I realized something with this paralleling and this fighting, which is like the scene earlier where Heather's talking about masks, and she's like, oh, they're an excuse to like revert to our true natures and reveal who we really are and always were. And I was like, oh my god, that's what we're doing, isn't it? We're just saying that Matt and Fisk's similarity is that they are both the animals. Like, this is just who they are. They can't change. There's no real redemption. It's the opposite of the redemption arc we thought was happening. It's just, no, they were just destined to be this. This is who they are at core. They cannot change their true selves. And I was talking to Andrew about this, and I was like, we both realized that, oh my god, that completely destroys the themes of the show, and the idea of like why Matt has a no-kill rule, and the entirety of season 3, because like, you know, the entire point of the no-kill rule, the entire point of like as Matt says to Frank on the rooftop in season 2, is like the idea of redemption, that people can just like change, no matter how bad they are, they have that possibility, and therefore I don't have the right to take that away from them. That the only evils I can act definitively on my own to stop permanently are natural evils that are not human in any way. And then season 3 obviously was Matt thinking of Fisk as a kind of inevitable natural evil that he had to take action to stop, and trying to justify it to himself on those lines. But then at the end being like, no, actually, as much as I hate Fisk, he is a person, and he doesn't get to break me. He doesn't get to change who I am. But now the show has just been like, nope, no one can change. There is no redemption. You're just who you are all the way through, and there's nothing. They're just reverting to their true selves, and everything else was just a lie. This is who they actually are, always will be, and I always have been. And I'm like, so there is no redemption. Matt is then categorically wrong about the no-kill rule. Fisk is a natural evil, inevitable evil, and you should have just fucking killed him. Frank's right.
Yep.
Hurrah. People can't
think-
change. Wonderful.
The thing that bothers me as well is the whole mask thing, is that it's all the really wanky stuff that's already been the surface level exploration of so many like superhero stories, or even just psychology that you often hear. Like it feels almost like a cliche that like well no it's not it feels like it just is a cliche. It's the exact same cliche psychology that you see all the fucking time in media about masks. Like there's nothing.
Oh yeah, it's
substantive here.
the most basic thing. Like someone has Googled psychology of masks and found like they clicked on the first fucking studies they found about like the nature of permissiveness and mob mentality, and we're like, oh, isn't this meaningful and deep? And like this is the research that we've done for like 100+ years. Like we're so past this. Like get something new to say, please. I beg of you. Also,
And
forgetting that, like it's just been done to death as a superhero theme over and over and over and over again. Like wasn't that done in season 1 of Daredevil, where Foggy was like, maybe you just use the mask as an excuse to hit people?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, that's also
As well as
something
the
that
fact
like
that
we're
the
objectively
story
made
treats-
to understand is not true about Matt as a character.
Yeah. Daredevil
The
isn't a
story-
mask that allows him to be violent. He is Daredevil. It's the Batman
Well,
thing. Like Batman isn't Bruce Wayne. Bruce
that-
Wayne is Batman.
And that's
Batman
relevant.
is the real one.
Well, and that bit of Matt's characterization is relevant to the whole Muse pushbacks that I've been getting with people being like, oh, you know, he's always struggling to like keep the devil inside and like prioritize saving people over just beating the shit out of guys and getting that gratification. Because I'm like, that was never Matt's character. I'm sorry. Like, yes, he gets angry. Yes, he lets the devil out, if you want to fucking use that wording. But, like, it was never at the expense of, like, you know, him being so entrenched in his anger and his rage that he just, like, forgot about the person who was dying on the table just off to the left. Like, that never happened in the show. Ever.
Yeah. Matt thinks of his anger as like an evil that he needs to like prevent from being let out. And the whole point of the 3 seasons of the show originally is to be like, he's wrong. The anger that drives him is an anger of righteous anger to do the right thing.
And anger at the
He's not let
injustice
people out.
that has just been ignored
Yeah.
for so long that he can no longer ignore.
Yeah, he's not some like lunatic who's just kept on a leash. He is blind justice. That is what he is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like literally blind justice. Like, it's just that people are doing the same thing the writers are doing, which is they're taking like a bullet pointed list of like shallow surface level like summaries of the season 1 characteristics of these characters, and then being like, see, this is all you need. It's always what they've been. They're ironically doing the same thing the show's now doing of like people don't change. They're just this basic caricature that it's just always is the case, and they they are the mask. And I'm like, oh my god, fucking.
I love that even with the surface level commentary, the psychologist woman Heather, who is like writing this book, is acting like it's some kind of profound message within the story.
I want to write
Yeah.
this book, and it'll be the
Here are
first
the
time anyone's
themes.
ever presented this idea. It's like, no. You're about 100 years
That
late.
should be the
shits.
post-credit scene. Yeah, that should be the post-credit scene as she presents this research at like a psychology, like or a psychiatry symposium, and like they all just laugh her off the stage. Lady, we've done this before so many times.
It's just the SpongeBob quote. It's like, daring, are we?
Daring today, aren't we? Yeah. This is a good show, I think.
The thing I enjoy, because like as we get to the end of these streams, there's always that one person being like, "Oh my god, you guys have been doing this for like 4 hours," and I'm like, first of all,
Almost
shut
5.
up. But yeah, but second, yeah, we can go for longer. We'll break a record. We'll just do it despite you. But secondly,
Yeah.
Is there a secondly?
I
Did he die?
I think Jolly's internet just cut out at the best possible time.
That's crazy. But secondly,
Well then.
The fucking perfect time.
Wow.
Rich points. I absolutely believe with you.
Andrew, I don't know how much of that you were listening in on or whatever. But like just before you joined, I was kind of fucking ranting about the Muse stuff. Like I got a little heated.
It deserves it.
It does deserve it. It's so fucking bad. Well, there he goes. I guess I have to carry my own stream now. God damn it.
How dare you?
I do understand it because when you just get angry, because that's kind of how I felt when I first saw the fan reaction to any kind of criticism of this show. it just gets really frustrating to have you spend the time being attentive and you try to adequately explain your criticisms and you try to do it in like a good faith manner where you're not trying to be argumentative and you're not trying to like beat on someone for having a different thought than you, and yet no matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you try to explain yourself and clarify any misconceptions, they have no interest in listening to you whatsoever, and it just has to be, well, yeah, you're saying bad things about a show I like, so therefore go fuck yourself and you're being bad faith and you're I don't know what other fuck up thousand things they've been saying about us recently.
I mean,
Not even recently.
This is a struggle I've been having that I've talked at length with Jolly about already with the Revenge of the Sith video that I'm working on, because like I know how popular that movie. I know a lot of people love that movie, and I get it. And obviously, I have a lot of criticisms of it. So I've been really like agonizing over every single paragraph, every single page of just like, is this a tangent? Is this a thing? Like, I want my script to be as tight as possible, and I'm constantly having to rein myself in from just like going off on all these tangents to try to like push back against any potential defenses people are going to make, or like to just really make sure that all of my points are like all every argument is thoroughly explored, because otherwise the pacing of that video is just going to be abysmal. But there is that constant struggle of like, if I make a point, there's like 10 different pushbacks I can imagine someone's going to make, and if I don't push back against all of them, then I just know I'm going to get comments out the wazoo making those defenses like that I could have preemptively put a shield up against and been like, I have arguments against that, I have arguments against that, I have arguments against that. And at a certain point you have to just be like, look, no matter what you do, someone's just going to have issues with the fact that you're criticizing the thing they like, and that's going to be the extent of it. So like the best you can do is structure your arguments in the best way that you possibly can to get your point across, and anyone who's actually like reasonable and is listening in to like to actually like hear what you have to say is going to like they're going to approach you in good faith, and they're gonna listen, and they may end up disagreeing with you, but at the very least they're going to give you the chance. They're going to give you your day in court, right? And you just have to accept that some people won't, and that they're stupid, and that they're engaging in bad faith. And that's all that it is, If someone comes up to you and is like, you just came in wanting to hate this show, it's like, well, no, I fucking didn't. And the only reason you're assuming that is because you can't stand the idea that someone might have actually approached the show in good faith and come away with all these criticisms of it because you like it. And that's all this is.
And to add on to that, what Shiny was saying earlier about the people who will just like say, no, it's a good Lamau ratio or some shit on Twitter. There's gonna come a time in 2 months when they start rethinking about the show, or they start like trying to get engagement bait, and they're like, oh, actually the show was always bad, and they'll try to play it off. And like, if they do that, I'm going to kill them. I'm just going to kill them, and their time is done. Like,
hey, Jolly.
I'm tired of hello, Jolly. I'm tired of just like the same stuff Jolly said earlier, where it's like, oh, the 2-month period is up. It's time to talk about the show that's always been bad, but have to act like we never liked it. It's like, you're all fake.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. It was really funny though, because like where you cut off for us was you were like, and second of all, and then just went completely silent.
I just had time for the internet to send me the message in the chat where it's like, he just got found by that guy.
Just the Punisher comes along and shoots you in the side of the head.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, like, and secondly, there we go. After much delay. And secondly, the reason we go on for so long, and I find it so funny because as we go on, you can just hear our minds snapping,
our exasperation,
like a bowstring just being pulled slightly further and further back, like too far back, and like you can just hear the creaking of the wood as it slowly begins to splinter, and then by the end we're just like snapping entirely. Like that's what it feels like doing these streams. But it's because there's just so much to talk about with like how bad these shows are. I think this show in particular, but like these episodes I meant rather. There's just, oh my god, I keep saying it with every stream. Like, I want one thing to make fucking sense. Like, it doesn't have to be a big thing, a little thing. Like, how is a character in this scene? How did Matt get this thing? How did the diamond end up in the bowl? Just please, please write one thing that makes sense for the sake of my mind.
Well, I'll do you this. There's a technique in film known as the montage. So, like, when a character is in one place and he's in a different place later, you understand that time has elapsed in the interim.
Well, when you put it that way.
Well, I mean, on the most technical sense, like this show, there are scenes
don't actually matter.
I am joking, but obviously, like in the most technical sense, there are scenes on the show that obey that law of the law of montage, if nothing else. Like Matt woke up in the morning and made coffee, and then he went to work. That technically makes sense. There you go, Jolly. You get what you wanted.
Hooray!
That's the best you can get with this show. I'm sorry, you don't get anything else.
I mean, on top of that, like this entire show is just a montage. It doesn't stop to think about anything because
it's very
like,
much
it's
an
the same problem we
story.
had. Yeah, well, it's the same problem we had with Ahsoka, where it would never show us any of the important points within their lives. Like, what did Ahsoka do to Sabine to have her just not trust her? What was this so-called training that Sabine went through that we never saw? We never saw that. And it's the same with this show, except instead of happening before the show starts, it's happening between episodes. Because we have an entire 3-month, like 2 to 3 month period where we don't know anything that happened. Like this time skip to St. Patrick's Day is so annoying to me because you're telling me that during this entire this entire arc with Muse and the Punisher cops, you're telling me that the entire world, the entirety of New York, just came to a political standstill where the climate didn't change at all during these 3 months. Nothing is significant happened here. You're telling me that we just hit pause on New York while the rest of the world spun. Like, I'm sorry. There's so much to do after whatever episode it was, 4. Like, there's so much to do after that, or 4 or 5, I forget. But no, all we know is that Kamala Khan's dad is here. So good job.
That's great.
Yeah,
it's gonna be great.
It's great.
It's
peak. What do you want, Andrew? I mean, what do you want from the show? Stakes, plot, theme? You ask too much. You son of a bitch.
Just be grateful. Like what?
Shut up and eat your slop.
Yeah, it's the blue glob and that one meme where it's like, we have enough slop to feed you for centuries. It's just that meme. It's just with MCU fans on Twitter. They're like, oh, thank you.
It's peak.
You know what's really annoying is that it's not just slop; it's unsalted slop. This is the blandest of the slops.
God, this show still looks so bad.
I hate that fucking mural so much, Jolly. You have no idea. I cannot express with words how much I fucking hate that triggered mural.
Well, like it doesn't. Well,
painted with blood.
Yeah, well, it's like, what about it? Like, what is it trying to say? Are the cops proclaiming
that? Are the
cops proclaiming that they're triggering others, or is it that the Punisher himself is triggered?
It's Muse's art, yeah. So, like, what is Muse trying to say about this? Is he saying that the Punisher cops are triggered? Is he saying the Punisher is triggered, or is he saying that like either the Punisher and or the Punisher cops are triggering the woke heads or something? I don't know.
Yeah, we don't really know anything about what Muse is trying to say. I feel like if it's the same guy that was at we know it's the same guy that was at Heather at the book signing. But if it's that guy, we don't know anything about him or like what he.
Like I said earlier, we're 2/3 into the show, and I know nothing about this character or what he's trying to say.
Like, especially we need to know that if he's making graffiti, because. I'm going to assume that he's just anti-establishment. He's against everything that Fisk is, just because that's what the art's telling us. And because he's someone in society that's been done dirty by the system because he can't find a therapist or something, even though they only have one scene with him. They're just going to kind of just make him the Joker. So where it's like society. And his. Society triggered, yes, but I don't know. I really don't like how they do graffiti.
The idea of a Daredevil villain, Daredevil obviously being an IP that does a lot of political commentary and a lot of just social commentary on like the justice system and the powers in place, right? The idea of a Daredevil villain being this like, you know, tortured artist who like expresses his anger toward the establishment with like, you know, murals that he's drawn out of human blood. Like, that's so interesting. Please tell me more. Will you please actually like tell me what this guy wants and what he thinks about everything? Please? But of course not. We can't have that. God forbid.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing with like White Tiger, right? Like this guy whose choice to be a hero has like hurt his family in terms of like his relationship with them. It'd be really nice to explore that. I mean, I guess you could pass what Angela has been doing as, I guess, working with that idea, but it's still like she's not thinking what she should think.
Hector exists to reinforce that wonderful theme that people can't change and they're just who they always were. You know, the whole he did it because it was the right thing, being repeated every 5 seconds.
I still can't fucking believe
that's who he is.
I still cannot believe he told his fucking teenage niece about the serial killer he was investigating and where to find him. That's just crazy.
Mythical beasts and where to find them.
Fantastic killers and where to find them.
Yeah. I mean, is there anything
10 out of 10.
Anything else we want to say about this? Because I got some super chats to read off, but otherwise we can bring this to a close.
Just a plea for help for anyone in chat to release me from Sheev's basement so I don't have to watch any more of this shit.
I'll give you an axe and a fighting chance. How about that? I know Southpaw would want me to let you go.
I'm giving you a chance. No one ever gave me a chance.
All right. Well, if that is all, I will read out some super chats. Got one from T for $10. He said, Matt's kind of rude to White Tiger's niece. Also, the cop talks about surveillance like there should be cameras in high crime or critical areas. Ain't that something? He is kind of rude. Just generally the way he interacts with Angela is strange to me, especially because she should be calling him out for the fact that he got her uncle killed, but the show doesn't want to acknowledge that happened. And then one from Seamus Owen for $4.99. Thanks for doing these breakdowns. They help me articulate my problems with it to my friends, so thanks again, and I hope you all have a nice day. Well, thank you, Seamus.
Thank you.
Aren't those the cops that didn't have body cams? The one before the
Punisher cops? The one in the task force?
The cop that was like, that wanted more surveillance, or was that the scene that I'm thinking of?
I don't fucking know, man.
You're talking about how the Punisher cops, they didn't have body cams, and now it's being a big deal that they're making that. Oh no, now they don't have to wear body cams. Oh no.
Well,
even though they're straight as being on patrol.
Yeah. I don't know. The Punisher cops are so funny.
I suppose it is like a weird.
They have no standards whatsoever.
Because they make a big deal about, oh no, they can't have body cams. That's something that's not allowed, and they didn't wear body cams in the first place.
Well, how could they? Cameras don't exist.
Cameras do not exist in this show. That is definitive.
Especially in subways.
Oh yeah. Or banks.
This says no body cams, and the police commissioner says, what are those? What's a camera?
I need to have an inversion where the finale happens in a subway, as in like the fast food joint, and they have cameras.
Finally, a subway with a camera.
And then a sandwich falls on someone, and another person's like, if I take that off, you'll die. Whilst it's on you, you'll live in horrific agony. But the second I move it. Someone's like, I had no idea that the cops using the Punisher logo was a thing in real life. Like, oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Did someone not know that?
I have wonderful news for you about American police forces. They are bastards.
They're good lads. They do nothing wrong. It is all okay.
That's fine. The UK one is also terrible. Not quite as terrible, but still pretty bad.
Are we the baddies?
Are we the bad guys? Say the guy wearing fucking skulls and has tattoos on their necks.
Yeah. But the skull is cool. It's like fucking Sid from Toy Story.
Like the SS. Wait, what?
What? It's like
Someone needs to insert that into one of their reviews. Just that Michelin web sketch, of like, are we the bad guys? Like, we got skulls on our uniforms. You guys don't have skulls.
Every time we get to the end of one of these streams, it's the only thing that I can even think to say is just like Daredevil. Just like screech the word Daredevil over and over.
Daredevil Born Again, bottom text, baby.
It is happening. There's 3 fucking
believe
episodes
that the show
left.
is canon.
No, it's not.
Like, this is
no.
the thing, they can carry on insisting to me that this is the same Matt who was in Daredevil's, like, no, Netflix's Daredevil, but like, no, he's not. I don't believe you. I don't believe this is the same show. It's just not. Fuck you.
No, yeah, and again, I've said this before and I'll say it again, like, I'm never gonna, like, whenever I inevitably go back and rewatch the good show, I'm never ever gonna think about this one. I'm never gonna think, oh yeah, this is what happens next, because it's not. It's just not what happens next.
Yeah.
Normalize gaslighting bad media. No, it's just you need to normalize gaslighting bad media out of existence. Just, adopt the Doctor Who fan strategy of being like, where they're like, the Doctor's half human. Like, no, he isn't.
No, he's not. Yeah.
What the hell is Doctor Who?
Doctor Who.
At some point, Andrew, I'm going to make you watch it.
I'm not watching the British show. Disgusting.
But
you're gonna go to Hogwarts. You're gonna have an owl. You're gonna be fucking pleased about it.
I'm going to end this stream now for the sake of my own sanity.
No.
And because my fucking voice hurts now. I've been talking for like 5 hours straight.
It was the 10-hour rant about the Daredevil Muse fight that got you.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. First of all, just to say, thank you guys for coming on, of course, and to you guys in chat.
Our pleasure.
For watching, and you can find these lovely gentlemen in the description listed somewhere. They all have channels that you go watch them.
Did you assume I was gentle?
You are a man, and you are gentle.
Did you assume I was a man?
You are a good man. I am a good woman. Wait.
Wait.
And on that note, goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone. I'll remember you all in therapy.